Hey everyone. Good morning. Happy Monday. Man, I'll tell you what, we have a snow day today. So if I'm muting more than normal, it's because I am not alone, which reminds me, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Hello, hello, hello. Hey everybody. Hey, Happy Beach, uninvited ghetto. You guys just jumped all in. Hey. All right, I'm not going to go through individual names. I know people are complaining. Just know you were each appreciated for being here, and I thank you all very much. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I don't know about all of you, but the first few days after a holiday, I'm just drained, emotionally, physically drained. So I'm still trying to catch back up from all of that. But it's good to see all of you. Catherine, thank you for being number 28 on the likes. How's everybody doing? I Good morning, Emerald. Facts and truth. I think what SF released is very crucial. Yeah, and you know what? I know these past few days have been rather, what would be the word? It's been a lot, right? It's been a lot between the talks of addiction and recovery. It's been a lot. And I hope everybody's doing okay with that. No, there is no update yet. Nothing yet. Colleen with the 80. Saber with the 70. Unsettling, yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. I got so much snow, I couldn't go to Columbus to get my new eye. I'm not supposed to laugh at that, but I'm sorry that you weren't able to do that. They told us we were getting a lot. Right now, there's not much. It's probably like an inch, but it's supposed to pick back up. Right now it's snowing. It's supposed to come all day. So we'll see. We will see. Staying outlaw with the 80. Hey, Maleficent. That's right, true friends. Let them know. Let them know. Yeah, are you does anybody immediately put down the Christmas stuff? Like, just got mine down yesterday. Do you guys race to get it down? Anybody do it like the day after Christmas? Do you wait till after New Year? How do you do it? I agree. Hey, Crime Brulee, so good to see you. Hey, Lala, darling Tammy, Crazy Crystal, Butter. SF released, in my opinion, important info. Now, I'm truly concerned with the construction site. Possibly an accident happened, and that explains no sightings. So that's my concern as well. They had to use a tractor to plow my street this morning here. Wow. How many inches? Immediately, my tree's still up. All right, let's do it this way. Put a 1 if you took it down. Put a 2 if it's still up. Put a 3 if you don't plan on taking it down. I'm curious. Through the middle of January? Usually, but I don't know. For some reason, it was just on my nerves. Yeah, it's still snowing here too. My favorite bee buzzing around these streets. We got quite a few ones. I see it too. Another 2. Some other 2s. All right. Elser hit us with a 4. I don't know what that means. Jill. Jill's like, it's just coming. It's just staying until next year. Oh, man. Hey, Chaos and Roses. Down on the 27th. Yeah. How about 4 if you don't decorate? Oh, well, that's fair enough. Okay. You don't decorate either, Salty? Never put it up? Oh, you guys. Nelly, stop that. I never knew cats were they're like toddlers on crack. I don't know how to explain it. Like, she knows when I'm busy. This cat has not made any noises all morning. She knows I'm busy, so now she's going to whimper towards me because either I'll give her food to shut her up or she can't go outside, it's snowing. I mean, holy hell, how annoying. The hell away from me. When your kids did that, right? When you guys are on the phone and suddenly they want to talk to you, but if you're sitting there unbothered, they don't bother you. That's how this cat is. Good morning, Patricia. Triggerment. Hey, 4 means throw it in the lake for the fish. Yeah, I was just watching the funniest video the other day. This person dropped their tree from like 8 balconies up, and then it landed, like it planted itself. It was hysterical. Did anybody else see that? Hey, Lip Locked. Hey, Pete Tim. Well, here's the thing. I got plants too. And they do bother me because the son of a guns, they're not meant to be watered, then they need to be watered. I can't just, yeah. Hey, Kathy, thank you for the 159. Who's going to be lucky? 169. J-Dub with the 160. Yeah, you saw that? That was hysterical. The Canadian cat lady. Good morning. Hello, Winnie. It's good to see you. Hey, me. They were speaking German or something. Yeah, it was like, nah. I don't know what they were saying. My kids want to talk to me for hours, so I sat on the toilet. Then I have to hear the life story. Exactly. Or, how was school? Good. And then later they're like, at school, like right when you're busy. Oh, man. That's why I did a poll on gentle parenting. And it seems like many people aren't even aware of what gentle parenting is. I was going to do a whole deep dive into it. Not like a deep dive, but a whole discussion of it. I had a deck on 4th level and we would drop into dumpster. I loved it. He loved it. Yeah, this one had actually planted. Hold on. Let me mute so it doesn't hurt your ears. Okay, I found it. Annette, thank you for being with us for 2 months. Thank you. Good morning to you. Check this out. Ready? Now, the original, there goes my citation for today. But the original, they're speaking. But see how the tree actually planted? I found that to be hysterical. And then if you water it, it might actually grow roots. So it was pretty cool. I should have turned off the sound, but that's okay. So yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? Single moms perform in any situation right here. So true. I just put up a video. Let me grab this. So the morning, as we know now, the morning Sebastian was reportedly missing, there was still a lot of commotion going on in the neighborhood. And I don't know about any of you, but I'm quite shocked to hear this. Like, I am quite shocked that they didn't stop the construction. And then, we put that with the audio we have of dispatch, and I'm really concerned about what may have happened. So.
Yeah, some footprints over here.
Hey, honey.
Right there where you're standing?
Hey, Megan.
Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond.
Leading right over here to retaining pond. Now, we know that Max led to the retaining pond as well. So we are 0. The odds are 0. So we are hearing that there was actually footprints, not shoe prints, footprints. I'm just shocked. It does. It baffles me. It could explain so much. I can't either. All of it.
No shoes, just footprints. The shoes that Max went straight into the pond.
Now, I hate that here he doesn't give a definite answer. It's crucial that he gives a definite answer, but he doesn't. But we do know there was and It's going to get me into my next conversation. Hold on.
Max led me straight to the retaining pond. We have some footprints over here.
Hey, Stella.
Right there where you're standing? Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints?
Yeah, Selena.
My shoes, but Max went straight into the pond. Max led me straight to the retaining pond.
Max led me straight to a retaining pond. So I uploaded this video to show the, you can see the work in the background up on this hill. Over here, you can see them still moving. We know that Max ended up jumping right into the pond. Now, somebody has stated, and I wouldn't know, I'm not from the area. I'm not very good at even, overlaying and thinking things like that. But what I want to know, because I know they drained the pond, just Samantha. But people have stated that that the mud in there is like a quicksand type of mud, right? Like a construction. Now, I'm not implying that it sucks Sebastian in. That's not what I'm implying at all by any means. But I am curious because if we go back here, now hold on. Give me just a second. Let me pull this up. All right. I was shocked too. Also, don't want to sound morbid or trigger anyone. Bert and Staggs did a video on what size bones are, and they will be tiny. I think Sally has been missed while searching. Oh. Gentle Parenting is sort of open source, interpreted and remixed by moms. There are multiple names for it. Yeah, there is. Well, that's just like with anything. Hey, oh, Snap Ginger. I may be mistaken, but I thought this crazy neighbor said something about this, or maybe even a dog handler. Wish I could remember. About what? About like the mud being like it was suctioned in? Who said the shoes were found to be Bobby's sons? I don't know. I never heard that. I did not hear that. Okay. So let me come over here. I want to pull this up. I know this cat is playing with me right now.
Sumner County described to us exclusively how they feel on day 8 of their son's disappearance. Thank you so much.
So this is going to be day 8. Okay. Day 8. Searched the pond early on. They didn't have trouble walking through it. Thank you for telling me that. Runs with scissors. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Snap Ginger, welcome back to the MFers. I don't know anything about that. So please don't run as, the footprints, the shoes, whatever, were Bobby's sons. We just don't know. We don't know. But I want to play this really quick. I want to point out a few things that happened in here.
Much for joining us. I'm Marius Pate.
And I'm Lauren Lowry. Sebastian Rogers is 15. He was last seen by his parents on February 25th in Hendersonville. Sebastian has autism, and he's gone without his medication this whole time. And since then, authorities have searched by air.
Now, I'm going to tell you, so I did ask about medication, and I was told that Sebastian was on a newer sleep medication, but there was also a medication that he needed to take. And I was told that while Seth didn't give Sebastian the medication, to sleep per se, he did give him the medication that he needed to take. And I don't want a direct quote because I don't know if it was a direct quote, but it was. It was along the lines of like to live, like the medication he needed to live is literally, I'm not verbatim, but I do recall it being something like that. So I know people were asking, I was told the name of the medications. I don't recall the names of the medications. I never do. They're always like some big, weird, words. Hey, May. So if I recall correctly, didn't they state at one point that Sebastian wouldn't be able to find his way back home on his own? Four-wheeler had to be pulled out of the retention pond. She did apple-bottom jeans, but I believe that was stated like that happened a week prior. Late girl, thank you for asking for the membership link. Her son's four-wheeler had to be pulled out of the retention pond because he accidentally run into the pond and it sucked the four-wheeler in. Right. Rumors those weren't Bobby's son's shoes. Not only that, the pond was drained twice. There's still no scent or evidence that Sebastian ever left that home. They never said that. Can you tell me, you're saying right? So you're saying without a doubt that the police, the TBI, and the FBI said there's no evidence that Sebastian ever left that home. Now, since you're sourcing it coming from those three sources, surely you can direct me, Tiffany, to exactly where that was stated. I know you've heard that. No, it's not without a doubt. You've heard that stated in other channels and other chats, but not one person has ever directed to where that was stated because it's just not true. They never said that there was no evidence he left that house. It was never stated anywhere. Air Force Fed, thank you so much. I've looked every which way, and I promise you, Tiffany, I'm not picking on you, but it was never stated anywhere. YouTuber stated it. Nobody else did. And since you're saying it came from three different organizations, surely you can direct me to at least where one of them stated as much.
By foot and on horseback.
Helicopters, drones, and dive teams have also been brought in to try to find him. Today, his parents spoke exclusively to our Holly Thompson.
She's live tonight in Sumner County.
Jill, thank
Holly,
you so
I
much.
imagine it was quite an emotional interview.
Okay, so the interview is going to come on. Thank you, Tiffany. I'd appreciate it if you would. Jill, thank you so much. See, here's the thing, Tiffany, and I'm not directing you out. I'm just saying a lot of people say that, and it was never stated. It was never stated. And honestly, you think by now, all the people that have repeated it, they'd be able to directly pull you to it. It was never said. Press conferences by the TBI, they never stated that Sebastian never left the house. Otherwise, they would not be searching. Exactly. Thank you, Nina. I don't know where people started that or why. Janice, here's the sad thing. It could be that he left the house. It could be that he's in the house. There's been many cases, unfortunately, of children that have been reported missing and later found in like the attic, the basement, some part of the house. Now, the thing is, they did search Sebastian's home. My understanding is over 10 times. And the cop who had the dog talking about a scent. It was on an interview with Craddock and the cop who had the dog talking about a scent. I'll look for that one, but I'm telling you, I went through all of them and I couldn't find it. Not one singular place. All right, let's pull this back up.
Certainly was. It is hard for us going through. Sebastian.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and returned
Welcome
home.
back, late
He's
girl.
gonna walk through that door, and the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug him.
Welcome back, late girl. Thank you. I heard Eric say it too on a news briefing. I pulled up every news briefing done by Eric Craddock, and he never said that. He just never said that. Let me turn this volume up. Wow, this is as loud as it goes. Okay.
Love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room.
I'm sorry, guys. They're speaking low. I just tried to turn it up. It's not really going much higher. Tell them, Sayward. Tell them. Yeah, if any of you can send me a link, I'd really appreciate it. Marshall Dove, welcome back. Thank you so much. I'm trying to type slow and quietly so it doesn't hurt your ears. I'm sure it does anyway, and I'm sorry. All right. Here is my email. If anybody can link me to the exact time, I'd love to hear it because I think that's crucial. If he said that, I think that's crucial.
When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you."
Now, listen, I'm going to try not to tear this apart, but I do find it odd that she giggled there. And Didn't I realize? Of course I realized. I didn't realize the equipment was still running. I think that's crucial. Um, I
Mom, I
get.
love you.
Katie says she went to wake up.
He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you."
Katie says she went to
When I told him to go to bed, he did. He's
I get awkward laughing, but what I don't get is, did he usually not listen when she said go to bed? Like, why did she kind of giggle there? I don't know.
"Good night, Mom. I love you."
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
It's as if
That's how I took it as well. Little horses, like a kind of like normally he gave a hard time. Hey, Miss Robin, good morning. I will say this though. The other thing is like she's thought back to that day and thought back to the weeks, like why, but we did find out, right? We were told, hey, Captain, we were told that they were actually looking into behavioral homes. So this idea that like nothing was going on and nothing was wrong and everything was, just kosher just simply isn't true, right? Like we found that out. So I do still feel like, and I think I will always feel like something is missing here. I don't think we were given the absolute truth of everything. And I think until, and if we ever are, it's just kind of chasing our tails. You know what I mean? Oh, just give me 1 minute to deal with this cat that suddenly needs my attention. Hold on. Oh, I am so sorry. I'm shocked. Nellie actually went out with snow out there. That's weird. I think Chris said they all got along. Communication was good because the initial plan, I imagine, was to be a united front and make it about Sebastian. So do you think they were kind of lying, saying outlaw? I don't, and I'll tell you why. I think they were actually getting along. Matter of fact, we know they were because Seth told us himself that 2 weeks after Sebastian went missing, he was unable to watch TV. And he reached out to Chris and told him, like, I'm unable to watch TV and relax in my own house, da. And Chris said, hey, you can come grab the PlayStation. So obviously they were on good terms because how many of you are going to reach out to your enemy and be like, I can't sleep. I can't watch TV. I can't relax. No, you would go. I don't think so, Steph. I mean, you would go, buy a Amazon stick and listen, guys, there's going to be a lot of different opinions today. Please don't attack people for them. Unfortunately, dumbass Betty put that into motion, and I think that people are just reacting to it. I strongly disagree with that stuff. I think there would be a lot of signs of it. Although I do believe I will tell you this. I do believe things were going on, but I don't think it was like that. Touch each other at all. It looks like a few times that Katie kind of looked towards Chris for comfort, and she wasn't giving it, you know? And that's what I'm saying, butter. I never reach it right. 2 weeks later? Oh gosh. And at that point he had to go fund me and everything. Like, go buy yourself an Amazon stick for like $20, bro. They'll put that in the next injunction. All right, move it on.
If Sebastian vanished, no sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles logged by law enforcement, canines, helicopters, even dive teams, and no sign of him. Chris and Katie tell me they've been harassed, people pointing fingers at them.
You're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back.
Now, this is the part that did confuse me. Okay. This is their first interview. This is the first interview they've done with the news. This is 8 days in. Okay. And they're saying they're being attacked. Who was attacking them? 8 days in. I guess like what? The local Facebook pages, right? Anybody have a different idea? Hey, Jackie. SS, what did Seth borrow? For all we know, he wants to go through the device. So I asked about that. And I said, it was being stated that you basically allow Seth to believe he could have this PlayStation. And then when he got there, you told him like, oh, sorry, you can't. I discovered somebody downloaded Minecraft or was buying stuff, right? And I was told that's not exactly how that went. He did call and say, I can't relax. I can't watch TV. He was in a panic. He was upset. He was distraught, whatever. Chris was trying to basically console him and said, you're welcome to come grab this PlayStation. We'll get through this type of thing. Chris then went to get the PlayStation up and going and kind of, I guess, remove like, how you have your profiles and you have your credit cards attached and all that. I think he was trying to clear it to give it over to Seth so Seth can kind of start anew with it, aside from, Sebastian's profile, of course. And when he did that, he discovered that there were charges. He told Seth this before Seth came. And of course told him, I got to alert TBI with this. Like this is I don't know when these charges were done. I think it was like a big deal in that moment to be like, oh my God, somebody's been buying, which makes me question a lot of what was said, right? Because during this interview, they're going to get into how he didn't have access to certain things, but yet he obviously had access they were unaware of, if they were unaware of the fact that somebody was purchasing using their credit card. Do you know what I mean? So obviously Sebastian was doing some things they weren't surely aware of.
Take a different, wide open view.
Hey,
and
you're
not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts.
Are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided.
What do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
That we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
Now, Katie did tell me that even though...
all right, I'm going to look for the other. I feel like that was a shortened interview. Give me 1 second. Why did I feel like that was longer? He was aware. Yeah, I thought so. That's what I'm saying. The Facebook attacks. I agree with that. He confronted Bobby when she was driving back and forth. Google and type in Sebastian. Thank you so much. I thought that was cut short. Thank you, Titanium. And then, so they did the first interview and then Seth. Why did they do that? So that was part 1. Thank you so much, Titanium, for telling me that. It was going to drive me crazy.
Anything that happened that day that you think back, and there might have been
Good
a reason
morning.
he was possibly upset, or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside. Was there anything that came to mind?
What'd you make
We've
of
been
Chicago?
over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving.
Okay, so I know right there when she says that morning, it kind of freaks people out because they're like, what do you mean that morning, right? Like he was reported missing that morning. But I think she's speaking with the impression that he left that night, right? Like left the night of the 25th. So I don't find that to be so bizarre that she stated that. Hey, Jen. But I do think, I can see why people would kind of tear them apart. I can see it. I'm not gonna lie, I can see it. It's a little odd. And then right here.
Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving.
Everybody we were around that day agreed that he was in a good mood, that he was behaving. So I think again, what is missing here is we were never actually told the difficulties that Sebastian was having. Right? Right, exactly. She's referring to that Sunday. Ukraine Christmas Eve, so making 2 pots of borscht. Well, Merry Christmas Eve to you then. That's pretty cool. Excuse me. She was replying in a totally normal way. Yeah, for like the last she saw him. Come morning when sun starts to rise. Right. I mean, that verbiage could be nothing. They say he was last seen the 26th, SS. They sure do.
Make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or you'd been in trouble, but he hadn't been in trouble. So, I mean, the $1 million question, why did he? So, I mean, or you'd been in trouble, but he hadn't been in trouble. So, I mean,
see, I'm telling you, I believe the big thing that's missing here is the behavioral difficulties they were facing. Even right there, like that awkward, like kind of giggle thing, like, I'm going to be honest. I bet you Sebastian was acting on really good behavior and it threw them for a loop. I think they found it suspicious that he was acting with good behavior. I agree, is awkward, Agent 99. I'm not going to take that away. I bet all of this is really extremely hard for all of them. She's clearly upset. You can see it, Oki. You can see the sad thing. I mean, you can see the sadness seeking through her. I took it as he's never been in real trouble with school or law. I don't know.
The $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
What about social media? Is there anything that, anyone he could have contacted? I understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch.
Minecraft is online though. Like I don't know, maybe they weren't fully aware, but it is online. Billy Sebastian was going to school on Monday. But for what though, Steph? Father didn't have him the few weekends prior to his disappearing. Was that out of the ordinary? So I believe he had him the weekend before, if I'm not mistaken. Matter of fact, it's been rumored, and I wish I could find out for sure. It's been rumored that was meant to be, the weekend he disappeared was meant to be Steph's weekend. I don't know if that's true. Hatfish fuck everyone, though. He looks like a totally different person without the hat. I agree. And when he took the beard away, oh my gosh, I think who was arguing with me that day of court saying it wasn't Chris? And I'm like, that is Chris. Like, that's how much different he looked. Well, and here's the thing. So she says through the switch, whatever. But then we find out that on the PlayStation, somebody actually did buy Minecraft. So, you know, was Sebastian, did he have more access than any of them were aware of? I don't know.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks on internet. I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now that he's capable of having that kind of responsibility. So, I mean,
and here I would love to ask, well, what gave you that firm belief? Like, that would be my follow-up question. Like, why did you have a firm belief that he wasn't ready? Like, what were the signs that made you feel like he was incapable of socializing, especially via games where, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know. I that would be my question.
his phone is locked down, his computers, his gaming. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games. I mean,
but we know that's not true now. We know that's absolutely not true, because at his father's house, he absolutely had that. He had to, you know, use Steph's gamer tag. He had access. He had all the capabilities. Again, Sebastian's 15. Thank you, Daisy. I'm sure he was more of aware than you know. I did in the summer that it happens, Captain Kurt, but because of like the insanity of it all, I didn't follow up. Hey, Indy. That analyzed these interviews that we know of. Yeah, so the behavioral panelists did, and they found no deceit, but it depends who you ask.
We've combed every electronic.
I mean, we've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide. We've provided.
Welcome back, Miss Robin.
Don't have any answers.
Did he have any friends that could have possibly contacted him in some way on his phone?
Now, this is
All
interesting.
his friends at school have been questioned to my knowledge, and none of them knew anything.
There's been this huge thing, right? Miss Robin, first off, thank you. I appreciate you very much. Welcome back to the MFers. There's been this huge thing of like Sebastian had no friends. All he wanted was friends. And here we find out he did have friends at school, right? He played with Seth. They could not both be on the same game. That's right, Amy. Good point. I would love to know, how many students did they speak with? How did they decide what students to speak with? Why were we all under this understanding that Sebastian has 0 friends at all? Do you know what I mean? Like, these would be my questions, but I highly doubt anybody would ever come and speak anymore after the way the internet tears them. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Donna. Like, it's weird, right? No, these are friends at school, he said. They said they spoke to his friends at school. Minecraft offline, but you have to download it. Huh. Thank you, Emerald. We'll pull that up. I would want to know if he snuck out and played with the older neighborhood. Right, like, I don't know, flashlight tag? I agree, a lot of stories changed. Oh, do you know her, Steph? That's a very interesting statement. I guess, are you from the neighborhood, or you've spoken with Katie in person? Is Steph Bobby? I don't know. I'm waiting for her to answer, though, that's for sure.
With this big question mark. He's vanished.
Hey, April.
No one can figure out where or why. All right. In some way, on his phone?
All his friends at school have been questioned to my knowledge, and none of them knew anything.
See, Cheesy, but right there it says all his friends at school had been questioned to my knowledge, and they didn't know anything. Parents don't want Sebastian to have friends. He tells on them. Even Seth. That's an interesting statement.
With this big question mark. He's vanished.
Yes, ma'am.
And no one can figure out where or why. All right. So let's talk too about the relationship involved, because the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well.
Yes, ma'am.
He
Very
is.
much.
Right. And how would you describe that relationship, the two of them and the four of you?
It's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and therapy, and
You hear that? He's involved in school and therapy. And therapy. So this idea that like Sebastian wasn't in therapy is wrong, which leads to your comment, Steph, when you make a comment that they didn't want him having friends because he would talk. They had him in therapy. Like, you don't think that you would keep your child away from therapy if you were afraid of them talking? I mean, come on. That's ridiculous. So all three of them co-parented together. They were all involved in school and therapy, relatively good relationship. They spoke daily. He spoke to Sebastian daily. So what caused the big difference here, right? Like, what caused this to change? I don't know. I would love to know. Like mental health or behavioral. Seth had mentioned ABA therapy. I don't know.
I mean, he didn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row.
In two different households, and the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
See, that right there too. What was going on that would be like, listen to what Chris just said. Hear it again.
In two different households, and the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work and we come up with solutions.
In the end, we come together as a team, we work, and we come up with solutions. Like, did this? I mean, think about it. How many of you co-parent? Would you say that in the end, you come together for solutions? Solutions to what? Like, solutions to what? Not like in the end, we do what's best for Sebastian. In the end, we put our differences aside. In the end, we do, no, in the end, we come up with solutions. It just seems like they were always speaking about like problems or something. I don't know. Just a weird statement too.
That as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
Almost daily.
Let's talk about Sebastian. Tell me about Sebastian. How would you describe him?
Sweet, stubborn.
I think Katie's kind of low speaking because this woman's low speaking. You know what I mean? I mean, this lady's very low speaking. How would you describe
As
Sebastian?
we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
Let's talk about Sebastian. Tell me about Sebastian. How would you describe him?
Sweet, stubborn. He loves to help. He loves running, and he loves to play his games and his fidgets and Uno. Lord, that's one of his favorite games. Right?
My son loves Uno too. Uno's like our running game. When a child's missing, stitching, I think is odd to say that we came up with solutions. I find that to be a bizarre statement. Sorry. I can see where you would disagree, but You know, it's not like he said, you know, we did what was best for Sebastian, or at the end, we always made it work. What he stated is, you know, we came up with solutions. I'm saying my big feeling is that they're not being honest about what was going on. I think there's a lot missing here. K&S, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Right now. Favorite color is green.
Does he love music?
Oh, God,
Oh.
he loves music.
This was cute.
An eclectic taste.
I
An
mean,
eclectic. I mean, from as everybody knows, Eye of the Tiger to Eddie Vedder.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So we got Pearl Jam on one hand, we've got Survivor on the other over here. We've got.
I love that. I love that. I love it so much. First off, I absolutely love Pearl Jam too. So I think that's, you know, but I love that he has such a taste of music. You get what I'm saying, Indy? Tess, you get it too. Rebel Soul gets it. Some of you get it. I get it. I get what I'm saying. No family's perfect. Oh, where'd that go? But they do not have to tell YouTubers every single issue in their home. Oh, absolutely agree. Absolutely agree.
Got Taylor Swift and
he's got a big crush on her. I mean, country, rock,
no hip hop.
classic.
We don't allow the hip hop.
We don't allow the hip hop. No hip hop. We don't allow the hip hop. The hip hop.
Don't really
Well,
get
I say
into it
rap and
anyways.
things.
You mentioned he loved running. So did he love the outdoors at all? I mean, would something outside?
Now, this
that
is
was
interesting.
somewhat outdoorsy be enticing to
So-
him or pull him outdoors?
He loves, like, when we were in California and the school had this lap thing to gain money. It was a fundraiser. And every year he was, I did this many laps. I did this many laps. I mean, I've got t-shirts where they would write on his back. Every time the kids went around, they'd mark a mark on the back and they'd keep running. And he just had marks all the way across his back. He likes playgrounds.
I know,
being
Robbie.
dirty. He don't like being dirty.
Now, that part. He doesn't like being dirty, right? That's the part that stood out to me because, you know, with the release of this video showing that the construction continued on that day, and as I've put up another statement, let me pull that up, that made me think even further that, you know, they could have missed something. But then you also have to consider, if that's the case, then, you know, what are the odds that he would go to the construction site if he doesn't like being dirty? But then I also considered, it also crossed my mind that what if Sebastian did go to the site? He didn't wear shoes because he didn't want his mom to see the dirt on his shoes and know that he was sneaking out. And that the reason the dog hit the retention pond is because he went to wash off. Right? Now, if we talk about the fact that there was bare footprints by the retention pond, did Sebastian go over near that water to kind of get the dirt off his feet? Not being in house for all of February, he said he wouldn't discuss it. That tells you there are some issues. He was there early February, is what he stated. Well, you know, Steph, apparently he also told his grandmother Rogers over there, but she kept it a secret. That's agreed to Granny. I think there's a chunk of this story missing from both sets of parents for some reason or another. Yeah, and I think they're both, you know, they both won't state it. I don't think the dirt would bother him too much. Well, and that bothered me too, because on one hand, they're saying he doesn't like the dirt, but then they're saying he loved to do the heavy equipment with Chris, which means he would have to get dirty. Some digging done by the retention wall. It always stood out to me on the dispatch audio. Doesn't that sound like a good theory? Hey, Iva. I'm not a troll. No, you're not. Doesn't that sound like a good theory? Like, you know, he didn't wear his shoes because then the shoes would get the construction dirt on it. He went to wash off. I could see that being a possibility. Right. And people are going to push and push and push until it comes out, I'm telling you. And then people are going to freak out anyway. So just walk into a construction site to get out of the house and poke around. Look at the equipment or your neighborhood. Let's see really quick. All right. But if you look, it's all big brown dirt. Let me mute. If you look over here, I mean, that's like, from what it looks like to me anyhow, is like that brown, reddish dirt that kind of like stains your clothes and your shoes. Of course, I'm not in the area, so I don't know for sure, but that, would be how it appears to me.
Yeah, he's not your
Red clay,
tomboy
right?
style child where he goes outside and plays in the mud.
He loves animals, but he's terrified of bugs.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
even a fly, and he's like,
This Christmas.
Okay, so it is the red clay that stains everything, right? What statement as a fact? I'm sorry. Makes sense to me. My husband's a heavy equipment operator and he gets filthy, but if one of the kids go for a ride, they don't get dirty. They're just scraping around on the ground or running. If he's rolling around in it, right. But it was still stained shoes, right? If my kid was missing, I'd lose myself in a bottom volume, anything else irrelevant. And if she was on medication, I agree. I agree with you. So was he or was he not familiar with Bobby's kids? We don't have a solid answer. I have a problem. I'm going to pull up your, do you mind if I pull up where you sing, Iva? If you do, just feel free to tell me don't do it. But if you don't mind, I'd love to show everybody. Oh, you removed it. I can't show it. All right. Never mind. It's okay. Well, we're not going to attack anybody, Steph. We're not going to do that. We're not going to attack Katie. We're not going to attack you. We're not going to attack. All right, let's pull up this part. I know the full of it is can be found, but I'm already rocking out this way, so we'll do it this way.
Let's talk too, because he's highly functioning. I know you all have described him as having a form of autism.
he does.
But just describe that to our viewers too, as far as his way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things or his mindset.
I did reach out to SF and ask if he had a moment, if he could come in and answer some questions. So I didn't hear back. Of course, earlier, like, is ahead of time for me than it is for him. So we'll see. Hopefully, if he wakes up or if he's not busy, he can come in and answer a few questions. I'd love that. Hey, Mark.
To our viewers too, as far as his way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things or his mindset.
Yeah, Steph, if you don't mind, if you could just say, like, it is my opinion, or because you are stating things as factual. You never did answer my question, Steph. Do you know Katie in person? Because you stated that she doesn't speak quietly. So I'm just wondering. Oh, what? Wait a minute. Alibi Alley. Obviously, Steph doesn't want Sebastian found. She says she has evidence but doesn't disclose it. 10 months in. Steph, would you like to come up? I'd be curious to hear your voice. Came back in. How's the sound? It should be good, little mama, but thank you for the 518. Let's get the thumbs up a little bit higher. I'm telling you, I don't want anybody getting angry, but I'm going to put a different perspective out there, and some of you may like it, some of you may not, but we are definitely going to have an open mind here today. All right, go back.
His way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things or his mindset.
He's got a stubborn mindset. If he believes it's this,
he gets on a one-man track and he is just on it, and he is all about it.
Well, that's kind of like his father there, right? Like, once he believes something, he just goes full, possible. At the arcade place on Sunday, saw kids from the neighborhood and heard about a tag that night. I was considering the same thing. And you know what I would love to know, Julie? What did any of these investigators, these private agencies, did any of them get the footage from the bowling alley? I would love to see that footage, wouldn't you? But I have a feeling, unless they can twist it to be a narrative, they're not going to put it out even if they had it. But that would be good to see. I'm not asking her to come up and give us evidence, PD. I just want to hear her voice. I work at the grocery store. Okay.
But I mean, he's very smart.
He's
I mean,
smart.
he can play chess. He can beat adults in chess.
Wow.
So he's
He loves playing games.
See, this
What
is
about navigation? Like,
he loves playing games. Is there a possibility he overheard about a flashlight game taking place that night? Right? Like, think about that. We know that the only thing he left with was a flashlight. We know that there was another flashlight seen that night. We know that SF stated that Bob, one of Bobby's kids, was out there being, kind of like hiding. Were they playing a game of flashlight tag that night?
did he have a sense of direction? Do you think he could have possibly even hitched a ride or gotten a ride on a bus or some sort of transportation?
that is a speculation that we don't have an answer for. Just
I mean-
directionally, he knows he could guide you from our house to his dad's house.
Yeah.
So this is interesting too. There's another teenager, and I don't know if he's been found. Give me 1 second to check that out. There's another boy who would have just turned 16 who's missing from, I believe, Houston. Give me 1 second to get this. I was going to do a stream on him. Hold on. His parents did an interview. He left on his own. No phone, no money, no nothing. Does anybody know his name? I don't believe so, Wake Up Maggie, and they should have. Gosh, a Spanish boy. Hey, Michelle, good morning. Anyway, there's another boy who was also, who kind of left his house. He was in trouble. He got in trouble at school that day. I don't know. But he was found. Okay, he was found. But anyway, so he took the bus. He left with nothing. Father was also kind of like not as irate. Like he didn't seem as concerned as the mother. But here we're finding out that Sebastian was kind of aware of directions. The original flyer stated he wouldn't be able to find his way home on his own. No, it's not Cameron. Thank you, though, Titanium. All right. Anyway, moving on.
He could get from like this house. I think he can make it up to Culver's ice cream.
He can go to Culver's.
Well, that boy loves
He
a
knows
malt.
where Culver's is because Culver's has malt.
Uh-huh.
He loves malt, extra malt.
See that? I mean, it's sweet how they're having like smiles and they're, he loves malt and all of this. Bobby said when her kids were little, they used to play flashlight tag. Her kids are grown now. That this is irrelevant, but it may not be because they weren't grown. They weren't. I mean, they aren't grown. And she stated it twice. It just seemed bizarre to me that she would state that twice. That's all.
Every time. Extra malt.
Now, how far away does his dad live?
Clarksville. His dad lives up by Clarksville.
So he could guide someone all the way to Clarksville.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's a thought, Casey, huh?
So a pretty keen sense of direction, at least with certain things.
Familiar routes.
Yes.
Familiar routes. Okay.
Familiar routes.
I mean, if I took him another route going
He
this way,
takes
he would
it-
not know it.
Mm.
He goes up there so often that he knows
Knows.
how to get to his daddies. We know that.
His dad works with him as far as, well, we're going this way, we're going that way. And
Mhm.
So Seth was kind of teaching him directions. But so what I don't understand then is if they know that Sebastian would know how to get to his father's house, how come none of them reported driving that route to see if that's where he was attempting to go, right? We know that when Seth got the phone call about Sebastian missing, he never drove that direction. Nobody took that route to see if that's where he may have went. Nobody that we know of. So I don't know. And car at 50 miles an hour first being on foot are totally different. I agree. But I still find it bizarre that the original poster stated he would not be able to find his way home, but they're telling us now that he would. Like this interview states that he would know how to get about.
keeps the same thing and it works out. So
He knows how to get to his daddies. We know that.
his dad works with him as far as, well, we're going this way, we're going that way, and
Mhm.
keeps the same thing and it works out.
Keeps the same thing and it works out. What does that even
Let's
mean?
talk too, because earlier, Chris, you and I were talking, and you were saying that there are a lot of people who are harassing both of you. What of any of that do you want to address? What do you want to say to any of these people?
Steph.
Just that you don't know. And I don't wish you to ever know.
I believe this.
I would say it like this: everybody has an opinion. You know,
You can't fake that emotion. You see her eyes start to tear up. I don't believe she's faking this.
and it's perfectly okay to have that opinion, but you're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different, wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts. If they have questions, all they have to do is ask.
I've got questions, Chris. I've got lots of questions I would love to ask. Just not in general sense of direction. Yeah.
And I pray genuinely that no one ever goes through this.
Just be kind to people. I mean,
This is 8 days in.
it's real simple.
There are some people who have been talking, because I know this is part of the harassment. Is there anything you want to address about this child custody situation with the previous?
So I have a current case that is ongoing in another state. We've requested that case to be sealed because there are some individuals who have taken upon themselves to put stuff out there.
Now we know the Lore Lodge. We know the Lore Lodge just stated that that it was shady that Chris Private asked that case be sealed. I personally, I don't find that to be shady. I find that to be logical. If people were already digging in to their lives to the extent they were, we know there was a Facebook group that was putting out all types of rumors. We know that Bobby was an admin of that Facebook group. We know that people were already digging in to all of their, personal lives and everything. I agree, Malshi. I'm sorry, it is hard to hear. I don't find it weird. Put a 1 in the chat if you don't find it weird that he asked for that case be sealed. Put a 2 if you find it to be weird. I'm very curious how we would divide on that, if any division at all. I personally don't find it to be weird. Right, Air Force. I mean, is his minor daughter. That I find weird. Where'd that go? Trevor Lee and Smiley were going to testify on behalf of Nina. That is weird. And I'll tell you why I find that to be weird. Lots of 1s. People don't find it odd. Okay, so we're pretty close on that. The reason I find it weird is that YouTubers were going to testify on behalf is because if Nina was being honest and if Nina was being truthful Why would Nina not have others in her life to testify? Why would she need 2 YouTubers she doesn't know, she just met, to be her witnesses for a child custody case? That's bizarre as hell to me. That rubs me wrong. Closed captions? I don't think so. I'm sorry, guys.
That they don't quite know, which all they have to do is ask. I'll tell you.
Thanks,
But because of that, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation. I just people would respect that and then keep an open mind. It's totally different.
So I was told that Seth and Nina talk every day. I don't know if they talked every day prior to this situation. I still think it's bizarre that Nina did what she did. Matter of fact, let's never forget, because he was afraid of losing faith, she was the motive. I disagree, Casey, because think about this logically. You have a custody hearing coming up, okay? Steph, you don't know how parents of missing children speak. Do they sit on panels and pretend to masturbate? Is that how they should speak? You have a child custody case coming up. Do you really think it is logical to make a child disappear in order to gain custody of another? That doesn't even make damn sense. When people say stuff like that, it makes me wonder, like, where is your logic coming from? You're going to have a harder time getting custody of a child if one disappears. Now, I'll show you what I did find to be disturbing. Give me just a moment to find it. Is it this one? Hold on. I thought Jay uploaded it. Maybe not. When Nina got caught on that video call from her friend. It has to be. I know it's part of this, but hold on. And during it, she is bragging. She even states that Chris caught her in a panic or frantically. All right, let's find that. I don't know where it is, but we played a little bit of it, and it shows Nina absolutely like laughing, like, it's a whole child you lost, Chris, not a lizard. I'm looking for that video, but yeah, I mean that was bizarre.
If Sebastian is able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs, and if he is, what do you?
Well, we played it too.
What do you want him to hear from you right now?
Oh gosh, that we love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
Matter of fact, I believe we played it right here.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice, so we just want our boy home. Bad. Badly. But
That mama's heart, I know it's daddy's too, but I feel like there's always that extra special bond. Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at.
Let's talk about the community, because I want you all to know, even my church body, I mean, we're all praying for his safe return quickly. What do you all want to say to the community?
Thank you.
with everything from the bottom of our hearts. I would not have imagined how far this has gotten, but there's no way to repay the gratitude, the love that we felt from the community, the prayers. But thank you.
Oh, here, I
But
found
don't
it.
stop looking.
Yeah, please.
My son is somewhere.
This ain't over until he's home.
This Christmas, a story of music.
All right, give me 1 second. I found the Nina part. I just have to pull it up. Oh my gosh, I can't find the part of it, but I know we played it twice. Military is hard for many marriages. Yeah, I don't agree that him having that many divorces means much of anything, la-di-da. I'm going to pull this up for you guys to take a gander at while I'm pulling the rest of this up. So I know Jay and I did a stream together. If anybody can help me, it was a dual stream between me and Jay. It was kind of later at night. And we played it throughout that. I don't know which ones I did dual streams on. So it's not from a month ago. It's a little bit longer than that. There's the clarification. Oh, I'll find it eventually. Oh, thank you. All right. I'm glad I just looked over again. Yes, thank you so much. Yes. Here it is. All right. You guys ready?
Trial date. So we go.
Can you guys hear that? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear it. I love where we have 3 bases is very common. 1, thank you. All right, let's play it. Where the hell did it just go?
We're getting ready to go to trial. Then all of a sudden, Sebastian goes missing.
I'm trying to make it bigger.
I was like, great fucking Chris. Great to fuck up our family vacation. You just go lose the whole kid. We're not talking about a bearded dragon here. We're talking about a trial date. So we're getting ready to go to trial. Then all of a sudden, Sebastian goes missing. I was like, great fucking Chris. Great to fuck up our family vacation. You just go lose the whole kid. We're not talking about a bearded dragon here. We're talking about a whole kid you lost.
Yeah.
That's not the Nina we saw in these interviews.
So trial date. So we're getting ready to go to trial. Then all of a sudden, Sebastian goes missing. I was like, great fucking Chris. Great to fuck up our family vacation. You just go lose the whole kid. We're not talking about a bearded dragon.
Oh, you just gonna lose a whole kid. You know what I mean? So this isn't the Nina we see. Steph, is this how Nina talks in real life? Good question. This isn't the Nina we see, is it? I mean, come on. I don't give her any grace, Robbie. You know why? Because half the bullshit that Nina claims she's been through with Chris, she still stayed and made a baby with him, didn't she? You know what I mean? And not only that, but even half the shit she told Lore Lodge, even he said there's nothing to back it up. Like, she's just sitting here making all these accusations, but there's no footage. Even when she claims that, you know, oh, they were live streaming, they tried to run me over and blah, blah, blah. You mean to tell me that woman wouldn't have that video recorded, ready to show at the drop of a hat? If she had a video where Chris's mother is threatening her through Facebook live stream, you don't think she would have that screen recorded ready to share? Oh, I absolutely believe she would. So this is the real Nina.
In here, we're talking about a trial date. So we're getting ready to go to trial. Then all of a sudden, Sebastian goes missing.
There's another part where she says he called me all frantic.
I was like, great fucking Chris, great to fuck up our family vacation. You just go lose a whole kid.
And then she goes and tells her kids that they're no longer going to Florida because Mr. Chris ruined their family vacation. That's what she says. Okay. There is also a rumor that he knocked braces off a 7-year-old's face, hit her so hard in her mouth the braces flew off. 7-year-olds don't get braces. So
we're not talking about a bearded dragon here. We're talking about a whole kid you lost.
Yeah.
We're talking about a whole kid you lost. That's why her friend gave that out. Because that's the real her. Right. What does that have to do with her vacation? It was just a way for her to pretend we were going to Florida and Mr. Chris ruined it for everybody. Feel like if Chris Proudfoot was abusive, 1 out of 3 wives we haven't heard from would have come forward, or at least one of the wives' friends or family members. We have only heard from Nina. That's a good point. And Nina is the one that which video, Beastma? Which video? Nina's the one that has, she's in active custody case with him. So most of what she's going to say is going to be from a jaded perspective. You'd have to link me to the actual video, Beastma. This is why you should never believe all moms, women. Well, she has reason to be upset. My stepdaughter came to our house one day with braces. It's dumb AF because they saw baby teeth. I don't know if any children that's ever had braces on their baby teeth. Matter of fact, they wouldn't even give my son braces until he lost all of his baby teeth. All right, so let's exit out of this one. Back over to this. So, of course, people started rumors that Steph's apartment was for sale. And the other day, Pearls was live. Which, has anybody seen the monkey? Is the monkey okay? Has anybody seen the monkey? Anyway, Pearls was live, and he showed a proof, alleged proof. That's true, too, for frogs. I agree with that. That the Proudfoot's home was up for sale. The problem is, he showed this on January 4th. This is how fabricated this screenshot is. And then, of course, after I think people in the chat started pointing out to him, like, the date's wrong, he then had to hurry up and go. He had to leave. He had to, end the stream. He might go back live later. 7-year-olds definitely do not get braces. My daughter's 14, only now getting them since losing all her baby teeth. That's what I thought, Rebecca. I mean, that's my experience. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for the super sticker. So on January 4th, he tried showing this. Redfin checked 2 minutes ago, January 5th. Redfin checked 2 minutes ago, January 4th. So here's the difference in the two. Thinking of selling, that means it's not for sale. It's saying thinking of selling. And he brought it up like it was something big. How embarrassing. When you were trying so hard just to, I don't know, get somebody and further your belief that they're guilty, that you're willing to fabricate stuff or rush to say that something is factual when it can clearly be debunked. Why do people believe anything that comes out of these people's mouths when they so often do things like this? That's what I don't understand. If he knocked out braces, there'd be jail time. And not only that, here's the other thing, Riverhouse. If the braces were knocked out, you're losing teeth. It's so hard. It's so hard to knock out braces. But she went on to have a baby with him. Nina claims that Chris was so abusive to her children that she stayed with him and got pregnant. So, I mean, I don't know, dude. I just, and I'm not taking away. I will say, I do believe that Chris was disciplinary happy. I believe that he was aggressive in his discipline. But I'm likely to believe that both fathers were. Oh, yeah, they were running around saying that for weeks, little blue Lulu. Did I do the link correct? Nothing showed up for me, Beastma. Do you want to email it to me? Yeah, I think both were. I think there were a lot of CPS calls. I think we've heard both parents say that Sebastian over-exaggerated things in an attempt to get both parents in trouble. And I believe that because of that, there was no, I don't know, there was no real, I think CPS failed, is what I really think. So I think somebody's trying to link us to this. So we're going to go ahead and play this ourselves. I don't recall it ever being stated that there was no evidence he left the home.
Update from Sumner County officials on the 15-year-old who does have autism has been missing since February now, when his parents said he ran away from home, and the investigation goes from here.
The Sheriff's Department and TBI says they still haven't found any signs of foul play in the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, but they also haven't been able to rule it out. While the very visual ground search around Sumner County has been scaled back, deputies say they're continuing to work every...
Why do news reporters speak like that? Did anybody else notice that they always talk very weird? I'm late. We are covered in ice and snow. Us too. Chris would have been reprimanded by Navy being active duty during marriage with Nina. She definitely would have pressed that. I believe that as well. I can't make it any higher. I don't know what's going on with their sound. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. Let me come back over to here. What is this? He was involved in a talk with Sebastian and his teacher about this. Are you aware of the police coming to Seth's apartment? This says, Seth himself explained he was involved in a talk with Sebastian and his teacher about this. But are you aware of the police coming to Seth's apartment about an incident with Sebastian weeks before he went missing? Probably not, but you will once the hold is lifted off the report. All right, so as Steph said, he's a little busy today, but he can come on tomorrow if today doesn't work. So that's good. Now, I believe that I was told about a teacher incident. There's between Chris and Seth when it comes to discipline. Chris, yeah, I hit him with about Seth. He fell into my hand. I said the same thing. I'm so sick of people who don't know the process at all make claims that Katie was a bad parent. We know they had challenges. Sounds like they worked at working with them. Well, he was recently diagnosed with autism, which leads me to believe that something was going on that they needed to find answers to. And they came up with, between the doctor visits and the therapy and everything, the diagnosis of autism came about, right? All right, so that was Chris and Katie's first interview. Let's listen to Seth's first interview after Sebastian disappeared, which is also 8 days later.
About your son.
He's got a big heart. He's loving. You know, he's inquisitive. He can be stubborn at times. He loves to play video games.
So Chris and Katie did an interview. Okay. Their interview was March 4th. Seth Rogers then does this phone interview on March 4th. You'll notice both parents say very similar things. Listen to what Seth just said.
If you could just first, I mean,
as his father, tell me a little bit about your son.
He's got a big heart. He's loving. You know, he's inquisitive. He can be stubborn at times.
Both parents said stubborn. Both parents said stubborn. Let's not forget, the only big change that was set to come to Sebastian's life was a huge change. He was not only going to be removed from in-building learning, but he was also going to live with his father full time.
He loves to play video games. He loves animals. I mean, he thoroughly loves animals. He likes plants. He likes to, you know, grow things. He likes to take care of things. He loves his video games. Boy, the kid loves his video games.
What has the last week been like for you as a father?
My heart is missing somewhere out here, and I'm just trying to find him. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. I can't find him.
And when was the last time you got to see Sebastian?
Last time he was at my house.
Are you guys saying this volume's low as well? I know the other volume is. I'm going to pull that up. Not on their website, because their website's way too quiet. I was also just given a thing to make volume louder, so I appreciate that. Hey, Rainbow. It's fine now. Okay. Now, remember, I hear a lot of people that are blaming the Proudfoot, stating that it's odd that the Proudfoots didn't do an interview until 8 days later. I want to remind everybody, they did the first interview. Their first interview was on March 3rd. Then they did a news interview on March 4th. Then Seth Rogers did 2 interviews. So they all waited 8 days, and I'm sure that's for a reason. So I don't think it's something to hold over the Proudfoot's heads if you're going to negate the fact that Seth Rogers waited just as long. All right, thank you guys for telling me.
So I was supposed to have him last weekend, and it would have been 2 weekends prior. He was at my house, and I got to see him. We got to play video games.
All right, so we thought before that this meant that he didn't see Sebastian for weeks, but he's speaking about the 8th, okay? I mean, I'm sorry, he's speaking, not the 8th. He's speaking after Sebastian disappeared, so he's speaking from that time frame. So listening to that, when he says, I was supposed to have him that weekend, is he talking about the weekend he disappeared?
And when was the last time you got to see Sebastian?
Last time he was at my house. So I was supposed to have him last weekend, and it would have been 2 weekends prior.
I was supposed to have him last weekend. So let's pull up a calendar from 2024. Yeah, and as suspected. So if you look, this interview was on March 8th. Okay? Sebastian disappeared the 26th. I was supposed to have him last weekend, so he would have had him the 2nd and the 3rd. I would love to know if it's true that he was supposed to have Sebastian the weekend he disappeared. I want to know that. I don't think we'll get it, but I want to know that.
He was at my house, and I got to see him. We got to play video games, watch TV. Had a great weekend.
And I mean, obviously, it seems like, what has it been like working with law enforcement? Have they been great, trying to help you with this search?
They're definitely doing everything that they can to find my son, and I thoroughly appreciate it. And I hope that they find him every day. I'm waking up hoping that they find him.
And obviously, so he's autistic. Are there any tendencies that he may have? Does he like hanging out in the trees or by water that could maybe help people find him?
He like creeks. I mean, he loves to go fishing with me. But if he's in the city limits, he's, video games. He'd probably be, maybe an arcade or something.
Now, again, Seth keeps bringing up video games, but according to Chris and Katie, all he played was Minecraft. Now we're finding out, no, what he did was he played video games all the time. What I recall Seth saying something about either trading a weekend or missing his weekend. I agree. He said he was supposed to have him that weekend, right? But he got called into work, so he asked to trade weekends with Katie. I find that to be odd, too. A lot of people keep saying, well, we blame Katie because she had him. She was last to see him. Well, don't you find it bizarre it was supposed to be Seth's weekend? I don't know. I do.
Okay. And has he ever done something like this before? Just leave the house for a short period of time or anything like that?
No.
And I mean, how much sleep have you lost?
Was it odd for him to leave the house for any amount of time? He says no. But yet we find out he left the house often when he was with Seth. He would go outside and talk to neighbors. They tell him to go back in, la-di-da.
Over this last week, walk me through kind of what that experience has been.
I haven't had very much sleep at all. I mean, coffee and energy drinks are my main diet has been.
Yeah. And I know you said you were out there searching. Are there any particular places that you're looking that you think he might be at?
I'm looking everywhere. I'm not from this area, so I don't know it. So I'm just everywhere. I keep telling people, keep your head up and your eyes open. If you see him, call 911. If my son hears my voice, buddy, you need to get a phone and call 911.
Definitely. And you live in Clarksville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you've been out here in the Hendersonville area just searching for him the last week?
Every day.
And I guess, are you in close contact with his mother? And
Thank you, Jax. At any age, I hate to see my dad walk around in nude. Yeah, I mean, that is odd. So he said he's been searching every day. In the injunction, they put that Seth searched 4 times. I guess Stacy Wander vibes listening to Seth. Oh, Sherry. Oh, man. So in the injunction, they said Seth did 4 searches. 4.
And stepfather about the situation?
Not really. I mean, we're in communication at least once a day, but that's about it. I'm looking for him,
Yeah. And I know, obviously with social media, it's tough because as a parent, you just want your kid home. But there's been a lot of speculation too about possible criminal investigations. I mean, what's kind of your reaction to all of that chatter on social media?
I don't have social media, man.
Okay. But just hearing people kind of speculate about that in the community, I guess, how does that make you feel?
I think they need to, instead of being keyboard warriors, they need to put feet on the ground and start looking for my son.
That part. Instead of being keyboard warriors, which is what he continuously says, they need to go put boots on the ground. Would you suggest your own team? Would you suggest your own team do the same exact thing? I mean, early on, he has no social media, right? Come on. If anybody would like to come up, you're more than welcome to click that link.
If they really want to help, that's what they should be doing instead of coming up with their own opinion. How about I get out there and we find my son?
And how much does your son Sebastian mean to you?
He's my life.
Mm-hmm. None.
Do you have any other kids?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I guess, is there, I guess, anything you want to say? I don't know how well you know the stepfather or the mother, but is there anything you'd like to say about that and that situation and how he just kind of disappeared from the house?
I have nothing to say about that.
Okay. And if
But he'd go later on to have a lot to say.
you could say something to Sebastian right now, what would you say?
If you are hearing this, son, you need to tell people who you are and tell them to call 911 for you. You need.
This interview was done by Caitlin Miller from Fox 17.
To tell people that you are Sebastian Rogers and that you need them to call 911.
And anything you'd like to tell him about returning home?
I miss you, buddy. And I'm waiting. I want to hear from you. How can you?
All right.
Call 911 so we can find you, man. Come on, son.
That sounded genuine to me. So that same day that Seth did that interview, he also did this also was put out. Actually, this was the next day. So this is Nick Barras. They do an interview with Nick Barras, and hopefully this volume's better, man. These people
10
suck
days
with their
have now
volume.
passed. Still no sign of Sebastian Rogers. The teen's mother and stepfather say he just walked out of their Sumner County home and vanished.
Yesterday, we heard from them for the first time, pleading for their boy to come home. Our Nick Barras also interviewed his biological father.
Somebody has you, son. Run. You know, run to the next person you meet. Ask to use their phone and call 911. Tell them who you are. Let them find you.
So twice now we've heard in 2 interviews Seth say to get away from whoever has you, right? So he was under the very clear assumption that Sebastian was kidnapped. I mean, we just heard in the phone call. Now we heard it in this call.
Authorities announced yesterday their search efforts have been scaled back. The parents have not been named as suspects, and we are told they are cooperating with this investigation.
The only parent that has ever named themselves a suspect is Seth Rogers.
Originally, police told neighbors in the Shackle Island area to check any doorbell or home security footage from late last Sunday night to early Monday morning when Sebastian reportedly disappeared. Now they are asking neighbors to
look at that. They're even checking in these little holes. Man, I appreciate seeing that.
check footage from earlier on Sunday. Here's another look at the photos we have of Sebastian. If you see him, if you know anything about this, you are asked to call 1-800-TBI-FIND.
1-800-TBI-FIND. It's the only number you should be calling, or your local police or Sumner County. So, you know, these are the interviews that were done right after Sebastian disappeared. So again, that was Seth with Nick Barras. And then we have Chris and Katie again with W. I don't know if this is a whole different interview or if they just put up the same one in its entirety. But this would be with WSMV for Nashville. I think it may be the same one. It is.
Me to come into your home.
This is the full
to talk with you
interview.
all. Obviously, everyone wants to hear what you have to say. And it's all about.
I don't know about you guys, but that condescending tone from her would drive me nuts. That would drive me nuts. Like, listen, I'm in a tragedy, but I'm not stupid. You don't have to speak down to me. So this is just going to be that full interview.
In every closet.
Relatives all waiting to hug him, love him, and
That boy's going to have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that.
All right. Yeah. It's just the same interview. And then Chris and Katie do this other one, which I'm not going to lie. This one was bizarre as hell to me. Some of you might not like what I have to say during some of these, but this one was just stupid in my opinion. Very, very stupid. I know some of you are going to be like, well, that's not nice. But it was bizarre, to say the least.
Katie Proudfoot, Katie, Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
Chris, CHRIS.
That's the one I wish we could. That's where I wanted SF to come up with, because I would love to ask him questions pertaining to what he said about all of that. Yeah, you guys agree, right? Like the whole, like, we're only going to show our hands. That was odd. And then this time they're all touchy-feely holding each other. But in the first interview, they were so distant looking. It was weird. As he said to the newspaper and the SDA to investigate Craddock, as he did. You know, I'm glad you mentioned that, Marley. Although I don't want to advertise these people. But I do find it, and I'm shocked that more people aren't outraged about this. The fact that Julie took that screenshot from Stephen Crabtree's video, which I don't care if you believe it was a troll, if you believe it wasn't. I don't give a shit what you believe. Believe what you will about who you want. I don't care. The fact that that woman turned around and the fact that you come in every time and advertise, it's just as rude. So stop. It's the only time you fucking comment. And we're used to it. It happens every time. Nothing new. You don't have to come in every time and say it. Anyway, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, the fact that Julia turns around and sends that to the news, to Stephen Crabtree's local news, I believe that to be so despicable. I believe that to be as real life as you can get. And I think that everybody should be outraged about it, because what if somebody decided to send some Betty clips to her local news? What if we decide to send some of Britney's finest moments to her local news? You think people would be outraged then? Do you think that side would be okay with it if people decide to do it to them? Absolutely despicable. Nobody should be okay with that.
His last name's Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
So, I mean, first, just as parents, tell me what the last now over a week has been like for you two.
Horrible beyond words.
Julie. The woman named Julie with an S. I'm not even going to advertise her. She did that. She did that. Right. And here's the thing. Rather he was doing what it was seems that he was doing or not, he still has put more effort into finding Sebastian Rogers than any of us. Especially that Julie woman. How dare she?
This was an experience that I would have never dreamed would come. Honestly, I can't put words to how hard this has been and how much it hurts not knowing where my son is, where he's at, if he's okay. Just horrible is the best thing I can say.
What about for you?
You know, people were so angry finding out what UA Crimson allegedly did, but they're okay with that. Who's okay with that? I don't think they did, Petty Crocker. But if they decide to, I mean, listen, to his local news of all places, that is fucking horrible. Absolutely horrible. Again, how would these people feel if it was done to Betty, if it was done to Brittany, if it was done to Justin? Do you all want your local news to have your finest moments on YouTube shown? I don't think so. So I expect everybody to call it out, but I doubt they will. Talking about people being harassed and bullied and going real life. That's as real life as you can get.
It's rough. I mean, we are on day 11. No answers.
I'm not aware of them showing it. Not that I'm aware of. So, I guess we'll find out. Makes realize to be very careful who you socialize with, date, or even chat with. Just look at some of these crazy behavior and the depths they will sink to. To be able to cause harm to someone. I agree. Internet has given power to crazy people. Yeah, and some people shouldn't be celebrated or cheered or any of that. Or not saying nut job about Julie. I could care less about political correctness. I believe in free speech. If somebody's saying it's not PC to call her a nut job, listen, there's a lot worse things I could come up with right now. Believe me.
And the horrible things that people say just keep rolling in, regardless of taking time to consider the facts and, assumptions is what they're going off of. But I don't know, for us, we sit here and we wait, and hopefully we'll get an answer, or hopefully he walks through our door, which would be amazing.
I was going to say, how badly do you both want Sebastian to just walk through that front door to get that call?
I'd give anything. In a heartbeat, I would give anything.
That was no hesitation. She answered that. Kathy Clock the House, welcome to the MFers. I appreciate you becoming a member. Thank you. I mean, is there another way to call it other than she's a nut job? I'm sorry. Who said that's not politically correct? Ooh.
It's not measurable. Let's put it that way. There's no measurable. Anybody says, oh, it is. You've never sat in these shoes. You've never been in this situation. And I don't ever wish for people to be in this situation.
And what's Sebastian like? What's his personality like?
Put a 1 in the chat if you think she's an absolute nut job. Matter of fact, Myrtle Snow, I'll say every Julie involved in this case is a 100% nut job, in my opinion. All right, so let's hear what Sebastian's like.
Like, what does he love to do?
Look at the ones.
He, for the most part, is happy. He likes to laugh and joke and tell you all about everything and then some. He loves games. He loves video games. He loves to play with his Legos, even building things.
Did she literally say the words, he's part of the green team? Because if she literally said that, I need that clipped. Because I'll be damned if I'm accused of being part of an enterprise while we literally watch the exposing of an enterprise. Okay?
With me, we build little projects here and there, but he's
and really the video wasn't even talking bad about her. It was as simple as this. It was, oh, you said that if you're a step parent that you can't fully love the child. Well, aren't you a stepmother? And she lost her shit over that. Oh boy, can they dish it, but they sure can't handle it. I'll tell you. They can't handle it.
He's always
Right?
a character.
Are there any like weird tendencies that he has that might be able to help people find him in this search?
I don't know how helpful to finding him, but he fidgets constantly. He loves shiny pennies, paper clips. He's always like, whenever we go to the grocery store, he always looks on the ground and looks under the register counter, and he's always looking for shiny pennies everywhere.
We also know that he has a calic in his hair. We know that he walks on the balls of his feet. We know that he runs like the anime character, which is like putting your hands like behind you, arms all the way out behind you, like Superman, if you will. So we know a lot of these things. So that's just all good to know.
Paper clips. He loves to bend them out of shape and play with them, fidget with them.
Lots of ones still.
He loves playgrounds. I mean, we've said it before. He likes fishing and things like that. But
Dorado,
cats. Boy loves cats.
He does. He loves cats.
Hey, Sane, you can turn your camera off if you like. Excuse me. Let me just add a camera slot up here. All right. Let me fix you. Hey, Sane.
Hey, can you hear me good?
I can, yes.
Okay, I was worried because of this storm and my connection. That's been the problem.
No, we can hear you just fine.
awesome. I'm gonna pop this. I definitely think you should at least give it a watch. It's pretty wild.
That Julie?
Yeah. Hartley clipped it last night.
What a nutter
So
ball.
yeah, it's Hartley's at least. It's not from her. So
All right, perfect. This is Narado on the screen. This is showing how he runs with his arms sticking out, behind him. So
oh
it's
yeah,
just a good thing to keep our eyes out for. All right,
that's a good thing to show that for sure, because I keep explaining like anime, but I guess if you don't watch it, you wouldn't know.
No. All right, let's see what Julie had to say. Oh, where's the sound?
Why would this woman, Michelle Lee, give a shit about petition or what I'm doing for autistic kids if she wasn't being directed to do it?
Oh, shut up. Is anybody else so tired of anybody having an opinion on somebody means that they are being directed to have that opinion? I can't be the only one that's absolutely sick of this narrative. Hey, Clue.
Hey, a little bit of deflection. Hey, Clue.
Morning.
I am tired. I am so tired of hearing anytime anybody has any negative opinions on any of these people, oh, they're being directed to. Why else would they care? Maybe because you've overly involved yourself in something, chosen an alliance to it, and then continue to berate anybody who's doing anything different than you. Maybe that's why.
Is this that video that they were talking about where she goes off about not being part of the team?
Or apparently she names Peter as being part of the team.
Who?
Yep. Peter Hyatt.
I don't even know.
Who's that?
He's like a language analyst, so like not body language. He analyzes like words and things like that. And he did a very good review in the very beginning of the case, and was talking about really Chris and Katie a lot of the interviews, but he was pretty fair, I would say.
That's
he did always.
That's the guy
like he said.
That's
Oh,
went
I'm
on,
sorry.
right?
What's
that's
that?
That's the show Sean went on and didn't talk. Okay.
Yes, exactly. But his last video was very, very biased. And I literally turned it off angry and was like, he's been bought. And then I saw this last night and I was like, but it was interesting to hear the list and to see that they're sending it out as like an organized thing.
Okay.
And she confirms it.
All right, so let's hear her.
Bullhorn Betty, maybe? I don't know. Who's in charge? Who's in charge? Right? And believe me, Tony knows this list. He approved it. Why would this woman, Michelle Lee, give a shit about petition or what I'm doing for autistic kids if she wasn't being directed to do it?
Oh, wait, is she pissed off that she's not on the list?
Yeah, that's what they were saying in chat.
Oh, they don't even like you, girl. You lunatic.
She's
sideways, man. She's like, I would say Betty is their cap, right? But this lady, she's way too, like, I don't know.
She's a liability for any which quote unquote sides.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
Honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bullhorn Betty, maybe? I don't know. Who's in charge? Who
made the list, damn it?
Right? You're saying I don't have the right? You're not on my team. How about that? You're not on my team.
Oh, wait, this is actually funny. I love when these people put the glasses on and they take them right off like they're so triggered. I don't know if they want to see or not.
Like, didn't you just need those? What are you doing?
Right.
I do that. I can't talk, but
you'll like put them on like all angry and take them off all angry.
I got my own team.
I got my own team.
So Team Justice. Team Help Autistic Children. Plural.
Plural.
How about help
Team
all
Autism
children?
Parents in the
I don't
state
know.
of Tennessee. In Sumner County. More than one.
Wait.
Huh?
Hold on.
Autistic children. Plural. Team Autism Parents in the state of Tennessee. In Sumner County.
Why not your own state, you loon? Why only Sumner County, Tennessee? Like, are they the only autistic parents and children that matter?
Yeah,
Oh, I know.
I know.
More than one.
This
all
is
the kids
Reaper.
who are being abused at this moment, who are autistic, living in Sumner County, who need a voice.
Her eyes are nuts.
All the other kids, some of my followers on TikTok who live in Hendersonville.
Please
who
get-
do you think sent me the pictures of the camera.
Please get rid of TikTok. Please.
I feel it like 6 feet lady, back up.
Yeah, she's angry, man.
Mm-hmm.
On TikTok who live in Hendersonville. Who do you think sent me the pictures of the camera?
Google.
An autism parent who lives in the same neighborhood as the Proudfoots, who has an autistic child.
Oh, that reminds me. Let me pause really quick. Wasn't there a whole theory that went down according to, once again, this is what they do. At Night puts out these theories, and then they never follow up. Wasn't there a theory that Chris and Katie bought the identity of another autistic child?
Bought the identity?
Yeah, they tried saying that Chris and Katie got the birth certificate. They paid for a birth certificate of another autistic child. Am I the only one that remembers this one?
Oh, I didn't ever hear that. That's
Me
wild.
either.
Put a 1 in the chat if you remember hearing that rumor.
I mean, I believe it could be out there for sure, but yeah.
Some
I feel like
people
that would have
remember it.
stuck out.
For the
Oof.
yes, to send him to the school. So few people remember that. But I guess they just
Oh,
once
gotcha.
again rolled past that rumor. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's been so many. He's in Canada. He's in Alaska. He's in a Venezuelan gang. Where is he?
New York, Oregon.
Yep. And
Where's
they
his
every time they come out with this breaking news that they have a lead direct into one of these, locations or speculation, they never follow up. They just come up with another one and another one. And there's never any conclusion to any of them. And people just fly with the next one without saying, well, wait a minute.
Did you ever have him show up at your place to see if he was there? Didn't you?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're apparently on their way here, but then they're going to have 5,000 to 10,000 people end up in Tennessee this summer. So I don't
Right.
know why, either you
Oh.
believe he's in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, or you don't. Like, come on.
That triggered me so bad. I'm not gonna lie. When
Me too.
they put that out right after Tony was on a panel talking about what good does it do to search right around the house? We know he's not there. Like throwing shade at Crabtree.
Right. And then,
I was
they're
so
gonna-
hot, I couldn't repost it.
Well, and here's my
Oh.
biggest thing about it. It's like we've heard them say about a month ago or so that the upcoming Trump administration would be involved in January or February. Now they're
Mhm.
saying that they're going to give 5,000 to 10,000 in the spring, summertime to go search. What makes them think that you don't wait on something like this? You either do it or you don't. You don't plan it out for months away. You get to it. It's a missing child. There's urgency involved.
Well, and you don't want to be walking around here in the summer.
Right.
In the
No.
north, trust me.
That was
Yep.
why they had to wait last year. Like, that makes no sense.
Right. No sense at all.
Mm.
Says, I'm not saying listen to this compliment I get. Listen to this compliment she gives me. I'm not saying she's a terrible person. What does that mean? I'm not saying she's a terrible person? Who said I was a terrible person? Why would you even mention? I'm not saying she's a terrible. Am I supposed to take that as a compliment? I'm not a terrible person? Gee, thanks.
She said, listen to this compliment she gave me and then threw that out. This woman.
Gee, thanks.
It gets
Walk
better.
my shoes again, Michelle. Walk into my shoes one day.
Oh, man.
Call me not a terrible person. I'm not a terrible person. She had just attacked law enforcement too much right now, and Seth has renewed faith in law enforcement. So that just is that, I guess. That's just that. I guess that's what she means. That's wonderful. And I pray to God that they do everything that they say they're going to do. And I thank God that they're finally showing him some decency and communication and communicating with him. But it should not be contingent on me helping everybody.
What the fuck? Why would she think anything's contingent on her?
And it's not helping everybody. She's mad she's not helping the green team.
She has a publisher.
Yeah, she's going to have her publisher's attorney sue everybody for copyright.
She's lost her mind, babe. You haven't been out here watching, but she has lost her mind.
When did she do this?
I don't know. When was this? Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah,
So what
like
had
I saw, the clip last night. So I don't know when hers actually came out, but yeah, I'm thinking yesterday. Yeah.
So what had happened was she found out that she's not on the approved list for the green team, and she's having a whole conniption over it. But
Meltdown
this idea that she believes that the police are talking to Seth and that there's a contingency based on what she's doing. I mean, that's how delusional this woman is. Like, oh, the police will talk to Seth on the contingency that I help all people. No, ma'am, there's no contingency with you involved. You're nobody.
Well, how is she not on the green team if she calls Nick?
Well, that's true. She also gets the dockets. So I don't know. I guess the green team don't want to associate with her.
I don't blame them.
You know, that's
I
bad
think
when
because of
Betty
her,
says no.
like her recent stuff with going after the police, I guess is what you're saying.
Well, no, because they've all gone after the police.
That's
They've
true.
all done it. Nobody should associate with her because she has no problem going extremely real life. I mean, contacting the news with videos of people, how dare you? Who do you think you are?
Oh my God! They should not have done this cartoon on her. This look that they've got. She looks like an older Britney Spears, and it's making me all like.
Well, she kind of looks a little bit like Chucky doll too.
It really is the best part. Sadly, I have to say it. The way it's edited.
She's a nut. All right, let's hear more of it.
That they do everything that they say they're going to do. And I thank God that they're finally showing him some decency and communication and communicating with him. But it should not be contingent on me helping everybody.
See?
Including Sebastian, including Seth.
Has nothing to do with you, lady.
As I have been since I started reporting on it.
Nobody
if he doesn't feel helped by me, that's fine. I'm not doing it for you then. I'll do it for every other autistic child in Sumner County.
Wait. If he doesn't feel helped by me, fine. I'm not doing it for you then.
Oh.
She's really upset that they kicked her out.
Oh.
How dare you, Seth, not acknowledging her?
Was she ever in? How did they kick her out without her being?
Of course she was in. Her damn name is Julie Skolnick, and she has a publisher.
Shut up.
God damn it. You better put some respect on that.
I love how they're all like talking about her though, and she's reading it.
I know. She can't handle it.
Who was the compliment from? Is she just reading comments or?
Yeah. She's pulling another person that's desperate to be seen. So she's going to read every negative comment about her and cry what a victim she is from it. And, you know, the typical, I want to fit in so bad, but I don't. So please acknowledge me. I mean, Clue, could you imagine if you went and read every negative comment? How many videos we could have off of shit like that?
Girl, what are you talking about? That is foreplay. I already do that.
Oh, well, there you go. I don't ever read them.
That stuff excites me. I like when people don't like me. It lets me know I'm doing something right.
Maybe you should go have a talk with Julia and tell her everything's going to be okay. What a nutball. Well, honey elder, that's because they deny ever blaming them, but obviously they do. They do. All right, let's hear her.
Okay? You cannot order me not to help people. When I see a law enforcement officer ignoring a missing autistic child for 10 months, it bothers me. Because it could be the next kid he does it to. And the next kid after that. He just got reelected, or just got elected. He's going to be there for a while.
Oh, the glasses didn't even last on for 2 seconds this time. Look at that. That was actually pretty funny. Watch how quickly she...
He just got reelected, or just got elected. He's going to be there for a while.
Look, on, off.
I've missed quite a bit lately, so I completely understand. I can see that completely. This other person chimes in, especially with Seth's renewed faith in it and Tony's. Tony says it like it is. So that's a huge positive for me. And I will not forget the glimmer of hope Seth showed in his eyes the day of Sebastian's birthday. I agree. I would never try to take away that shine. I would never do that.
Oh, she's in New Jersey?
I haven't done that.
Yes, you have, you psycho.
If people around you were looking into who I was and my history and the things that I have accomplished and the resume that I bring to this,
What's
Oh
And my ability to
What's her resume? Being
She
a
wrote a
stepmother?
book.
Yeah, and the
She wrote
book's
a book. Woo.
You
How
know what?
to properly put on a straitjacket.
You know what her latest book's about section is? It is about the murders of autistic children.
Mm.
Like, there's something like, you know how
That's
people,
weird.
you know, the weirdest thing I ever heard her say, and this is when I was like, you know what? This woman, the projection she does, when she went on a whole rant and made up a whole scenario of Katie and in the parking lot of the Texas Roadhouse, it was that moment I realized this woman was projecting, because the way she was like assuming drugs were being bought and what kind of drugs and why. I'm like, oh, you're speaking from experience, ma'am. There's no other way you just come up with that whole type of, you know. She's a whole wackadoo, man.
That's true. I wouldn't have thought of that. That's true.
Oh yeah, she's like, being a mother of autistic kids, sometimes you just need a little pick me up. So you buy yourself some Rogaine. That's what she kept saying, Rogaine.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Rogaine?
Yeah, instead of cocaine, because we're grown-ups, she had to say Rogaine.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. And she kept calling them rugs and Rogaine. Yeah.
That's because she comes from TikTok.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we send her back? She's definitely not Trenton, New Jersey.
I don't think somebody who was in the Navy and and who's worked hard all of her life needs a pick me up. I'm just saying.
She would be an awesome addition to Snoozy Poon's panel.
Shut up. Stop talking.
I'm just saying.
No.
I mean, she talks a lot. She sounds somewhat intellectual if you turn your brain off. And I mean, hey, her and Emmy Jo could have some great conversations.
They might stay awake over there. I'll give you that. She'll bring some energy.
Yeah, positive way to look at it.
So Marley said her video, the emails to journalists exposed her real evilness. Where's that at?
She apparently emailed all the news outlets about Crabtree in the woods.
Yeah, I know that. Oh, that's what she's talking about. Okay.
Oh, mind you, it wasn't just Crabtree. It was Crabtree, Chris, and me.
Oh.
On the day before Christmas is what she had said. Yeah.
What a dumb bitch, man. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, all of us taking time away from our children to go look for Sebastian is a super negative thing.
And what were they all doing on Christmas Eve? They were online bashing Katie and Chris. So they weren't doing anything productive. They certainly weren't spending time with their families. I mean, at least you guys were searching. Holy shit, what a bitch. So she's like proud of herself that she went that real life, that she even like tells everybody how real life she went.
Yeah, she reads the email, I think.
Oh, maybe somebody needs to reach out to her local. I'm being a smart ass here. But again, how would these people feel if they took her shining moments and sent it out to her local news?
I'll do it. When psychos walk amongst you.
Watch out for the dark side. What a bitch.
tell the story of autistic children with some authority, unlike Tony, who says she's an autistic teacher, meaning that teacher who was going to sue her, she wasn't autistic. She was a teacher of autistic children. There's a difference. Learn the terminology.
Oh, now she's standing up for Texana. Listen to that. Wow.
And my ability to tell the story of autistic children with some authority, unlike Tony, who says she's an autistic teacher, meaning that teacher who was going to sue her, she wasn't autistic. She was a teacher of autistic children. There's a
Didn't I tell y'all this is how it always goes? You have to wait till they have the fallout for them to say how they really feel. And there it is, because she's right there, though. The way Tony said, she's an autistic teacher. No, she's a teacher of children with autism. She's not a teacher who's autistic.
Yeah.
Wee Frosty said, cancel Cletus for the idea of Julie Joe panel from hell.
I mean, look, you group them all in one place and there's less to ignore that way.
I'm not totally against it.
Well, it's like when you're babysitting children, you know what I mean? You put them in a room, you know where they all are.
Right. You don't have to worry about which ones, yeah. Did you have court yesterday?
Me? On a Sunday?
Nah, she just said the same thing. No, yesterday was Sunday.
What do I have court for? Oh, hell, what am I in trouble for now?
No, I think they're talking about Texana's thing.
Oh, no,
I would
that's in
assume.
March.
I want to know how Texana was able to get an actual date, but we weren't. Do you know what I mean? Like, how was she able to do that so quickly?
Probably because she's dead serious about her court thing.
Oh, that is a good big difference. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Difference. Learn the terminology. It's important.
Learn the
To autistic
terminology.
people, that you refer to them properly, or you don't refer to somebody who's not autistic as autistic.
Do you know, so like the way she was so condescending towards Truth when she was like, we're autism accepted over here.
Mhm.
And she spoke to him like a condescending piece of shit would. Like she spoke to him like he's stupid. It was
He got pissed.
Oh my gosh, I would too. It was so belittling.
Like he went off on her on a live. He was like, you talk to me like I'm a fucking child.
Good for him. And she's the one that's going to tell people how they need to speak. I know a lot of autistic children that don't like being called or labeled autistic. And that seems to be her whole identity. Like, oh, my autistic stepson, right.
It's
Right,
true.
Georgia.
As a parent, you kind of have to catch yourself sometimes because you want to teach your child to be their own advocates. So you want to make them very aware, but at the same time, don't be just stuck in that because at the same time, they are just kids as well.
Right. Yeah, this woman. Wow. Glasses on again. Off again. Look how quick that was.
Autistic as
Oh my.
Look how quick.
I'm not saying what she's doing is wrong. That is her beliefs. But I do know she is like loudly attacking SSO. You don't think they deserve it? You don't think they've done? You think they've done a great job?
Steph does. If you go back,
You're so sure that they're not going to stop at any point when the pressure comes off.
What?
You're so sure that they're not messing around with an autism parent who has a missing child, their vulnerabilities. Do you know how many people there are snake oil salesmen?
This bitch really thinks she's out here doing something. Like she oh yeah, they're only searching or they're only keeping the investigation going because of you, Julie. Thank goodness for you. Wacko.
On autism parents and their vulnerabilities, because all we want is help. I'm not talking about when they're a missing child. I'm talking about when you have an autistic child. Let me show you. Let me tell you about this cure. Let me tell you about this bath. Let me tell you about this pill. Let me tell you, give you this oil. Let me give you special that Julie is trying.
What?
I know. I don't know. She's a nut.
Oil?
Oil. Let me tell you about this oil.
It's still.
Oh, the glasses stay.
Justice. You got Dolly vision on this?
Whoa, not Dolly.
Any one of these creators. Or their handlers.
Or their handlers.
Handlers.
Here we
Come
go.
to my house and step in my shoes for a day as a profound autism parent.
What does profound autism parent mean?
Had to add that, huh?
What does that even mean?
More autistic than other autistic kids, I guess.
Parents of children with profound autism. Oh.
I wouldn't step into your house for all the money Amazon makes in a year.
Profound autism is defined as having an IQ of less than 50 or being nonverbal or minimally verbal.
Yeah.
Oh. Is that why she puts them on video all the time? And the one that was higher function autism said, don't put me on video?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's called exploitation of an autistic child, but,
Yeah, I know. Who are we?
Go right ahead. You're not going to acknowledge me. You're not going to respect me when I come in your chat. And I'm talking to all of them. Even the ones that you guys follow and go in their chats and talk to. I'm talking to them. You're not going to acknowledge me when I go in?
Who the fuck are you?
Because I'm trying to do what I think is right. Because I follow my own because I've been.
She really thinks she's at the top of the ladder, and y'all better bow the motherfuck down.
I'm telling you, she is Betty, up and coming.
Better welcome her.
Honestly,
They recruited her to YouTube to replace Betty if she goes to jail. I swear.
Oh, Sparks, I will respectfully take this comment, and I'll tell you the difference. According to her, she raised her husband's 2 children on the spectrum because their mother left them. We praise Chris Proudfoot for stepping up as a stepdad, just saying. I've never once praised Chris Proudfoot for stepping up as a stepdad. Secondly, she's the asshole that said a step-parent can't love a child the way a real parent can. Did you think I should respect this woman because she stepped up to raise 2 children on the spectrum and then exploit the fuck out of them and the fuck out of her position as a stepmother? She don't get my respect. Who, Delicious? Who are you talking about? She does think she's something special. Any of you have a comment towards that?
Well,
that we should respect her for that?
That's what she got all irritated about, the one live that Jay played, because she went after one of the subs, right? Casey somebody, and Casey had said, I mean, you're technically not the parent, right? You didn't give birth to them, which is the same thing that she says, by the way, about Chris Proudfoot, right? Mind you, he's not the parent, he's, the step parent. And literally this lady lost her mind. She's crying. I mean, there's snot rolling down her face. Like, she calls the son in there and has him watch the video. And it's like, you literally, this person didn't say anything different than you say yourself. Why are you so mad? How is it okay that you can be a mom, but Chris Proudfoot can't be a dad? It doesn't make any sense.
Right. They used her own logic against her. She melted down over it. Well, but the one about Sebastian's stuff from 3 days ago to journalists, she needs to maybe she should spend more time on her book, or I don't know, her stepchildren, than she should, trashing this family and reaching out to journalists. Hey, Courtney.
I've been doing it for years. You don't do a freaking bit of research about me.
She's crying again.
I didn't do it for thanks or praise or anything. I did it. I've been doing what I've been doing all these years to help children like my children, like my level 1 son and like Spencer.
Like my level 1 son. It sounds so loving when parents put their these titles on their children.
Yeah.
My level 1 son.
Not just my kids.
Right.
My son.
Right. No, but my level 1 son and my other son.
She cries a lot.
I think she needs a break.
I think so too.
Like, I mean, for real, because I'm just sitting here thinking about the fact that you're out here saying that you advocate for autistic children, and I'm a grown, non-autistic adult, and I don't want to be around you. So, God forbid, I could not imagine what that would be like.
But see, this is where you guys and me probably differ. Like, I know you guys probably think it's because of the case and everything.
Oh, no, I'm not.
I think she's this way all the time.
That's what I'm not saying. She needs a break from the case. I'm saying she just needs a break from whatever is stressing her the hell out, because she is wound up tight.
No, and
That's
others
a good
have.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I'm actually with you. I don't think it has anything to do with the case. I think she's like this all the time. I think she's just so. It would be triggering to anybody to be in her presence, but especially, what did she say? A level 1 or profound autistic child.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit about her. TikTok don't like her too much. Look at this. Julie Schnolnick whining again. Get ready with me while I cry. A lot of people.
Oh, yeah, she's popular.
Yeah, because she does that rage content that people can't stand. Like, look at her here, crying again.
Oh, Julie, you know what? I get it now, honey. They should acknowledge you in chat. Look at all these people. They know who you are. You know my name.
You know my name. I'm popular. Well, and also we got this. Let's see what this is.
There's like 70,000 people on TikTok who listen to this lady. I'm just going to let y'all know that right now.
Oh, yeah, she's a big deal. She even made it to the news right here.
Figures from the CDC show 1 in 44 children nationwide and 1 in 35 here in New Jersey are diagnosed with autism.
Severe autism kills. Families in crisis, lives in danger.
Julie Skolnick is an author in Hawthorne. She just released a new book about their family experience with a child on the spectrum. It's titled Severe Autism Kills: Families in Crisis, Lives in Danger. They also posted a video on TikTok that went viral.
Oh, he went for the stove, so I got out my phone and fucking recorded it. This is beautiful. I love these type of parents.
What are you doing?
No school. No Allegro today?
I'm not even going to exploit her kid the way she exploits them. Sorry, I'm not playing that. This is fucking gross.
Yikes. Oh
I
my,
never.
I'm like so
It's
tense.
it's like when parents get out their camera and they're recording themselves crying. Why the fuck are you recording yourself crying? Like this type of shit drives me nuts. Or like the parents that record their kids doing something horrible instead of like intercepting, you're recording. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Or the positive things, the time, he makes a good choice and doesn't have a meltdown or something.
Or how about she doesn't exploit him at all?
Yeah,
because he
just at
doesn't have
all.
right. He doesn't have the mentality or he can't give permission for himself to be exploited the way he is.
That's true. He doesn't have consent. That's true.
Right. I think it is too, Audacity. All right, that just pissed me off. I don't even know why I looked that shit up.
It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful that an autism mother would be treated this way. You want to disrespect me this way? I come in your chat and you don't say hello to me?
See, she's made her children's autism all about her. That's what she is. It's despicable that a mother of autism would be treated this way. Shut the fuck up. It's despicable that you would treat a grown man of autism the way you did. That's despicable.
Well, I'm just saying, the next time I go into a chat and you guys don't say hi to me, you can expect a video just like this.
Yeah, scream and cry. Demand attention, damn it. What a nutball.
Are you an autism parent? Have you ever cared 24/7 for a profoundly autistic person through adulthood?
Oh, shut up. You know what? She scares me. And I'm just going to be 100 here. She's scared. She seems like the type of person ready to explode at any minute. She might be the next upcoming true crime story. She fucking scares me. And by the way, go ahead and drop a 1 in the chat if you are a parent of autism so that you too can demand respect when you enter a chat.
She ought to scare you. Ain't where you are near
I'm very close to her, unfortunately, yes. I don't think it dawned on me already.
I am too.
Oh gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh golly.
This case is starting to make me glad that I have no desire to move to the Northeast. I'm just saying.
I know that's right, honey.
I'm up here with all of them. I might be one of them, not aware though, so.
I didn't want to come to Tennessee, and now I'm like, man, I shouldn't be on the East Coast.
Yep.
Look at all the ones in the chat, Julie. Like I can't believe she's like, how dare you not acknowledge me as a mother of autism, a profound mother of autism,
and an author,
and my authors have attorneys. We're gonna sue you for copyright.
And I thought she was self-published. Is what somebody said. That could be wrong, though.
You will acknowledge me in your chat, or my publisher's attorneys will be in contact with you.
And she's clearly a giant TikToker.
Yeah.
TikToker? What is that? What you say, TikToker?
A tickety talker?
Yeah, tickety talk.
Could you imagine being her husband? Like,
no.
You're just walking into the kitchen to get like a Pop-Tart, and she's over here throwing her hands like gang signs and crying and
saying Pop-Tarts cause autism. Put it down.
But not just that. The fact that, like, again, there are autistic children that live with her. Like, she is a lot. She's a lot to even get through this clip of.
Yes. That's the reality of it, yeah.
Oh.
Been solely responsible for their
solely
alive.
Where's her husband? Now she's solely responsible?
He don't do shit, apparently.
Oh, that sucks.
I just saw him dealing with the kid in that clip, by the way.
Yeah, as she held up the recording, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to say he was trying to handle that situation, but it's only her when she talks.
Well, and how do we know that she's not, the way she acts, for all we know, she could be causing these outbursts so she could have content over on TikTok. Just saying.
Oh, yeah, like that one mom who was just recently, she was poisoning the baby.
Baby, yes, yep.
Yeah, it's been done.
And she sounds like she's one of, is there a diagnosis? I know there's Munchausen, but is there a diagnosis for women like her that take that whole identity and that's now their entire identity?
I think it would be the same thing.
It would be.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be. Yep.
Stop that.
Just mental health instead of, something physically wrong with you. Yeah.
I won't tell you what Cletus diagnosed it as just now.
I figured you wouldn't. I was trying to listen. I was trying to hear him.
Sorry.
It's definitely exploitation for sure, but there's something more here.
Been solely responsible for their staying alive?
By proxy, yeah. She needs help, man.
Staying alive.
I couldn't sleep. I could not sleep.
Yeah.
And have this, because it's not this. This is what solidified it for me. Obviously, it triggered me, clearly. But it solidified it for me. Because you don't think I've noticed I've been iced out?
The green team don't want you no more.
She said I've been iced out.
It's like a game.
I've been iced out.
They changed the hand signal.
Yeah.
You couldn't say that and then have a whole video thing about mafia in the family or whatever it was.
That's right.
She did?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Is that her, listen, if I can't be part of your enterprise, I'm calling my own?
I don't know. I just saw it on her channel and I'm like, yeah, no.
Oh, what a loony. Oh my goodness. I've been
You don't
iced
think
out.
I've noticed?
I've noticed. You don't say hi to me?
Putting my name out there and trying to defend me, only to be shut down by some nobody.
Who the fuck's defending you? Oh, Julia Valentine's the only one defending her? That makes sense.
Who?
Julia.
The
The K9 lady.
Oh, Jesus.
That's her BFF. Yeah.
She's a mod for her.
What? You're a liar.
Somebody said that yesterday in the chat.
Yeah, no, she really is. They're friends.
Oh,
They
that
defend
makes
each
so
other.
much sense.
Julia's the K9 Julia is the one that came up with the brilliant comparisons of emails to show that, we fabricated emails from Castor. She's the one that made that whole little presentation.
God almighty.
They may be
adorable.
They may be. That might be her mother.
I mean, we've never seen Julia other than on a video, and I mean, quite honestly, filters can do all kinds of things. So,
And that was a movie.
I mean,
movie filters are, better.
Well, and if you ever noticed, Julia must have been really upset when she came over here and realized we don't have the filters TikTok has because they aged her by 10 years. On TikTok, she uses filters and she looks like she's young. And then over here, it was a whole different person.
I don't understand why people do that. Old Betty was using one of those the other day and she had her glasses on. How was your eyelashes halfway up your eye? She kept blinking and the eyelashes don't move.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Here we go.
She wouldn't do that on her own. She wouldn't have the balls to say no to me if she didn't have the backing of somebody else.
She's not even using names.
Very clear to me. Very clear.
Who's
The message has been clearly sent.
Who's she?
There's two options.
Tell her, Claire.
You got Betty or BJ. That's the only she's. If Julie's friends with her, it ain't that woman.
I think it's Betty. I think Betty iced her out.
Well, she runs the whole list through, but yeah, it's got to be one of those two for this.
That's true. He said, or Crime Time Buzz.
Oh, yeah. See, but she's talking about people not having the balls, but then she doesn't even have the balls to say a name. Say who you're speaking about. I hate when people do that shit.
At least she gave us a woman. It's a woman.
It's a she. Yeah, somebody's supposed to make our list. Sparks, you think you're doing something here. There's a difference between being on a panel with somebody and associating via YouTube, and there's a difference between being moderators and talking on the phone. There's big differences. Like, you really think you're doing something here. The other difference is we're not accusing these people of being, well, I am now. I think they're involved in a RICO, but Julia wasn't invited. So she's not part of the enterprise.
That's true. Her name is not on the paperwork or the list of
the
approved
list.
channels. Yeah.
That cracks me up. They literally, they are so much of an enterprise. They gave out and demanded a list be followed by their listeners. They're not allowed to visit any of the channels that are not on the list. That's a fucking enterprise.
I made the list.
Oh, you're welcome for them to watch? I doubt it.
No. I made the other list. The naughty list.
The not, yeah.
You did too.
I know shit. The dark side? the side with logic and common sense? Can't let folks hear that. Look at her mouth. She's about to lose it. She's so mad.
She wouldn't do that on her own. She wouldn't have the balls to say no to me if she didn't have the backing of somebody else. And it's been very clear to me. Very clear. The message has been clearly sent. If you're on Tony's team, do not talk to Julie.
Oh!
She's not included. Nothing.
If you're on Tony's team, you're not allowed to associate with her.
Wow, Sean, how's that kick in the nuts?
Oh.
Tony's team, not Sean's team.
Not even Sean's team. Great point.
Mm.
Great point. Wow. Yeah, that's a great idea. I wonder.
That's all right. He's not that bright. He's not that bright a guy because he doesn't know what strategy is. He doesn't see the benefit in having somebody from the outside. You could have played up the fact that you don't know me and I don't know you, which is true.
Played up the fact. You hear this, little scammer?
Yeah. I knew one of them would flip. I knew they would.
Well, I think Julie's a very educated woman. I can't believe they didn't respect that. We got to see if we can get Julie to come over and have a conversation. Julie,
Can I
I'm
talk
sorry.
to her?
Yeah.
Maybe I could talk to her like she talked to Truth that day.
Go ahead. Leave her a message, Clue. Let her know. If you're listening, Julie, go ahead, Clue. Be nice so we can get an interview.
We'll be very kind.
Yes, Julie, I think it is a travesty the way these mongrels are just walking all over your education, your knowledge, your love of autistic children. I think that is a travesty. And I would love if you would come over here and share your knowledge with us. Make us better.
I legit choked on my tea.
Damn, I want to come over there.
Oh my God, that just cracked me up. You know what? I'm with you though. So much so I almost choked on my tea at this outrageous behavior they're treating you with, Julie. I am saddened for you. Oh, somebody only send her that timestamp forward.
You want me to email the news?
Oh yeah. Should the news be aware of how poorly you've been treated, Julie, as a profound mom of autism? Oh man, they're so cruel. I told you, them green team people are just so mean. Look what they're doing to this poor woman that just wants to help. Oh, what a tragedy.
Well, I've watched you much longer than you've watched me.
I gotta rewind that though. She did say you could have pretended that you didn't know me.
He's not that bright a guy because he doesn't know what strategy is. He doesn't see the benefit in having somebody from the outside.
Oh.
You could have played up the fact that you don't know me and I don't know you, which is true. Although I've watched you much longer than you've watched me.
So she's aware they're playing a game.
That it's helpful, right? Did she work for Nick the Hat? I don't know. She put Nick the Hat at the top of the list. Nick the Hat, I'm asking you directly. And please make sure Nick the Hat sees this.
Okay.
Do you approve of this? Do you approve of having me iced out for speaking up for all the autistic children in Sumner County who potentially are being abused or could face abuse or would have...
Oh my God, she just accused every... Wait, are we still being nice? I can't be nice. She just accused every parent of an autistic child in Sumner County of abusing their children, for fuck's sake. What is wrong with this lady?
I thought she called Nick the other day. How is her audience responsible for getting him the message? Can't you just dial him on your cellular telephone?
Well, don't forget, she also sold out before that. She reached out to Dog's Tip Line 3 times without getting a single response anytime. So maybe that's when Nick came in. Why did they all go to Nick, the fucking parolee, for fucking guidance? Like, oh, okay.
It's the
Unless
teeth.
you're,
It's the
it's,
teeth.
it
It's like a
is.
lighthouse when they're at lost at sea.
A beacon.
Yeah.
Oh. Follow the light.
Like the Liberty Bell.
Oh. Poor Jolie. She's not okay.
Or maybe the teachers would hit them and the sheriff's department wouldn't do anything.
Holy shit.
I want to know from Nick the Hat. He's smart. He knows strategy.
Did she say the teachers hit them?
She did. She did.
Our teachers don't do that here.
And then she said he's smart. He knows strategy.
What?
Oh, okay.
Sheriff's department wouldn't do anything. I want to know
Right
if
here.
you have law enforcement, or maybe the teachers would hit them and the sheriff's department wouldn't do anything. I want to know from Nick the Hat. He's smart. He knows strategy. Do you approve this, Nick? Yes or no? That's what I want to know.
Please sign sincerely yours.
Oh my goodness. I just realized that was a part 2. So Carly must have did a part 1 where she rattled off the list and it wasn't a long video.
Oh.
We missed
here
one.
it is. Damn
Unless
it.
we missed it.
You gave it to us out of order. You're fired. You're
Totally
fired.
done.
Damn it.
Fired.
So here it is. This is number 1.
They're doing
Okay, cool.
Don't acknowledge me if I go in their chats. On purpose. On purpose. Not everybody I'm gonna read. Silver's on the scene.
He doesn't acknowledge her.
And well, he's been
The fingers.
night above me.
Oh, he's been steady.
Someone was being, good to me, and then as soon as I did that petition, they're gonna show me respect, at least as an autism parent.
Oh, there she goes again.
They're gonna show her.
Every parent of autism dropped a 1 in this chat, and they're going to demand the same respect. Damn it! Put some respect on their names.
So she made this stupid list. She says, "Who's on a new list of creators for the Green Team, Big News Media?" And she lists them. Michelle Lee lists them. Who they are?
Michelle
who's
Lee.
Michelle?
Who the
Does she
fuck's
work for Seth or Tony?
Who the fuck's Michelle? Damn it!
She runs the Find Sebastian Tony's Facebook group.
Oh. What was the last name?
Lee?
Yep,
That seems
Michelle
like
Lee.
I've heard that name in this case before.
So have I.
Oh yeah, she was the Facebook admin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I will say Michelle reached out to my attorney, so.
Who is she? I don't even know who she is. She says, At Night Media, Nick the Hat, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Seth, Sebastian's dad, Bullhorn Betty, Pascal, Mysteries, Crimecast, Josh the Lab, Allegedly with Brittany, Clutch Them Pearls Justin, Deception Detective, Dolly Vision, Jennifer Coffindaffer, Don B, Silver's on the Scene, Terry Lynn, Smiley, The Mob Crew, Captain K9, Captain Jules, Evil, CJ Media, Peter Hyatt, Pat Brown, Justin the Nick of
Oh, so Peter is on the approved list of the Green Team. Interesting.
Time, Primetime Buzz, Lore Lodge, Hindsight, The Volt XL, 5D, War Damn Eagle, Grammy's Crime Busters, Vinny Pop.
They meant to write Granny's watching, but they messed up. They messed up. Sorry.
Peloton, Caitlin Quinsbury from WKRN News.
She's still looking for her name.
Somebody asked him.
What about Jolie?
She said, you can tell me people to add if I miss somebody. Someone said, Julie Skolnick.
She wrote that
She's been
herself.
helping.
Yeah.
Michelle writes back.
I need that screenshot.
I'm going to have to say no, sadly. No to me.
Oh.
I'm going to have to say no, sadly, because of her issue with law enforcement. Even though I have my own opinions, the way she's going after law enforcement a lot right now.
I cannot accept her in here. Me. She can't accept me in here.
Oh,
I'm
no.
not part of the Team Green.
What? Girl, they don't respect you.
Mm.
What a tragedy.
Travesty. Yep.
What?
We would totally put you on our Facebook list, Julie.
Julie, we understand the respect you deserve as the distinguished, accomplished author and profound mother you are.
I'm not going to bend down and kiss your super long toes, but
No.
you can be on the list.
Yeah.
She
We'll
does got
get
some
lucky on
long ass
that.
fingers. She got some long fingers, bro.
I was about to ask, how the fuck do you know about her toes?
I'm just assuming the top would match the bottom.
Speaking of long fingers and toes, what the hell happened to Justin's monkey?
I don't know. They were saying on Quaid's the other day they haven't seen it in like 2 weeks.
That's what I heard.
Was Pascal on the approved list? But
Yes.
Gumballs wasn't?
Oh, that's right. The lab wasn't on there either.
Damn, Josh, they don't respect you. It must
Oh,
have
no.
been that. It was that
And he
poem.
cried.
He cried.
I think they said Josh the Lab.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. We didn't hear
Oh,
that.
no. Oh, no. They must
Did
have left, maybe because of the gumballs. Maybe they left them off.
Y'all stop conjuring that witch over here. She is a professional woman, damn it.
Where is the monkey?
I don't know.
I didn't think that would last. I really didn't.
I mean, they're like actual babies.
They really are.
They require a lot.
Mm-hmm. And they're
Josh was. They said
intelligent.
Josh was at the top of the list. They just read it on Facebook, so he's on there. Julius, that lady is crazy, dude. Like, could you imagine if that was your auntie?
No.
Bro.
I watched that last night before I went to sleep, and I had weird dreams. That's all I gotta say.
The monkey yanks his glasses off. Maybe that monkey had a 30-day return policy. I don't know. But you ever see what it does to the moms of the monkeys when you take away their babies? They're very human-like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
For fucking pleasure, like. And here's the other thing. I heard a lot of people justifying it by being like, oh, well, Justin has the means. He has the money. Money can't buy everything. It certainly cannot replace that monkey mother's, distraught over losing her baby. And for him to try to profit off that monkey holding a baby shower and then making a channel. Oh, but Remy was on there last night.
Oh, see, you're tripping for nothing.
Was that before or after he got caught fabricating that the Proudfoots moved? Did you see that, Chloe?
I did.
Are they moving? Do you know?
No.
I didn't think so. Because I remember, this is crazy.
I wouldn't blame them if they did, but they're not.
Right.
Like, I really
think-
wouldn't.
I think Chris said no on Truth's panel, right?
That's why I was wondering, did I ask him up there? But that's what I was saying the other day about Seth, too. Like, if Seth did decide to move, I wouldn't have fought him too much. Like,
Well,
it
I
has
think
to be hard.
I think it's funny that as soon as, there's this rumor, which I do believe is a rumor, that Sean's apartment is up for rent, all of a sudden the Proud Feets are getting their house ready to sell. Which, again, I'm just going to say, it's been almost a year, and I feel the same way, right? Imagine, like, looking at that room every day. You have to, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
the
that's
whole
what I was
house is a
saying.
memory.
That's what I was saying about Seth, too. Like, it would be really hard to kind of, like, walk in and see, like, the matching recliner you had with your son and not having answers. I wouldn't have fought any of them if they did move.
Yeah, I
None.
agree.
These kids don't even get school days anymore. They have to do virtual learning instead. Now, that should be a crime.
They what?
They here they let them have like one. The first snow day is like a real true snow day. Then all after that, it's virtual learning.
With us, they just make them do virtual learning. So basically, they have to get on their laptops to go to school. They don't even get snow days.
Uh-oh.
Did anybody?
Look at the positive change coming to these streets. I'm just gonna say Betty starts wearing my damn lipstick and now BJ's all glammed herself up.
Has she? She having a little makeover?
That's what they said last night. She was all cammed and glammed up. You go, girl.
Hey,
Self-care.
girl,
It's
get it.
about time.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine it helped much, but you go, girl.
I bet she tried. I don't look at that. I can't. I don't know how any of you guys watch her at all. I can't watch her for nothing.
Fiance will put her on every night just to like see if she's going in on me. But
yeah, I
I'm,
can't be bothered with
I'm
her.
sitting
She
there
just,
with.
ugh.
I'll be like with the remote. Like, are you done?
Right, like even just hearing her voice, just everything about her, just fucking hate her. A distracting from the fact that she's not in out nightly, trying to protect. Well, maybe she had. I don't know, what was yesterday? Sunday? Never mind. I'm gonna say maybe she had her important doctor's visit or something. You know, those monthly visits.
It's true.
They said Julie gives me rectal pain.
Who?
Julie.
Skolnick.
For a Klondike bar? No. There ain't enough glam in the world.
I think it's crazy that her and old dog lady are friends. That's crazy to me. You wouldn't think they would get along.
You know what pisses me off too? Check this out. All right. Let me mute while I type it. Hold on.
All right, ladies, while you're doing that, I'm going to jump down because mine's itching to go out and play in the snow.
I want snow.
Oh, it's looking pretty good. It's like perfect right now. So go get in it and clean off the car.
That was glam? Y'all call that glamming up? I just got a photo of somebody's thumbnail. Yeah, here, I'll show you. Anyway, when you type, so I was trying to type in like K9 searchers for Sebastian's case or whatever, and instead it was coming up with whatchamacallits. Julia was coming up. Like a whole thing just to click Julia's name. And I'm like, that's exactly why she did what she did, was to meet that algorithm over there. But yeah, this is her glammed up.
Oh, hold on. I got to wait till it comes on my TV.
Jay's thumbnail.
She looks the same.
Yeah. What is different? She actually brushed her hair or what?
What?
Yeah. I don't see that as glammed. But I'll tell you what.
Jay glammed her.
She's another one talking about Chris and Katie put on weight. She put on weight in this past year too. Let me tell you. That's glamorous right there. Bless it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You're BJ. Yeah. Boy, the first time I ever saw her on camera, I said, I wish you would call me fat again.
Ain't that
you tubby bitch.
Ain't that the truth? How about when she goes on wearing a whole ripped ass shirt? Like, why are you wearing it? You knew that shit was ripped when you put it on. And she's like, look, y'all, this ripped from here to here. Yeah, but you're still wearing it for the third day in a row.
Unlike Truth, who changes his shirt like 5 times.
Holy crap. You're such a girl. You can tell him I said that. You should have seen the first time he was going live. I shouldn't tell this, but I'm going to. But the first time he was going live on camera, we're like on FaceTime before. This fool changed his outfit like 8 times. I was like, dude, you're good. And then he went back to the first thing he had on. You know, that's how it always works, right?
Oh, yeah.
I was like, what are you worried about? He's like, I'm going on the camera. It's the people. I'm like, okay.
I felt the same way, though. I remember the first time I had it came up, because he also knew there were a lot of people speculating on him beforehand. You know what I mean? So you know there's going to be like a lot of nosy motherfuckers. So you do want to look the best you can. I understand where he's coming from.
Shit, y'all are crazy. The first time I cammed up, me and Seth was standing beside each other looking like 2 moist, big-ass titties. What are you talking about? Both of us waddling down that hill like we was going to search a lot.
Little weeble wobbles. Like we were going to search a lot.
Hey, you got your ass out there, though, and you've gotten your ass out there in those damn woods, so more power to you.
That's more than many.
With exposed ankles, mind you.
Right. Like your Johns weren't even long, exposed angles, and out there. And looking good while doing it. So,
I can't help but notice, like, this is the other thing. This is why people... Oh, wee Frosty. Are you there? Nope, she's gone. All right, this is why people like Julia do what they do, right? So if you go over and look, some of these people get no views unless they add somebody else's name to the title, like SF Investigates. Who wants to watch her aftermath? I guess this is where she realized she spiraled out of control. And look, there's the filters again.
For anybody who watched my live tonight.
They can lose their channels. YouTube doesn't like when you upload TikTok videos to YouTube.
Really?
Someone sent me an email and it made me realize I need to make a few things more clear. One thing is there was only one person I asked something to answer a question directly, and that was Nick the Hat. Secondly, I didn't show the list of creators that were on the Find Sebastian Rogers Facebook site. I read the names of the creators and read some of the comments people had sent me when they had
spit it out, man.
Had asked that my name be added, and then we're told no. The comments
no
on that Facebook site and the list and saying I don't belong is not the entirety of what I was upset about.
Oh.
It was confirming what I already felt.
So you already felt you weren't included, then you realized you really weren't included. Oh, Julie, again, we welcome you.
You know what's sad? Is I will say this. I do believe that when she was younger and maybe a little less stressed, I think Skolnick was actually very pretty. Like,
oh,
she
absolutely.
Had a cute face. You know what I mean?
You can tell,
I
yeah.
agree. Yeah.
You can tell she was, she had her finer days. That's the thing, as we all get older. I mean, looks don't remain everything, but there are still some people that you can try all the chapstick or lipstick in the world, and you still look like a Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall. Like somebody trying to be seductive, looking into their own camera last night. Ugh.
Who was that?
Starts with a B.
Well, I mean, there's two of them.
Ends with a J.
Okay. I went live the other day without makeup on. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm doing this on New Year's Eve. I was like,
I never learned how to wear makeup. Besides the, mascara and shit like that. But I want to learn. Like, I'm 12. I'd like to learn.
You ever watch those videos where they, like they talk about a true crime case and like do their makeup?
Get ready with me.
Oh, yeah. Whatchamacallit? Bailey. Whatever her name is.
People have been asking me to do a get ready with me video. I'm like, I don't think y'all understand. My makeup process is literally 3 minutes long. It's foundation. I use my fingertips to put on my eyeshadow and then lipstick, and I'm done. Like, we're good here.
Yeah, I agree that their approved list of creators could absolutely show, that they're definitely running like an enterprise for sure, in my opinion.
There's not that many on the not list either. Oh, let me see that.
You got it? The not
True.
list?
That's how I thought it was important to, look at, but it was also just wild, just wild.
Well, yeah, she wants some respect on her name, damn it.
I know. She should get it. Absolutely.
Oh, BJ, don't ever do that again.
You seen it?
That.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The thing about BJ is you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a friggin' pig, okay? She can dress up all she wants to. You can't fix a black soul. I can't stand her. I'm sorry. I just can't. She's a liar. And she's full of herself. And
well, let's not give her 50 million reasons to cry about Granny tonight. So let's reel it in a little bit.
Oh, Granny, she ain't got to worry about crying about you. She needs to start crying over what I'm going to do. Just saying.
Oh,
Clarify that is not a threat against her personal being.
No, that's
Clarify
not a
what
threat
you
against
mean.
her personal being. I plan on taking every legal action, though, and exposing her legally and truthfully as possible.
who is that
She's
talking?
disgusting.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I can't tell who's talking.
Why, did she do something recently to you?
Oh, yes, she did. So, New Year's Eve night, y'all remember Jay's live with Crimson and all them, right? Well, I
I
came
wasn't there,
in.
but yeah.
Well, yeah, but I came in at like 1:35, and they had already had this whole discussion about Seth apparently, and showed redacted documents that they
You were on that
acquired
panel.
through FOIA. Yes, I was on that panel. And as you guys know, or maybe you don't know, Brittany J was reading War Eagle's post. I made a whole video about it. She literally was reading a post by War Eagle and threw my name out there. And let's not forget Regina. Regina was up there, and let me finish reading this. What War Eagle said. I was not even on War Eagle's post, and she's gonna accuse me of doxing Seth Rogers, not only his social security number and his driver's license number, but his private work records. I wasn't even there when it happened, you guys.
First off, everyone can calm down because there's nothing illegal with that. And Sean himself clarifies that he is a public servant for a job. That's what he does. And all of those records, like if I wanted to, I could call down there. Oh, let me not give them any ideas, but it's
Right.
you could do that with anyone who is in that sector, right? Especially when it comes to, Crimson, like she said. I mean, I pay the salary.
Well, and here's the thing, right? It was sent out already redacted. If it wasn't, they could go after the people that sent it out. You can go after them, but you can't go after, I mean, I don't know. You could probably go after everybody, but the fact is they redacted that because it'd be a heavy lawsuit. Sane, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
You as well.
Bye,
Enjoy the
Zane.
snow.
Have fun.
Bye. Thank you.
Yeah, like that was already redacted. So
Mhm.
there's nothing that can be done about that.
What is this? Seth
Regina
Rogers
dropped
shows
too.
his badge.
Yeah, let's check this out. Yeah, nobody was doxxed at all. Like it was clearly. So he's been known to do that. Like I remember barbecuing them, said they went out to eat with him, and he like plopped his badge on the counter there as well. Like he's been known to show his badge, like he's LE. It makes you wonder, did he do that from the beginning of the investigation? And if that would cause,
Well, that's me standing there in the left side of the frame.
Oh yeah, that is you.
Oh, I had the sound down. Oh yeah, it's gonna show both of you. Sorry, let me play with the sound. Or we need a flash warning, Jay. Oh, that sound.
I don't remember him doing that, do you?
I stayed in my car hollering.
There you are, Clue.
Yeah.
Who is he showing the badge to?
That's a good question because there's somebody standing to the left of me. That's why I never even noticed. Hell, I don't even have to pay attention. Who is that?
He just flashed his badge. See that?
Yeah, who's on the other side of you two?
That girl, and there's somebody
right there.
It's whoever he's talking to.
He did
wow.
He did that like to barbecue and Tammy too.
Yep.
That's what it's Michaela.
Yep.
Oh.
And the romance
Oh, he followed out with "I believe" to the letter of the law. He shows he literally says he showed his badge. Listen what he just said.
Well, it doesn't matter what organization I still
Because I'm part of that organization, I believe the letter of the law. Oh, yeah, I have the volume down. Sorry.
What organization?
Let's hear him with the volume at full. Let's hear.
Organization. Well, it doesn't matter what organization. I believe the letter of the law.
Well, it doesn't matter what organization. I believe the letter of the law. He's talking to Michaela.
Is he?
Yeah.
See, I thought at this point she was sitting on that thing waiting to hear back from the guy with that property. Because wasn't JLR talking to her while she was sitting on that little stone thing?
Yeah,
If my ass wasn't so big, we could see who the fuck it was.
I was hoping you two would kind of step apart and we could see. Oh, they say keep playing it. Shows it. Okay.
Doesn't matter what organization. I believe in the letter of the law.
The letter of the law.
The letter of the law.
He rings here.
As he's laughing.
I mean, the issue is we got to pay the bill.
Oh, he did have a arm sling on. Remember we were saying the tape wouldn't help him none?
Yeah.
So he did have, yeah.
Everybody's going over there now. No, the issue is we got to pay the bill.
Oh, that is Michaela. I see her boot.
I was going to say, do you see the boot there? Yeah.
Did you hear what he said?
We got
The issue is. Did you hear what he said? The issue is we've got to pay the bills.
I thought that's what he just said, didn't he?
Uh-huh.
The issue is we got to pay the bills.
And I think this is the first time his PayPal or whatever it was got dropped at Cash App.
Cash App.
In the chat. Yeah.
Yep. That was part, apparently, that's what he told these creators in order to have him on panel, that his request was that they share his GoFundMes and Cash App.
I believe that.
They've all pretty much admitted that. They're also talking about the GoFundMe and Sarah being able to withdraw.
Yes, they did do that because they were telling him that he could withdraw at any time money from that thing.
And this is like in the very early stages of like looking for Sebastian. Look at all the people out there looking, and he's talking about a GoFundMe and withdrawal.
March 24th.
Oh, I'll tell you.
Do y'all really? I'm looking at these comments. I'm sorry. Y'all really think he's gained weight? I don't.
I do, and by his face, to be honest. I feel like he did.
That's true. That's true. Because I was watching that video the other day, and you could see his mustache or his goatee didn't sit on anything. Like there was air.
Right.
And now there's not. So.
Well, and if you look at the ID that was allegedly doxed, you see his photo there. He has a thinner face.
Whoops.
Loud. She done took herself off the screen.
I mean, I'm glad it wasn't just me. It happened to me earlier. I was like, I was here 1 second, gone the next day. I had no idea what was happening.
Yeah,
Granny
sorry.
says, I've fallen and I can't get up.
Nobody puts Granny in the corner. No, the stupid gaming mouse has like a button on the side. If you accidentally click it, it just kicks you. Sorry about that.
I mean, I only pick on Sean because of his weight because, well, I can. We're twinning, bitch.
Well, you heard what Josh said.
Who?
The Josh during his little riddle, his little poem. SS, you're up here. You went on mute, but then you muted again. All right.
I've lost 40 pounds since this video. Damn it, I got to eat more.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good thing. It does, though. Being on the other side of the camera, especially landscape mode like this, does make you look bigger. It does.
Video camera from what we can see.
Shut up, Chloe.
But it's just that lock of the thing.
There she is. There's Michaela.
I could literally sit on that girl.
She is tiny.
She's so small. We didn't know that was her either. That's what's so crazy. Like once we found out about all the mess with her and T-Rev, fiance one day was like, we were watching somebody's show and they were playing that news clip where we all walked into this abandoned building, and literally he was like, I think that's that Michaela girl right there.
See, why would he believe that she really had real intent with him, though? That's what I don't understand. Like, sad to say it. Speaking of Michaela, did anybody see T-Rev's really weird video the other day? Where he's like, it's like a diary entry. It's like 4 a.m. and I had to get this off my chest.
No.
Probably not, huh? All right. I'll show it right after this. It was really weird. Really weird.
But it's just that luck of the thing. Because my whole thing is that we find out who it is.
Or this building right here has got cameras all over it.
Yeah.
They said that they're still employees.
That wooden one.
They're trying to get the number.
Or these two wooden ones. They got cameras all over them. That bigger one, I don't know about. I went all the way around it.
That was him showing his badge to Michaela.
I checked the door.
Are those tight ass jeans she's wearing?
Nah, they're are they jeans? I thought they were leggings.
Leggings, okay. They look tight as hell. It's so funny though, because like look at the big belly, little Michaela.
Inside.
Because I don't want.
Who's this guy, Chloe? Do you
In
know?
the orange?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Anybody doing anything that might lead to jail or anything else.
I don't want anybody doing anything that may lead to jail. He's so bizarre.
That seems like a good idea.
Right.
All right, folks. JLR Investigates. I am back at the scene. We are planning the next move here, or what to do, or where to go.
Wait, what did he say?
We're planning the next move here.
We're not looking for a dead body.
Oh, we're looking for a dead body. Ain't that nice?
Did he just say that?
Yes, he did. And this is very important. This is like crucially important because for months now it has been rammed down our throats about how cruel anybody is to have any other thoughts that something may have happened. Why are people searching in various places? Blah, blah, blah. Seth has never given up hope. Seth has never given up hope that Sebastian is alive. And part of that might be true. But in this, he clearly says, we are searching for a dead body. Let that sink in. And he says it so coldly. If anybody has ever been out on a search to assist anybody, never mind it being your own family member, that is some huge disconnect going on there.
It was just super cold. Like there was no
like not his own child.
Yep.
I'm sure Jay revisits it, but hold on, we'll see.
Did he say something about a dead body?
Yeah, I knew she
Yeah, I believe he just said we are looking for a dead body.
We're not looking for a dead body, ladies. Was that a tease?
No.
I mean, the rest of my hair is over. Was that a tease, ladies?
So right after saying that, he says, "Was that a tease, ladies?"
I told you he's nasty. Ugh.
Like right after saying, like, we're looking for a dead body, he follows up with, "Was that a tease, ladies?" Because I think this woman tugged his hair. Jay's
But
gonna
that's
revisit it.
but that's the godmom.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that girl in the tank top.
Yeah.
That's who he calls Sebastian's godmom.
Oh, let's hear that again then.
She just fluffed his rat tail and he goes, was that a tease? And she goes, no. And he goes, the rest of his rat tail. And
We're not looking for a dead body, ladies. Was that a tease?
No.
I mean, the rest of my hair is over. Was that a tease? Ladies.
So she just fluffed his rat tail and he goes, was that a tease? And she goes, no. And he goes, the rest of my hair is over there.
Ladies. Was that a tease?
No.
I mean, the rest of my hair is over
Oh, the rest of his hair's over there because that stupid tape. I ripped his hair off. Her. He seems a little chipper for searching for his missing son.
I've never ever remember when I told you guys, like, the person that you meet in person ain't the person on the camera. Like, he was not crying. He was not like distraught. He was joking, laughing. He was bashing on Chris and Katie. And like, then of course he made that whole "you can call me daddy" comment to like one of the neighbors that was there. And it was just, these things weren't anything but like meet and greets. I'm sorry.
Well, and that's like the bridge. So the bridge ceremony, he says to the lady says to him, "Where do you want to stand?" And the other woman said something like "between us," and he said, "Oh, I'd love to be between you two ladies." And even then, they were like, all of it has been very gross. I actually replayed that a few times. I'll have to go look
Granny,
for it again. Yes,
can
ma'am.
you scoot back just again to let everybody hear that little section of "we're searching for," because I think the audio is really quiet, and so you have to really listen in and maybe hear it a couple of times. Jay had replayed it a few times at different points during her life, but it's very interesting if you need to hear it, because when you hear it, it should make you feel a certain type of way.
All right, let's hear it.
Because I don't want anybody doing anything that might lead to jail or anything else. We're going to do this like it needs to be done.
All right, folks. JLR Investigates. I am back at the scene. We are planning the next move here, or what to do, or where to go.
Wait, what did he say?
We're not looking for a dead body today, ladies.
Did he say something?
We're looking for a dead body, ladies. Is that what he says?
Yeah.
Just as cold and cool as a cucumber, yes.
I mean, it very much was. It very much was. Sorry, I was also looking for whatchamacallits. Oh, SS, I put you right in the front. Hold on. For the bridge ceremony again. He was very inappropriate to the women during that as well.
Did you see the way whenever he was coming up to the back of his truck in this same video, the way he put his hand on Magnolia? Like, he didn't even have to get her to move from the back of his tailgate, but the way he just put his hand, like, he's touchy-feely too. I mean, seriously, it's creepy.
Is my mic working this time?
It is. We hear you.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Where is Magnolia?
She was at the back of his truck.
She was?
In this
like
video?
right after the arm injury thing or whatever.
So not this video, the original of this video.
Yeah.
Okay.
When he's screaming and pulling his arm up.
Being all dramatic.
Yeah, it's so fucking ridiculous.
I don't remember Magnolia being down there. Maybe she was.
Well, remember, so it was also stated that I don't know if you can confirm if this was true or not, but it was stated that he was driving around with a bunch of like guns in his trunk, in his back of his truck.
He said that. He didn't show us. Apparently, he showed JLR in Magnolia.
Okay, that's where that
but
came
I mean,
from.
you can see his gun on him in this video before he put his jacket on.
I mean, I ain't mad at it.
I mean, yeah, it's Tennessee. You know
It's
what I mean?
typical for Tennessee, yeah.
Like in the original video of this, right after he gets done with the whole medical tape thing and puts it in the front seat of his truck, from his arm or whatever, and then he walks to the back of the truck, like Magnolia was standing on the far left side behind his tailgate. And like, I'm sorry, but like there's a such thing as personal space, and just the way he reaches up and pats her shoulder and kind of grabs it, I would have flipped out on him, because it was, to me, it was creepy.
A high level of familiarity. Like the kind of gesture that a boyfriend or something would do, not a random
Yes.
person. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, there is another lady with red hair.
Okay,
Well-
I thought it was Magnolia. I could be wrong, but she has super red hair at the foot of his tailgate. And,
Yeah,
like,
there's
it was
two.
just so inappropriate.
Isn't there one right there wearing green? Right here? Is that red hair or no?
I'm trying to see on this phone where you're pointing. Oh,
Over here.
Can't see because of the dang chat. Hold on.
She's wearing like a green long sleeve, like hooded shirt.
That might be her. That
I
might
don't-
be her.
No.
Magnolia's in black. She's got on a black JLR media hoodie. And then there's another redhead who has like a flower print shirt on.
There's two women over there on the passenger side. There looks like there's somebody in dark behind the lighter color shirt in the front.
Yeah.
Is that Terlin?
I'm
Oh, that
colorblind,
one.
so
Hold on. That one might be Terry Lynn.
Oh yeah, it might be Terry Lynn.
That's not, unless she put on a sweater. It's not.
Oh, Terlin.
Terlin. I was looking for Terlin's bridge footage, but she took a lot of these videos down, I'll tell you that.
Well, I can tell you
Oh,
one
did
thing.
she?
Terry Lynn ought to feel some type of way, because them people told us they recognized her from YouTube, and that was Smiley Story World.
Oh, they did? They said she was Smiley?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
We didn't know it was Terry Lindell later on.
Oh,
They
that's
said
funny.
that's Smiley. I was like, oh, really?
She actually has this footage over here of the same day. I guess if you like them going in, you guys all kind of walking into the yeah. Like, look how many searchers were out there. But like, even like this, they're like laughing.
Yeah, so that guy right there in
Yeah.
the red, someone was just asking. Oh, you passed him.
Oh.
But someone was just asking why his coworkers never showed up. That guy in the red was one of the coworkers.
Yeah,
that's that
Jones.
same guy that went to Natchez Trace.
Mr. Jones, right? He's the one that clarified the time card, everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You see how the news is out there?
The one that Seth refers to as Team DCSO. Remember that whole little performance at Natchez Trace?
There
That
is the
was weird.
news. Look, the news is right there, holding the camera right at Seth.
Yeah, they did a whole interview before we walked in there.
Oh, so we got time to wait instead of getting right to searching, huh?
Dude, I'm telling
sure.
you, like, we got there. We had drove by Chris and Katie's. We got there, and then this lady pulled up because she saw people live on YouTube. She got there and said she saw a blanket in the parking lot of the Tractor Supply. She called the cops. She had been waiting there for like 40 minutes. So she finally just said, forget it. And she came across the street, and the godparents gave us some gloves, latex gloves, and a garbage bag. And fiance got out and collected the blanket. We drove across the street, went to the Tractor Supply, got the blanket, gave it to, I guess, the godparents when we got back. And then we were still just waiting because they kept trying to get a hold of this man that's right there to let us in this place.
Well, you know what else I never understood? When they did that whole fiasco about the dog hidden or whatever, you see Seth come flying by in his truck. So where was he at that point?
Say that one more time with the dog.
Yeah,
Oh.
remember when the dog hit and JLR's filming? This is when Terry Lynn gives JLR a ride. But right before that, you see Seth come flying in his truck to where the dog hit at. Where was he at prior to that? Why wasn't he with everybody?
Well, I can tell you this. When we showed up to this search, that morning we got there and we didn't see Sean's truck. So we left, went and rode by Chris and Katie's, and then came back.
So, Clue, can I ask you a question? Because you were there.
Mm.
Who organized, or rather, I say, who arranged this hot mess, this search?
Seth did, because his mother received a tip from a psychic.
That's it. They were telling us that Donna Serafina, Sarah
Mhm.
something.
Donna Serpent.
That's where they were getting tips on where to look.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
psychic at this point,
Oh,
then
my
remote
goodness.
viewer later on.
Excuse us always late, but it depends what part of the conversation you come into. Right now, we are actually going over a search where Seth is there. Okay. I honestly, people are wondering why they even searched so far away to begin with. So you can't really disregard Katie's absence from it, because it was unnecessary to even search this location. But right now, we're acknowledging why Seth wanted this location to be highlighted, why he told JLR to make sure, you catch my injuries on camera, which we now know, thanks to the very smart green team, that Seth did that because disability was following him around.
Yep.
So he played up his injuries, ma'am.
Here's one for you. Do y'all know how concerned about his public image Seth is? If you go back and watch where he's on camera with the guy beside him, I think it's JLR recording in front of that state park sign. If you go back and watch that, whenever he's asked his reason for searching that park, he says, because he got a tip that Sebastian was dropped off there.
I think Always Late also needs to rewind maybe to the start of the live and re-listen. I think if you listen to what Granny was saying earlier, certain things would make sense. We're not anybody's team here.
Thank you, Wee. Thank you.
Well, and let's not forget that we just heard Sean say we're looking for a dead body. Like, what mom wants to come across that?
Exactly. They recommend, like at the beginning of these searches, not to look the parents. They want them to stay out of it for, obvious reasons. I can name 2 cases off the top of my head where the parents disregarded it, went to searches, found the kid, picked him up immediately, and destroyed lots of evidence. There's lots of reasons why they don't want them out there to start with. Now, as the years wear on, of course, the family plays a bigger role in keeping visibility on the case and keeping stuff happening. But at the beginning, the cops probably told them not to.
They did. They all 3 said that.
Yep. That's just standard procedure. They do that all
Hey,
over.
Granny.
Hey,
Hey, Granny. Thanks for letting me up. Hey, Clue, you just made me think of something. Okay, you said when you were out there that day at the warehouse that there was a blanket found at Tractor Supply.
Yeah.
And that someone had called the police and they were waiting and no one showed up, so they just said, forget it.
Yeah, and they came across to us.
Do you think that it's possible that that was also something that was planted? Because, do you know who it was that was supposed to wait?
It was just a woman, and I guess her husband had gone to Tractor Supply, and they saw it. It was kind of like in the middle of the road, driving, if you were to drive behind the place, is where they saw it.
I don't think it was planted. It was.
I don't either.
It was covered in, an
like dog hair.
Yeah, like a golden retriever or something's hair.
But
oh, really?
How many miles away though was y'all said it was 100 miles from where he went missing?
No, not this.
Okay, no, I was gonna say because that, yeah, all right.
So where is the Tractor Supply in comparison to where you were at?
if you drive back up this road, Center Point Road, and then cross the street, where the red light is, it's up there on the left.
It's just interesting because I was sorry, Granny.
That's okay. I was just going to say a lot of homeless people hung out in this area too, right?
Sure. I'm just thinking of Terry Lynn with the mattress pad, a blanket. I don't know.
I'm telling y'all, Michaela's wearing leggings. Them ain't no jeans.
No, they're definitely leggings. Yeah.
The Terry Lynn stuff was actually up closer to the house, right? It was behind washrooms at that storage unit. And
yeah, that's why I was wondering how close the Tractor Supply was to their house.
Hold on. Jay. Bro,
what?
Do you remember we were listening to that dispatch last night?
Uh-huh.
White leggings and blonde hair.
Oh, fuck's sake. I can't.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Did they say she
On
looked
the
like she had
bridge.
chicken legs in the jeans and the
I'm
pants?
just saying that is exactly what that chick is wearing right now. White leg, well, blonde. She can't wear hair, but you know what I mean.
Are you talking about who was reporting the kid at the bridge across from?
Yes, they said white leggings and blonde hair.
Get the fuck out.
Okay, fine, whatever.
Hey guys, I got here a little bit late, but were you guys showing a piece of footage where Seth was showing his badge this morning?
Yep.
Isn't that funny? Because when Seth met Tammy and I for lunch, he whipped out his badge and threw it on the table. Sorry, Clue. In my opinion, in an act of intimidation. It's interesting that wasn't the first time.
Well, I'm also still shocked by the whole white legging thing because let's be honest, not many people wear white leggings, especially that time of year. I mean, it's not very fashionable.
Not just that, you're gonna get them dirty as hell out on the search wearing white like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Not only
even
that,
maybe she didn't have much intent on searching. She was searching for her next man instead.
yeah.
So Barbecue, when he showed the badge to Michaela in this video, she actually says to him, and you guys didn't hear it, but she says, like, you're not a actual officer, or I don't know how she says it. You can't really hear, but you can tell by his response. He says, it doesn't matter what organization it is. I believe in the letter of the law.
Oh, wow.
He's not law enforcement.
Right. And she was challenging that. I mean, in a way, like, oh, well, you're a correctional officer or whatever. And he was like, doesn't matter what organization it is. And then we brought up a really important point too, was the fist bump at Natchez Trace Park between him and Jones in the beginning. Remember that? He was like, DCSO, and then they like fist bumped. Remember that?
Yep.
Did dispatch also mention a gray top? Did they say white leggings, gray top, blonde hair?
No, all they said was
no. There was a boy seen with a gray top.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I think they just said the leggings, blonde hair, and she was in a van. And
in a
she
van,
saw
like
the kid
that's
under a bridge.
Fucking creepy. Under the bridge, right? About holy shit, a fan under the bridge. I mean, that's the makings of a horror movie.
Yeah, she said she turned around and got back there, and he was gone. And then she was still standing on the bridge. So it sounded to me like they were trying to make contact with her. I don't know if they ever did.
You know,
yeah.
Clue kinda does have a valid point. How many of you have worn white pants since the 90s? I haven't.
Never.
Well, I wear white sweatpants, so.
Well, not leggings.
No, not white leggings, but I'll wear, like, especially in the summer, white sweatpants with my tan with a pastel.
Yeah, I have white shorts.
Yeah, I have
But
white shorts too.
white leggings are like really tight to your skin. You know that some of them are a little bit see-through. Whatever you're wearing underneath of them might show through. Like, I don't know, white
That's why
leggings
I don't wear
to
white
me
leggings.
is like,
yeah.
I mean,
well,
she got them hyped up
too.
pretty far too.
I'd rock gray sweats, but I ain't going. I mean, white leggings, no. I
Well,
mean,
wait a second.
just
What
get
I
'em
want to
dirty.
ask.
Well, I hope not, SS. I hope you're not wearing white leggings, bro.
Well,
That'd be a little odd.
white
What was
sweats.
the date?
White
Just for speculation, what was the date that note was paid? The $12K.
April.
Wasn't it the beginning of April?
I think so.
So if that was the case, right? Here, this is March 24th. They moved awfully quick from this point.
Well,
I think that's a great point.
Looking at the movers' track record, that's really not out of character for that person.
No.
They seem to move fairly quick a lot.
Yeah.
I agree, and it seems like any guy she kind of gets in touch with ends up losing their mind again.
Yeah.
T-Rev uploaded a video the other day. He's like, it's 4 a.m. I can't. He's zooted out of his mind. I mean, I personally saw a huge decline in him since he moved in with her.
Yes,
Well,
girl,
I can
yes.
tell you, I don't know what's going on, but I know if you date somebody that's bipolar or borderline, it'll make you fucking nuts.
No, this guy is.
This is more than nuts.
Yeah, like, and it's
Yeah.
so sad because before, like, you can go back and watch his old videos. Like, he can sit there, he can do his live the whole time. He's not bouncing around. You know, he's really paying attention. But now it's like,
He's running around growling and flexing his movies at the camera.
yes.
Yeah.
Like, look at his eye, even here with a filter on. Look at his eyes.
man.
He is zooted, man.
Yeah.
And then look, I feel so lonely, and it's a whole diary
Damn,
entry.
sad boy shit.
Yeah.
Is he talking or is he?
Yeah, you want to hear a little bit?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I want to hear it.
Hey, I gotta hop down. I gotta go shovel.
Oh,
But
you guys.
I just wanted to. Yeah.
How much snow did you guys get?
Let me look out on the
Silvers,
thingy here.
you're an asshole.
He's cheap.
We probably got about 5 inches. Is that a lot?
Yeah,
Tony?
it's a good amount.
Is that a lot,
for
Tony?
us. Is that a lot, Tony? Bye, barbecue.
No, 5 inches is not a lot.
Y'all know how I feel about T-Rev, okay? But I'm just gonna be honest with you. The dude looks sick. Like
Michaela
somebody
broke up with
needs to
him?
Buy him
No.
a Big Mac.
They didn't break up, but he doesn't look healthy, no. And then listen
No.
to look at his eyes, even with a filter. But you'll hear him.
On red game, and it's 3 in the morning. You know, I said,
3 in the morning. My bad. 3.
you know what? I'm gonna turn on the camera and just talk. You know,
Hell yeah,
I'm gonna start
man.
dropping these little vlogs for you guys, let you know what I'm thinking, what I'm going through, because I feel like I'm letting you guys down. I'm waking up, sleeping.
Here's a few things I'm going to say. First off, he has Jesus over here, but he adds in these sound effects. So, like, he didn't just upload this on a whim. He fucking edited it, added all these sound effects. It gets weird.
Oh yeah, that's putting it lightly.
It gets weird.
At the wrong times. I wake up late. I feel like I'm letting down the Rev Game family in a way because I should have been live yesterday, the day before. So I just want to say I'm sorry, man. That's why I turned on this camera so I can get this shit off my chest because I feel like I'm letting down the Rev Game.
Now, I'll be honest. I thought we were going to get a confession that he's not in a good place, like maybe quite frankly, a relapse. I thought that's where this was leading to, but it wasn't. But he does imply some things like, I let down my son. I only care about my children. And if you notice, he only cared about his children after everybody during the Sebastian case started pointing out that he's not involved with his children.
Yeah.
Like that fraud shit.
Which I think is really weird when people are out running around doing all this for somebody else's kid, but they got ones at home they ain't doing nothing with.
Or, the people that judge parenting, but a judge deemed them unfit to be parents.
Yeah, that especially.
Especially for women. It's hard for a mom to lose custody, let me tell you.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine. For me to get mine, it was a hell of a process. Does that chain say taco? What the hell does that chain say?
No, it says goat. Greatest
like
of all time.
Does it not look like it say taco?
No.
Not at all.
It's flipped.
I literally thought that when I first saw it on his neck too.
Yeah, I mean it's TA. I mean, anyway.
Yeah, he didn't mirror his image for this. That's why. Yeah. I think they took away the ability to mirror your image. Did they? Clue, you're on camera a lot.
I don't know because I use my phone as my camera.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there used to be an option to mirror your look.
It's an edited video. He could have just flipped it in the edit. No problem.
That's true. Instead, he's busy getting all the woe is him.
Yep, he was busy circling the I hate panic attacks just, for extra emphasis. Yep.
I didn't know if he was trying to send us a subliminal message or something.
Why not? He's had cancer how many times? COVID how many times?
I noticed Jay dropped down. I didn't see you drop down, Jay. Did you fall down or did you mean to get down? Or I just noticed you're not with us. Anyway, it gets bad.
If you are leaving, peace, salute.
Let that man cook.
I hope you have a great 2025. See you wherever. The people I look forward to the most on my channel personally is the people who rock with me wholeheartedly that I've seen every single stream that I'm live.
I mean, this shit's weird. We get the point, right?
Yeah.
Very weird.
It's
Very weird. That little panel on the left, I don't know what he was thinking when he did that. I was like, what are you doing, sir? What's happening?
Playing with the AI image generator, it looked like.
Well, he's almost clowning himself, because right here with what he says and then the image, look.
2025.
Yeah.
See you wherever. You know, the people I look forward to the most on my channel.
Like right there, that guy makes a weird, and then he even says, "Stop lying, bro." Like he's literally lying. Like, oh, the people I look forward to the most, he clowned himself. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With like the guy rolling his eyes, then being like, "Stop lying, bro." But that's what this whole video is, just him saying like, basically, I'm depressed. I'm going through a lot. I fucked up. I'm sorry, and it's an odd video. I hope he's okay, but it's an odd video.
Can I say two things? One thing is that to the person in chat, I wasn't mocking panic attacks. I'm mocking the creation of this video. So please don't get it twisted. And then the other thing is that the whole vibe of T-Rev's camera angle, it gives me sort of like Nick the Hat flashbacks. I think he's like trying to, I don't know, mirror Nick in a way. It's very odd.
That's a possibility. The only difference is Nick has all of his fake teeth and T-Rev's missing quite a few. I mean, that man did come back on camera damn near 60 pounds lighter, four teeth less. It was odd.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a garden gnome that skinny? Ever?
Garden gnome?
Sick. Yeah.
Oh, you're calling him a garden gnome. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't look well, no.
Well, I can tell you it ain't from doing yard work.
They still didn't do their damn yard?
Hell, it ain't no grass now, died.
Yeah, I bet that drove Cletus crazy, though. I'm sure he take care of y'all's and got that ugly shit right next door.
Hell yeah, we got 2.5 acres. We're out here every weekend.
Yeah, I know how that is. Yeah.
That would drive me crazy.
Drive you nuts.
Like, look at this standstill right here.
You working on that folder yet, Clue?
I'm not going down to that. I'm telling you, I'm not going down there. If he would agree to hook it to the drone, I'll fly that drone.
Yeah.
But I'm not going down there.
That's fair enough.
I don't know why they just don't seem like, how do you say this, like clean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Let me not be too cruel, but you're using a dollar store backdoor hanger hanging from your curtain rod to hang your T-Rev open sign. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think they're the cleanly. I mean, she's wearing fucking white. Back to her. She's wearing white leggings, cowboy boots, and a gray hoodie to go search.
Yeah, and he's wearing the finest clothing that his local Chevron can provide.
The clothes he wears reminds me of we have two stores, Foreman Mills, and then there's like the city
Trends.
Yes, he looks like he shops at both of those.
I know. They got one step down from that at a lot of gas stations too.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's exactly right.
I just wish if they knew something, like if you guys have any information. I mean, I'm pretty sure that, like, that's 50 G's. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I have a hard time believing Michaela was that close and did allegedly steal stuff, but didn't, maybe she did talk to TBI. Who knows?
I'm sorry, but I don't think for 5 seconds that she broke into his phone and took and emailed herself records. I think
she wouldn't have to.
He was getting ready to tell the whole world until SF stopped him. So I'm sorry. I absolutely believe they were sent to her of his own free will.
100%.
And T-Rev came out and said that.
Dude's gonna give her $12K for her mortgage, but ain't gonna give her everything else. Come on. Yeah, allegedly. Come on.
Well, and he came out and said that, like, no way, Seth. Like, we have proof that you sent these You sent them to me. Like, so he sent them to T-Rev privately. And I'm sure he did the same thing with many others, including Pascal, which is why I believe Pascal walked away. I think Pascal saw something he didn't want to see.
Yeah, that, or maybe
I agree.
that with him seeing how dude interacts with women in real life.
Yeah.
That might be too.
I mean that I don't see how any upstanding dude could sit around the stuff I've heard of him doing and be okay with it.
Well, and it's really weird that they still include Pascal on the list of okay creators, but Pascal didn't show up to say, "Oh, Merry Christmas" and kiss his ass and all that on that show. And he hasn't really even covered the case.
No, and the other thing is, right, you're right. You guys are so right with that. The other thing about Michaela and the whole Steph situation, maybe the 12K was hush money, I don't know. But what kind of man puts in a legal filing that he feels like this woman used sex to infiltrate them?
Yeah, I mean,
use what?
Sex.
Oh,
like, unless you're hiding something, unless you're like an actual criminal mastermind, it would be completely humiliating.
Humiliating.
Stop laughing about that. That shit's funny as hell.
The girl in the white splatter leggings sexually manipulated me.
She
seduced me. I could be crazy. Hear me out on this. Just hear me out on it. But I thought that trading sex for favors or information was the same thing as, and I could be wrong about this, prostitution.
Oh, it is, but that's not what she was doing. That's the goofy part about it. He's humiliating himself by even stating that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying Seth is basically saying that he let her get stuff from him for booty. You know what I'm saying? Like, hello, John,
Well,
you know?
Tony has also put it in various different chats about to the person who crawled into Seth's bed sheets in various different ways. He's made a whole lot of statements about that. So I'm sure Michaela very much enjoys that. And again, it just makes it very interesting who this whole RICO action is against when statements have been made. And yet those people are left clearly out of it. That's weird.
He's metaphorically talking about himself, if you ask me, with that.
Well, it is weird because they're in Tennessee, right? So, like, if he really felt like Michaela did something like that, why wouldn't he pursue legal action in Tennessee against her?
Because this isn't about, none of this is about legal action or anything like that. In my opinion, I think it's just about trying to publicly humiliate or destroy anybody that he feels has wronged him.
Mm-hmm. I absolutely agree. It was to silence people. It was like, all right, if we get, they had the attorney they needed. Then they got the big TikToker, what they deemed to be a big TikToker barbecue. Then they got somebody they deemed to be rather big with the Sebastian case over here. And they thought it would intimidate the masses, is my opinion.
Granny, the green
PA.
team is...
They need a PA.
The green team is literally gaslighting creators. I don't know if you've seen it or not. Go watch it if you got time, Granny. The videos I made the night before last after I found out Brittany had put me in the middle of something I wasn't even there for and lied on me. Supposedly reading War Eagle's post, but then I go look at War Eagle's post and guess who's not on the post at all?
Let's call him Schmeagle so we're not advertising. And no shit,
Schmeagle.
She has a hard on for you.
Yeah, she does. But
this
I'm
is
the
his
one,
next level. You're right.
Yeah. Anybody that doesn't agree with the green team's narrative or speaks out against anything Seth does, and if all of us creators came together, we could write a friggin' book. I know we could, just in what I've seen of the attacks on us as creators by the green team. Literally.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty vicious. I wonder why Terry Lynn took down her bridge video. That's what I've been looking for.
Terry Lynn takes down a lot of her videos.
Yeah, this one was the bridge ceremony. It was actually a really nice video, but in it, you can hear Seth being seriously inappropriate with the female searchers.
Well, that's probably what.
That would probably, yeah, you ever notice a lot of the very first interviews or whatever?
They're all gone, girl.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. The good thing is there's many of us that replayed them, so we can find them that way. you know, but I still rather have the original. Like, and here's my thing with Pascal too, because let's not just breeze past the fact that this big creator went there and then suddenly never spoke about this case again. Do any of you think that Seth may have shown him CPS records and that's why he was done?
I think Pascal started seeing the exact kind of behavior that JLR picked up on and dropped Seth like a
I
hot
agree.
potato.
I agree.
But he was speaking to them privately. He's the one that recommended Tony Mathis to Seth.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes you wonder how Pascal even knew Tony Mathis.
Wasn't it from Caleb?
Yeah, that's what was said.
Unbelievable. I feel like he might. I mean, there's some things that have been whispered that people won't put online because, you know, obviously it pertains to an investigation. But I'm wondering if the overall tone of everything made Pascal just be like, yeah, nah, this is too much. There's too much fuck shit in this.
A little like Clue had said earlier, it seems to me that the way that Pascal had perceived Seth to be prior to physically meeting him, and then whatever it was that happened there, whatever dialogue, whatever conversation, whatever was shown, who knows, but something definitely changed. A whole vibe changed. And that is pretty clear.
I'm telling you, it's a whole different vibe being around Seth in person. It's totally, it's insane. Like, I showed up, met him unexpectedly in that construction site thinking that I was going to see that guy on TV, and you don't.
Yeah, I think it says a lot that after meeting him, you changed like you did. That first encounter must have really made an impression.
I mean, it did for me, but fiance, it didn't for him. He was like, I didn't really get that. And I'm like, well, maybe I'm being crazy. But that second time I was like, I knew it. Like,
Because
you
you're
could
a
tell.
woman. I'm sure it's a different energy at you because you're a woman. I mean, if I just had to guess.
And I just look at the decline in like T-Rev too, right? Like, it's
drastic.
I don't want to like say that's all on Michaela, but I mean, it's something off. You know what I mean?
I mean, who knows what he found out too? I mean, you know, I mean,
that's true. Because he's talking about conversations about Sean wanting him to buy him a gun and
yeah.
I gotta be honest with you, whenever it comes to Seth and T-Rev, I happen to know for a fact how big of a liar T-Rev is. So it's like, now I'm seeing all of this stuff from Seth. So I'm seeing validity, but it's just like everything else I know about T-Rev to be saying it's probably full of half-truths. You know what I'm saying? Like, to know someone and how they behave and then hear all this stuff being said about them that you know to be exactly on par with that person's behavior, you just can't ignore that. But at the same time, I mean, honestly, T-Rev deserved it. But in my opinion, looking back on everything, it seems like Seth probably did a little bit too with the whole Michaela situation. He dug his own grave. Seriously.
Yeah.
I do wish Michaela would come out. I'm with Are You Nuts on this one. Like, he did say she was going to come out and talk, and then she never did.
I can't honestly blame her. I mean,
That's true,
at this point, I mean, considering what other people have been put through, she's kind of avoided, you know, I mean, imagine at that time when that happened with the group of people who he had around him. He doesn't have nearly as many supporters today as evidenced by, you know, the vigils and the rallies and the turnout that he gets. But back then, I mean, imagine if they went full force at her, what that could have been like. I mean, it may be a good thing that she has whatever's in that document. That was probably the, you know, what kept it balanced.
I I'm not going to be that girl's friend. Y'all better shut up in them comments. No, I don't fuck with crazy.
Ludwig brought
Aw, Clue,
up.
y'all aren't gonna have a sleepover and braid each other's hair.
No.
I knew the answer to that.
And I know that SS is being kind there, but I'll go to the opposite side of that coin on a very personal and female side of things. I find it weird that you have the father of a missing child that you're meant to be helping search, and you decide that that's the time you want to get it on.
Oh, yeah.
Even if he is at his most vulnerable, she should have had more control at that
Yes.
point. That's my perspective.
I don't disagree with that, but when I look at true crime in general and how I see some people behave over murderers that have done horrific, terrible acts and the way that they act, it doesn't surprise me that people would sleep with the father of a missing child or, with any of the people involved in this stuff, because some folks look at them like they're celebrities or something. I don't understand that at all. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I mean, Bundy killed all those women, and there's so many women that say he's so attractive, and it's like,
well,
look
it's
at Charles
also
Manson.
it's also something that has cropped up in this sector as well, where it was a male creator on that situation with a female caregiver for a child, and he involved himself, and there was a whole lot of conversation about what was actually going on there, and it didn't work out well for either party, really. Unfortunately, people don't learn. We keep repeating the same stuff over and over again.
There's a reason that people have focused on power dynamics in relationships so much, and I'm not going to go into that at all, but it's just a good idea in general to be mindful of those kind of things. If people are really drunk, it's not the time. If people are extremely emotional, it's not the time. If somebody's super famous and somebody's hanging on them just because of that attribute, it's not the time. I mean, people just need to be more mindful of that in general, I think.
Yep.
SF, you have such a valid point. People idolize and almost make people with missing family members and stuff like that, and these people involved in these crimes, they almost make them like pop stars or something.
Oh yeah, they go gaga over them. If people made shirts and merch and stuff, people would buy it. I mean, there are some creators on YouTube I won't name, but in Watts, before he was actually, had even admitted outright to everything and took the plea deal, they had already written 3 quote unquote books about it. I mean, there's this whole cottage industry. I mean, and I worry all the time, to think that from 2018 to now, how far we've fallen and how gross this has gotten. I just constantly think if there's not laws put in place, what's it going to be like by 2030? I mean, I don't know, but I can completely see full lines of merch, all kind of stuff that these people would do. And it would be like pop stars or something. It would be like that. I can imagine it. Especially with Netflix doing all these documentaries now on cases that are newer and that are current.
Well, look at Karen Reed. It's not just women, right?
You're right. You can go back and look at Jodi Arias is a great example on it not just being women. It's certainly not. I didn't mean to give that impression if I did.
No, you didn't. I was just thinking to myself, right? And that Susan person who drove her kids into the water, I mean, how many jail guards have diddled with her?
I mean, call me crazy, but if a woman just stabs her man together after driving 1,000 miles on a whim and is doing headstands in the interrogation room 45 minutes in, that's one I'm gonna stay far away from. I mean, I don't know how other people think, but
Scotty Dog, I forgot about that. Sean making that point about I've still got her panties.
I'm gonna throw up.
He was saying that to try to own Rev, though, if you want my opinion.
I agree.
I mean, that was a shot at Rev more than Michaela.
I'm with you on that.
So gross. Such a disgusting exchange on the internet and a crime. I mean, this is like, there's nothing about any of that should ever happen. None of that should be on the air. None of that should take place to begin with. Or like, there's just so many layers of wrong. Where do you even start peeling it back?
I don't know. To me, it's like watching two dumpster fires fight over the same piece of rotten chicken. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like we used to say, watching two old mules fight over a turnip. That's about how much it means.
Yeah.
Jesus. Well, I'm thoroughly down for the day. I'm going to need to do something positive now.
Go pet a cow. Go pet a moo-moo.
Yeah,
Go watch Julie.
That's exactly what I was.
No, you talking about the one that makes the neurodiverse children upset and then films it for views?
Yeah,
that one.
Yeah, she makes me want to. I don't even need to get into it on here. It's infuriating. And it's so clear with her, to me, of what's going on, that she views Seth, like her husband, metaphorically, and she views Katie like the bio mom of her stepkids. It's so, like, she's playing out her own traumas and personal issues on this case, and it's so sick.
Well, I don't think she views them as anything other than her subjects.
Well, with the kids, that's absolutely what it is.
Well, but I think she views the world that way, right? Because the way she talks about everybody, either they listen to her or shame on them for not listening to her. How dare they not hear the words of the one and only Julie Skolnick and take her advice on everything.
Textbook malignant narcissist. Everything comes back to them, to her. Doesn't matter what it is, she could find a way to make 9/11 about her. It's just how those people are.
Now, SS, it was.
Yeah, exactly. Any situation there, you see them, like, you see people like that sometimes when someone passes away tragically, and they end up like making all these social media posts and turning the situation into how much it affects them personally and how upset they are, and they spend more time talking about their grief than actually talking about the loss of the person.
You mean like Seth does?
I agree with Remy. I do think she actually needs actual help. I know I say that about a lot of people get help, but I think she actually needs to talk to someone.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this to be mean on any kind of level, but I hope that the right people that can help those kids in her care are watching. I'm just going to leave it at that, because, oh my goodness, I feel if she acts like that behind a camera, imagine what she's doing when it's not on.
Well, it's the same thing we said, or that I say at least, about like Sean's situation. It's if he'll sit on a panel and tell the stuff that he does and not bat an eye and think that it's acceptable, imagine how bad the stuff he knows to keep quiet is. I mean, that thought bothers me a lot, but it's, it's just, you're right, is what I guess I'm getting at about the Julie, is that, if she'll film that and she thinks that that's not only, able to be put on camera and be fine, but that it's helpful in some way, imagine what goes on when she loses her cool and nobody's watching.
The thing with Sean for me is, imagine we've seen him type in chats about having panties, and then like you see him, is that a tease? And it's almost like, what Do you really believe he talked any different in front of Sebastian? Because I don't.
Yeah.
Well,
If you'll,
and the other part to that is the thing that you have noted earlier as well, Clue, that his clear issue with physical boundaries, physical contact, especially with the other sex, he interacts in a, to use SS's term, in a very overly familiar kind of way. And when people judge why potentially the three parents would organize together in order to get Sebastian some more involved assistance, I can see issues why you wouldn't want Seth solely to be the one who's trying to guide a child who already has issues with physical boundaries.
Yeah.
When he clearly doesn't understand them himself.
Oof. Yeah.
That was a very long-winded way of saying that, but I was trying to be so careful. Sorry.
No,
Thank you.
it's totally true. And I've had that very thought too, and it's probably was. I mean, I don't know, but I imagine it was Katie's reluctance is, given whatever was going on that was making them have the conversations they did. Is this really the person to turn him over to guide him through this and teach him how to be a man? Because I mean. He sat on BJ's panel and did what he did. I mean, is that who needs to teach a child about boundaries?
Well, I don't know. Have you ever turned on a very graphic video game of people being slaughtered and said that's an actual ass beating?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that wasn't even an ass beating. That was slaughter. And then said that he needs to learn his verbiage. A 5-year-old.
Yeah.
That baffled me.
I don't think she's coming to court Wednesday, guys.
No, I don't think so either. I think she'll do Zoom.
I don't even think she has to be there.
That is the video. Thank you.
It's a motion, right? The criminal part was continued.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a motion. And the last time they did that, she didn't have to be there.
Which makes sense, because if she's appealing, they have to get through that first before they slam her with a possible criminal. Because if she wins on her appeal, then if they put her for criminal, she could get them for wrongful, misconduct, pretty much.
Yeah. So I think they actually have set a date of March. So.
Oh, that's good.
I think that's what they're doing. They're going to let the appeal go through and then do the criminal, whatever.
Right.
I don't think it's the judge being soft, in my opinion. I think it's, we're going to do this the right way so she can't come back and say, well, you didn't, blah,
They're
blah, blah.
corrupt, right. And unfortunately, people do have a right to the proper procedures, and she has a right to an appeal. Now, my understanding is she actually missed the original date of the appeal, so that will be interesting.
Yeah, if they take care of the appeal first, too, when she does go in for the other things, they can just put her away at the time or go through with whatever punishment that they are going to do on her.
Yeah. Right, and don't forget, this happened with, what's his name? Benny Keys, and he was ordered to stay off the internet. He didn't get jail time, but he was ordered to stay off the internet.
Woo, that would be a dream.
No internet at all.
That would be a dream if she was made to stay off the internet for a year or two.
Yeah.
She would lose her mind.
It would, the community would get significantly healthier if that happened, and something broke in this case, the community would become so much healthier so quickly.
Thank you, Feisty Nana. See, that's I've heard people say this. I can't reconcile Seth's abuse and Katie's willingness to allow Sebastian to move in with him. What am I missing? I think the gaps of time between the alleged abuse and the fact that they really had no other choice. I mean, they were looking at behavioral homes. So I think it was like a matter of, and Katie wasn't willing. Remember, even Chris and Seth both said that they were trying to convince Katie to allow it.
Also, I don't know. This is hard to say, and I don't really want to go into it much, but when for me, for instance, when I was a teen, I dated somebody that was significantly older, in their 20s, and it took me a long time to fully understand what had really transpired in that relationship and to accept it for what it was.
Well, I don't know if they're referring to that or if they're referring to the alleged abuse against Sebastian from Seth. That's why I just got the ferry, because I wasn't sure. But listen, here's that video part. Listen to this really quick.
We're gonna spread out across.
She said line the bridge.
And you're supposed to be in the middle. We are. I heard.
Yeah, I want to get everybody.
I mean, like.
It's line. I'm gonna be walking in.
Oh, we missed it. Sorry. They make a joke about where do you want to stand. I thought it was there. I missed it. Sorry. Anyway, basically they said like it was part of the you're going to be in the middle, and at first he made it all gross, like, oh, I loved being in the middle of you two women. And this again is another event for his child.
Oh my God.
Middle. She wants you in the middle.
I'm telling you, I will never. I wish you people would have been.
Here it is.
Would have been there when we talked to him that first time. Like, it was the most awkward conversation I think I've ever had with anyone in my life.
I bet.
Didn't feel like you were talking to someone whose child was missing. You had to keep redirecting him to talk about Sebastian. It was just insane.
I feel like that's the way it is on panels too. He always goes back to himself, not Sebastian. But here's the exact part. Ready?
And I'm with my sister right behind me.
Don't yell at me. I'm tired of you looking at me in that tone of voice.
Are you?
No, not really.
I would really love for you to be in the middle.
I bet you would.
Yes, we do.
I am behaving myself.
Right there. I would really love for you to be in the middle. He says, I bet you do, followed up by I'm behaving myself.
Yes, we do.
I am behaving myself.
You know?
I mean, that's inappropriate for an event for his missing child.
I can't.
Tired of you looking at me in that tone of voice.
Are you?
No, not really.
I would really love for you to be in the middle.
I bet you would.
Yes, we do.
I am behaving.
Oh, is that Michaela?
Where?
Right here?
Hold on. No, girl, that's Karen Strom.
Oh, well, she's the one that said to him, behave yourself, and she's dead face. Look at her. Watch.
Yeah, that's Jaden's mama.
I bet you would.
Yes, we do.
I am behaving myself.
Right there, behave yourself. She's like tired of it. That was a tired behave yourself, wasn't it?
Wait a second. My head's about to just fucking pop off. I said the other day, Karen looks like Terry Lynn to me. Did Terry Lynn not just say she's with her sister?
She did. I'm with my sister. She did.
Bruh, I'm telling you, they both look like birds. They look like pigeons.
They do have that same, like, I see what I know what you're saying.
Well, McKay, hold on.
Terry Lynn, Cletus.
I know, but.
Or is she just saying her sister? Like,
she may have just been saying that, or she may be referring to Michaela.
Well, Anna just said here, Courtney. Is Courtney her sister?
Oh, I don't know.
Because Anna just added in Courtney was there, so. But you see how, like, dead face she is when she's like, behave yourself?
You know?
And she whispers something else.
I'd love for you to be in the middle.
I bet you would.
Yes, we do.
I am behaving myself.
You know?
Oh, I wish I could hear what else she says there. Did you hear it? The way she's like, behave yourself. And then he says, I am, and then she followed up with something else, but she looks tired of it.
Hold on,
she
play
looks
it again.
irritated.
Play it again. I'm gonna hold it up to my ear.
Okay.
I am behaving myself.
You know?
I can't.
You can't make it out. Damn it. It was the first time Courtney met Seth. She did not have a good experience.
Who's Courtney?
I don't know. Who's Courtney in? Courtney is mine and Krabby's friend. Okay.
I'm
They're
about to
friends.
make a list of folk. This is crazy.
Look, even this woman looks tired. Like, these people look like they're just done.
I was wondering if this was the godmom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're fine.
Why is Terry Lynn up on this lady's back? But Karen looks like she's tired of Seth's mouth. I mean, the fact that a grown woman has to tell a grown man at a vigil for her son to behave himself, that's very telling. And she didn't say, like, behave yourself with, like, a laugh. She's dead straight face, like, annoyed. Behave yourself. And he's like, I am behaving myself. And she followed up with something else that we can't hear. Hey, Melanie. They're saying you talked to her.
Who?
Courtney Fuller. You've talked to her on Discord.
That doesn't shock me.
I cannot polish.
Oh, never mind.
You get it now? But yeah, this whole thing, there's like many things where Seth's inappropriate. Matter of fact, everybody's standing alongside the bridge, like along it, but Seth has to step himself out into the center for attention, per usual.
No, I agree with Polish. Like, Chris took shit for saying to Terry Lynn, we should have done this in person. Nothing that I didn't take that as like a sexual innuendo or anything. But
No,
maybe
like,
I'm wrong.
It's like, you live right near me. Perhaps we should have had this phone call in person.
Right. And I don't know.
And this, and listen, we have your experience, we have Magnolia's experience, we have Chloe's experience, we have the stuff that Trevor Lee told us, we have the stuff that the person that was friends with Chloe told us, we have on tape the many inappropriate things we hear.
Red Robin.
Is that really your mom, Chelsea? And who's your mom? I'm sorry.
It's so confusing.
I never know if they're joking or not. Like, that's my mom. Is Karen your mom, Chelsea? Or maybe don't even answer. I don't want you to dox yourself. We'll figure out who your mom is. You can send me an email. Tammy. Now, who the hell is Tammy? Where I paused it.
There's also that comment that Seth is alleged to have made regarding Jaden's girlfriend.
In front of Pascal at the diner.
At the Red Robin, yeah.
Oh, so Chelsea, you're local too. I see. I'm not. Good thing I moved it because I don't know where I paused it, so we're not like, putting her out there. But oh, you are Courtney. She is Courtney. You guys are confusing me now.
Oh yeah, Music City Mom was there too at the bridge thing.
Oh, that's right. At the bridge, we waited about 30 minutes for Sean to walk his ass from the truck to the bridge. They made him go to the middle and everyone around him. There were drones recording it all. And that's when he steps out in the middle of the bridge. They're all praying and shit. And he steps himself out to be the center. And I was like, oh my goodness, this guy just never stops. Like, as people are giving a speech. And then look, they all lean on him and pray. I think, I'll be honest, I just feel like Seth has never been seen so much in his entire life. And he is like loving the attention.
I agree with that. I do.
Me too.
He even made a statement about, before I never used to use my phone. I used to get like one call a week. Now I'm on the phone all day.
He also used to never be on social media or have a YouTube, but now he's got his own channel. I mean, just like, look at him. If you really look at it, like, it's like me and SS were saying a while ago, it's like he's become a pop star, and I'm sure he feels that way because he acts like it.
Well,
in my opinion.
I'm more with fiance. If you were never on the phone, why do you have so many?
I can't argue with that, Clue. Bing bong. Wow. Yeah.
Crabtree's good. He was on live last night. Members only, but he did go online. Are y'all still here? Did I get booted?
No, we're still here. It just all
Okay.
got quiet and weird.
Yeah,
My
an angel flew
StreamYard does
over.
that.
My daddy used to tell me when it gets real quiet like that, it's because an angel flew over. Weird, huh?
I thought this bridge thing was really cute. I will say that. I thought this was a really good idea.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely more than one way to see everything because in one way, just as Granny said, Seth steps into the middle and that can be seen as grabbing attention, but for other people, as they have stated, Seth was asked to go into the middle. And people can see that as supporting somebody. And obviously, this event was organized as a way of showing some sort of solidarity for Sebastian. And they had put some planning into it. And that's a very nice thing, I think.
Sorry, guys. I just disappeared for a second. My son's trying to go sledding, but these damn kids aren't. They just don't give like actual location. They're like, oh, the BJ Hill. We're like, what the hell's the BJ Hill? Like, explain. But they're kids, so getting directions out of them or like an actual location is damn near impossible. You got it now? Perfect. Okay.
So,
Regina, oh, go ahead. I was going to say, I saw you on mute. I'm going to turn your mic up because they're saying, yeah, you were down at 30, girl. Nobody could hear you.
sorry.
There you
So
go.
I have a legitimate question. Do you guys think like this was all starting to get to Seth's head and he was starting to get this? I mean, and this is my opinion and allegedly, this chip on his shoulder that he is displaying in his behaviors before or after Tony Mathis?
I think it was after. Look at what I think he was starting to get a big head though. Look at what he did to Trevor Lee. It's my son, boy.
That was with Tony holding the phone too. How despicable was that? A spokesman's holding the phone while you curse out a guy that's young enough to be, that's closer to your son's age than you. That was despicable.
Yep.
And matter of fact, and to address Seth's first introduction with me, I walked up to him at the vigil on the bridge, and first thing he says to me is something about sticking his nose in a girl's asshole. What the fuck?
Wow.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Something you just said too about, let me, what was that? Look to the side. You said about, was it Tony? Oh, okay. This, Justin on TikTok. Remember when he said, I'm going to work with the Proud Fussy if you don't like it, F you?
Yeah. I'm just going to say, I tried to tell y'all that he was gross. Didn't nobody want to hear me. I was an asshole. I'm just saying.
Well, that's because they say like that you are, they try to ignore it by saying, well, clue's vile. That's what they do to try to discredit you.
Yeah, I might be vile, but in the end, I'm right.
And your child ain't missing while you're being all flirtatious either. Let's remind everybody of that. Here's that video. Look, they tore this apart. They talked about Chris's butt, but I'm sorry, we saw Seth's no ass either. At least Chris got a little badunk going on there. But they try saying that Chris was all aggressive with Seth here. Now, all the shit Seth talks on the internet. And Cletus, you're a man. I see SS dropped. I don't know if you did on purpose. As a man, Cletus, if you really believe that this man that was standing this close, say you were Seth, would you ever let him just walk away from you? Or would you knock him out right then and there?
For what? I'm sorry.
He was working.
If you full-heartedly believe that this man is the reason your child disappeared.
Well, so here's my interpretation of this situation, right? I don't think he believes that. I don't think he's ever believed that. I think, in my opinion only, I think Seth is a grown, spoiled child who has made his way through life finding an alpha to live and get guided from. I think Chris was that. I think it's been shown clearly to me. And I think had he found somebody to take him and guide him through this process, we wouldn't be where we are today with the shit show and the circus. That's just where I see it, right? Now that being said, if I had thought, if I did truly think that, you know, Chris in this situation was responsible, yeah, it would not have gone the way it went for him.
Yeah, I can see that. I think another part that ties in with that is that certain parts of the Green Team have made a whole to-do about the fact that there's that little clip of Seth basically trying to put what's his name? His
Look to the left.
stepdad.
Oh, Chris?
Chris, it just disappeared out of my head as I went to say it. I'm like, where did the word go? It just vanished. Chris went to put Chris in his place and is like, you know, you're not going to threaten me because I know what you're trying to do. People haven't really connected what Seth is actually referring to when he is saying that.
And the
that,
people that have connected it, we Frosty, we have been
Yep.
tore to bits.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
we're fucking logical. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to get into the whole thing of it, but I will say true crime is fucking ugly. It's literally ugly, okay? And if people don't want to acknowledge the ugliness of it because it hurts their feelings or they need a trigger warning or whatever, then don't be fucking involved in true crime discussion, okay?
Mic drop.
The fact of, I mean, the fact of the matter is, Chris was saying, if people find out about Sebastian, they're not going to search. The same way Chris and or Seth and Pascal wanted the alleged 13-year-old to go to jail. Ooh, that's what was being said there, but nobody wants to acknowledge it.
Right, but telling everybody that's coming to search, so y'all know we're looking for a dead body. That's a
Right.
no. That would definitely not turn anyone from looking. Who? Okay, don't get me wrong. I do search and rescue, and I understand, like, especially because of the situation we were just in with the man actually perishing out in the woods that we were looking for. Okay, that I'm going to eventually come across someone that's no longer alive that I'm helping search for.
Right.
But nobody wants to. Nobody.
No, especially a parent.
Bingo.
But here, let's play this really quick. This is one of Steph's finest moments.
Check it out. So without further ado on that, let me pull this
And don't forget, Seth said that these people lied and misrepresented this.
up and let y'all just, you know, give it a listen.
They misrepresented it.
Me and Chris are putting our differences aside. It's not about our egos.
So here he's a man. It is about egos now. But don't forget, right after, I'm getting ahead of myself, but right after this video, he freaked out. He freaked out, and because just on TikTok, JLR, Dolly, and a bunch of and Pascal all went live saying people are going to want refunds. Anybody else remember this? They all tore him apart for this video.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And that's why he
It's
retracted.
about finding Sebastian. Me, Chris, and Katie will begin working together. And if everybody else could just fuck off.
Right there.
And put your egos aside, help us find our son. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is the goal of this shit. If you can't get on that, get the fuck off.
Wow, what a gentleman he is. What a great guy. He couldn't say that without cursing everybody out. But people are so angry that he said fuck off that they started threatening that they wanted refunds and stuff. And then all of a sudden, he goes back that night, back to the internet and starts trashing them again. So in my opinion, it does come down to ego and money. What do you guys think of that video?
I think it would have been a good thing for you to drop those people and actually work with the Proud Feets, but literally less than 12 hours later, he's on Peter Hyatt, not throwing shade at Chris anymore, only Katie.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he went
Yep.
on Peter Hyatt the next morning, and he's a behavior person, right? So I found it really odd that during that interview, Sean didn't talk a lot. He didn't really do much of anything. Even Peter Hyatt was like, I mean, you're not even speaking.
Oh, like he was scared?
There you go. Because he is
Well,
a behavior person, right?
well,
He's
now
a
And
that
he was
statement.
like,
He's a
he
statement
goes,
analyst. That's what
yeah,
Peter Hyatt does. Yeah.
yeah. And he said, Peter Hyatt said something to him about it. And he goes, well, I mean, I'm just up here to listen to you. Really, you're the expert. And I was like, no, you're not. You're up there to not talk because you aren't sure that you can't say things, or you're not going to say things that aren't going to make him go,
well, why don't I know people like to go ahead and send things to the news, but why don't we help out these Peter Hyatts of the world and send them all of Seth's finest moments on panels, like Pizzagate, Masturbate Gate, all of those things, and let's get a real analyst of the real Seth who doesn't think that people like Peter are watching.
You know why? Because all these channels, I mean, and even creators that I actually watched that I've seen jump on board with the green team, just like the Deceptive Detective, is literally picking Chris and Katie apart. But I haven't seen him do Seth at all.
Because
Like he's done.
Because I don't think they're aware of all Seth's panels. I don't think they're even closely aware of them. Like
no,
every
because
time,
a lot of them are deleted.
right? And a lot of times when Chris is on panel, it's a big deal. Everybody makes it a huge deal because he's not on panels as much. But when Seth's on these panels, the late nights of BJ's and shit, they don't get as recognized.
I
But
think you're
imagine if
being
they did.
generous. I think you're generous there, Granny. I think a lot of them are aware and they're deliberately choosing the easy path of
Popularity.
yeah.
It's popular to blame the Proudfoots.
Yeah, well, it's an inbuilt audience straight away. People just want to rage and have their voice heard in a chat, whether they're actually having any input or not, and that's what they're giving them.
Well, like in this video here, when all of the guys went live and played this and the tide started to turn on Seth, that's when the tide started to turn. And if you look at their injunction, that's not where they stated it turned. I mean, this is literally it right here. The fact that he said F off. And everybody's like, F off, we've been supporting you. I mean, I'd love to go back and revisit those videos where Pascal calls us out. Dolly, he hid most of his. PJ, tell Dolly to unprivate that shit, man. He did. Seth, the Deceptive Detective, did a Seth interview. Did he?
Did he? I haven't seen it.
Me neither.
Yeah, the one that Dolly took off was the one where he's like, you're not asking the right question.
Oh, and he said, I was just looking for chat participation. What was his conclusion with it? That's stupid how to tell innocent from guilty? No, I don't think that's a fair. Obviously, I don't think that's fair because I'm biased, but I mean, look at the title alone. How can you tell? And if you go and listen to Vinnie Politan when he had those two guys up there, even they said, like, no, if these were my clients, I'd be recommending they're doing what the Proudfoots are doing. The less speaking, the better.
Any lawyer or attorney worth their salt is going to tell you to shut up. You have the right to remain silent. Use it.
Yeah, especially when you're calling yourself a suspect.
Right.
Yep.
And then crying about what a suspect he is. They tore my house apart. I think it's because the Proudfoots directed them towards me. Well, they did the same thing at the Proudfoots' house. Like, on one hand, you have them saying the police did not do this the right way in the beginning. And then on this other hand, you have them saying, like, they did. They, basically they did. They suspected all the parents.
Wasn't that on Vinnie Politan or Court TV or something like that when he was like, I'm a suspect. And I know it was Vinnie Politan. He was like, what? I'm sorry,
Yeah.
excuse me.
And then they ended the interview. And then the next time Vinny went live about it, he knew about the RICO, and they started off the first few minutes of the stream making a mockery of the RICO by mentioning actual gang people and kidnappings and actual RICO situations. Did anybody else pick up on that?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, they were basically laughing in their face. And then they even said, well, they never said they were cleared by LE. Nobody's ever said that. Are you talking about the court paper that came out that Chris didn't even want out? That paper? That's what I mean. Like, listen to the pizza story. Listen to him, on a late night when he's pretending to do the grossest thing you can do. Listen to him talk about his son's alleged dreams and stuff like that. Like, ugh.
Yeah, and I'm not going to name names, but it's one reason that I do encourage people to go and listen. You don't have to interact, but at least listen to what people term as the other side at the moment. But to me, it's all sides of the same story. If you're only getting one perspective, you are closing yourself off to a whole lot of information. Some of it you want, some of it you really don't ever want to know. But you need to be able to see these things for yourself, to be able to judge them. And once you do, it tells you a whole lot. And really, this whole thing is a mess. And it's part of why it becomes so sad that it becomes one side or the other. People do shut themselves off to a whole lot that we could all do with maybe opening our eyes to.
Well, you're right, Wee, but the sad fact is there is no middle ground because anybody that was middle ground got labeled automatically. Like, you're not allowed. You have to be on a side.
Yep. And if you choose to try and stay middle ground, you're then put on the other side by whatever person doesn't like you at that moment.
Exactly.
Right. And what people don't understand is there shouldn't even be this whole side that is, oh, we're for Chris and Katie Proudfoot. They're innocent. They didn't do it. Or we're for Seth. Poor guy. Let's throw money at him. Whenever the fact is, everybody should be like, I'm on Sebastian's side. Let's sit down and talk about this like adults and see if we can actually come up with a conclusion that's going to help the situation. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Unfortunately, it's not very welcomed.
I know.
Which is really sad. I don't think anybody offed Sebastian. Nobody. I don't think anybody did. I'm still under the. I think what SF pointed out the other day was very eye-opening to me, anyhow. That, gosh forbid, what if he did go to the construction site, nobody saw him? Or how many times have you heard? I mean, Clue just mentioned one read from the back chat. That guy. He was found years later, 100 feet from where he disappeared from, despite it being searched hundreds of times, thousands.
Well, they have festivals at that location, is what she was saying.
Yeah, I had it pulled up when I seen her writing in the back chat, and then you mentioned it. I'm like, yeah, man, this is eye-opening. And then how about Calaparis, the most recent case of searches everywhere, and he was less than what? How many feet from his house?
Yeah.
It
really
happens
not
so
far.
often.
In connection with the Caleb Harris case, there's a case from here in Northern Ireland that I had helped to go search on. His name is Noah Donahue, and I hope that people go and look into his case. It's a very sad situation. It's all connected to a very deep history in Northern Ireland that makes it very messy, unfortunately. But essentially, a young boy, almost the same age as Sebastian, who unexpectedly just left his house one afternoon and was seen on the CCTV going through the town and effectively disappeared. We searched for days and couldn't find anything. And then whenever we did, he was discovered. He was in what was effectively a storm drain. How he got in there, all of that is all very dodgy to say the least, but it was another case of how did this even happen? And we have no answers. None.
Yeah, I'm sure it
We
happens a lot.
Frosty. The truth is like even in these searches that I've seen, these quote searches end quote
Seth Rogers has put together and stuff, the searches that I've seen are so disorganized, and literally you could be walking right look, whenever people, especially whenever they're hypothermic, people will try burying themselves up in something to prevent themselves from freezing to death. When they get past a certain level, they'll actually start taking their clothes off. And that's something we look for as search and rescue, is people's clothes in the woods when we're hunting for them. Okay. But like, people climb into places to try to get warm and stuff, and unless you actually have that arm length to arm length grid search, they could be 15 feet away from you, buried in the leaves, and you will not see them.
Oh yeah,
Literally.
like that day that we were out there at that abandoned building or whatever, I remember that one girl in the flowered shirt with the red hair, like she was getting a little pissed. She's like, "This is ridiculous." She's like, "We have all these people out here. We should be walking through this field like at arm's length, actually like grid searching."
Right.
And fiance was the same way. Like, he was getting a little irritated too. He's like, "This is the most disorganized shit I've ever seen in my life."
Y'all had every right to be, because that was so unorganized. Sebastian could have been the Indian Ocean, and y'all would not have found him in those woods the way that was going.
Well, I think the truth of the matter is that there was, like JLR says now, that he can't even understand why, he was sent to go search, excuse me, so far away. So it almost makes you wonder, was it like a photo opportunity? Was it a way to see if, I don't know, if disability was following him that far? Like, what was the whole real purpose of it?
I think it was a location where he could show like a physical effort.
Right.
So then once he stopped, that's all people remember, is him coming out and being like, "Oh yeah, we out here." You know what I mean?
We're searching, right? And distraction control, possibly. And then look, I would imagine if I was searching for my kid, it would be disorganized because I've never done that before. But don't forget, there were people such as the Cajun Navy that were trying to organize it, and Seth pushed against it.
Dude, fiance walked up to Sean that morning and was talking about an area to the northeast, I think. He's like, "I really think that looking at the terrain and everything, that is a very viable option." Seth couldn't give a shit less.
He had in mind what he was going to do that day.
So we left and did it on our own. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, he had no interest in it. He's like, "Oh, okay."
I cannot help but think that it is like everything else and every other statement. It's a flip-flop. As soon, like, if Sebastian, just hear me out here. If Sebastian is actually found, do you know what's going to stop real quick for Seth?
Money.
Attention.
Bingo.
All of it.
And attention. All of it.
That's
all
what
of
I
it.
said.
Well, don't forget, Dog the Bounty Hunter was selling his tickets, saying a percentage of them's going to Seth Rogers for Sebastian. Anybody remember that?
Tickets.
Yeah, tickets to his meet and greet. He said a percentage, and he said not 1%, because we don't do that, is going to Seth Rogers for Sebastian when he comes home.
Right. And I got reamed for asking this question, but I'll ask it again. Seth Rogers, and I think this is a fair question, is your YouTube channel your source of income now?
Well,
I think that's a fair question.
I don't quite 100% agree with Regina, but it dovetails into the idea that I have, that we have the homestead family values, or whatever it is, that whole thing that has been restarted again. That in itself to me is curious. That in itself to me gives a certain vibe that there is a plan. of something, and it doesn't sit well with me. But that's just my perspective.
Oh yeah, because Tony will come out and address everything. He'll address. Actually went back to work, but he got in a fight and broke his glasses. But he will not touch that nonprofit or whatever. He won't do it. He will not talk about it. And it begs the question, are you a member?
Well, remember, SF showed signatures of Seth signing his contract with that night, and he signed it with the family homestead, Rogers Homestead Values or whatever.
And
So
not
what
only
is the real purpose of that? And then there's rumors that at night you can see where they put on their site saying they opened up a nonprofit called Sebastian's Army, but I can't find anything further on it other than a Google search that tells you that it's a 501c3, like the generated response from Google, but I can't find it actually registered.
Right, if you're so committed to be able to communicate with your audience in the form of emojis, you should really find it pretty simple to be able to state what your purpose is with these things. It shouldn't be that difficult. The fact that they choose to deliberately hide that, no matter what side you believe you're on, if there is a side of anything, that is very strange, no matter who would do it. Period. It's weird.
Imagine if Chris and Katie came out and said, oh, yeah, by the way, we have a nonprofit set up in Sebastian's name. People would be like, for what? Why? They demand answers. But when it comes to Seth, it's like, oh, well, leave the guy alone. He's just a grieving father doing his best. There's never that same accountability. Like, sir, what is your purpose for opening up this homestead while your son's vanished? It's odd, to say the least.
Granny, I think it's the same purpose as having people meet up in an area that you don't even have permission to search it, to do a search for a missing child, while you're talking about your GoFundMe and being able to withdraw money out of it. At the same time, you're telling the people there helping you search for your missing son that you're looking for a dead body, and then going on YouTube every other day after saying, I believe my son's alive. I believe he's out there. Send me money, basically.
Always Late said, what about those 5 CPS cases? What are those about? We don't know, because we don't even know if they exist. But I will say it has come out since then and stated that Seth has 8 against him, Always Late. So if you think about it, that would be 12 CPS reports that poor Sebastian was involved in, and yet all we got is that he disappeared. So
that would be 13.
13, I'm sorry, thank you. My math ain't mathing. Cletus, you're quick.
Another thought I had,
13.
Speaking about the CPS cases. So y'all remember he built Pascal up and he was fixing to release the CPS cases. Remember all that? But then whenever push come to shove and he actually got the CPS cases, do you guys think it was because he had to sign, and this is just a question, do you think it's because he had to sign the non-disclosure agreement to get those CPS records? Or do you think he didn't want Pascal knowing everything that was in those CPS records? I have my doubts.
I think it was because SF made a huge deal out of it being illegal to put them out.
You're right, I forgot about that.
I think he was absolutely going to show them, and then SF intercepted and said, wait, you signed a non-disclosure. It'll be very illegal for you to do that, which is why, if you recall, then he said to Pascal, well, I'll talk to you when you're here. We'll go to church. And I'm like, that has to be code for something. Like, we'll go to church. And I think he may have shown Pascal something while he was there that made him turn the other way. But I also think if that was the case, Seth would be very selective on which cases he showed. If there's 13, allegedly, not 12, if there's allegedly 13 of them, he's not going to show the ones that pertain to him, obviously.
And that's why only certain CPS cases were mentioned and highlighted from various people. You can see the story building there where they were trying to make it seem like it was only just against one side of the family.
I'm
and
sorry.
not a bigger situation.
I can't. You're sitting here lying about going to work. Are there 5 cases? Is that even true? Like, I won't believe that. I just won't. I can't. Everything that comes out of your mouth is a lie.
Well, and I'm with you, Chloe, because here's the other thing, right? When he had Chloe and them, he was aware of CPS reports because Heather Cohen sat up there and said that there's no, whatchamacallit to them.
Well, if you look at the very beginning interviews, how does anyone even know to ask about them if he was never made aware of them? People forget that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. It's like, wait, if you're saying you didn't know they existed, then how did you know to even request them?
But
Good
then
point.
that's the same way as he wasn't involved in, he didn't know about the whole previous assault situation with Sebastian, yet was involved in organizing his counseling and who was doing the counseling and how the counseling was being handled. All of that was a thing, but only one part of that story was being pushed out. Again, it's just little shreds of trying to poke one way or the other. It's very weird.
I'm just going to say, I will never, ever get over the fact that on the first interviews, they're being asked about CPS. Why and how? Again, if Sean had no knowledge, how do you even know to ask about it? That shit don't make no sense. It's a lie. It's all a lie. In my opinion, allegedly.
I have to give Clue validity on this because not only that, but if he really signed a non-disclosure agreement to get those records for Sebastian, that means he had to sign papers saying he would not talk about anything within those documents. And now we're hearing about 5 CPS reports. So he's either lying and talking to people, or he's actually disclosing things from those documents that he isn't even supposed to be talking about. It's that simple.
Well, and to be fair, they say there's 5 CPS records against Chris. They don't say they all pertain to Sebastian. And we all know that Nina's a tough one to deal with, right? Like, she has her vendettas and beliefs that Sebastian's not in good their daughter's not in good hands with Chris. So how do we know that those 5 are pertaining to her and not Sebastian? We just don't know.
Yeah, if you listen to Tony, and in my opinion, it was very deliberately Tony was the one that came forward to explain some of that. His explanation of how many there were, who was mentioned, and then the parts that he, in my opinion, conveniently leaves out. It does give a very strong narrative of what they are trying to make seem had happened.
I
But
agree,
when you
Frosty.
listen to what he is saying, it shows that there's a whole lot of information deliberately left out. That shouldn't be the case. So what are you trying to do there, sir? I see you.
I don't know what these people think talking about my ex on YouTube is going to do. Is that supposed to hurt me? I put the motherfucker in prison. Obviously, I don't like him.
Clue, I think you're one heck of a mama. You did the right thing, and anybody that talks against you for doing right by your own kid should have, man, let me tell you what, sometimes I think there should be lawsuits where you can just slap someone all over the face and that be the payment. You know what I'm saying? You did right, and you have no shame in what you did, and it's none of it's your fault. And anybody that is going after Clue for that, y'all are monsters. Monsters. Because she protected her kids. She did what she was supposed to do. Lay off.
They ain't about to make me feel bad. Shit, I don't feel bad about nothing I've done. But y'all can come on. Keep coming.
It just makes me mad for you, Clue. Because not only did they try to expose you, but the fact that they said that about your daughter and brought that out into the public, I mean, for real, shame on them.
Well,
Evil.
I got to put it this way, right? A man who will come out here and come on platforms and stuff and do that with their child, anyone associated with him, is not going to think twice about doing it with anyone else's, period. They don't have no morality, integrity. I don't know how you would put it, but
How about they don't have no fucking custody of their own, so they should shut the fuck up? How about that? You know what I'm saying? Like, first off, if you're going to sit up on a panel, judge a spay's parenting, why don't you make sure a court didn't deem you unfit before you start that shit? Sit here and judge whatever. They had no business doing that to your daughter. They had zero business whatsoever. And Smiley over there sure as hell didn't like it when AB put out her personal business, but she's going to go ahead and do that and try to do it in a slick little fucking, that's evil. At least come directly out and be like, Clue, is this you? But she tried doing it like, oh, I just so happened to come across this article. Did you see where she sat there and tried to get her husband off of trouble for beating her ass by turning around and using Summerwell's name? Did you see that?
No.
Oh,
I did.
Well, maybe you should.
And Smiley has
People wanna
also
play
had no
games.
problem doing that to other creators as well. In other cases, it's a whole thing. So for her to act all shocked and appalled that somebody would look into her situation, no, Smiley, it doesn't work like that.
I just think it's funny. Like, I am labeled the vile, whatever, vicious wildebeest creator, but I bet you'll be sitting in hell before I will.
You know what
got a
I've
dirty
always
mouth, but I
noticed?
got a clean heart. So
That's exactly what I was about to say. It is always the people that come out here that act like they're the sweetest and they're the most innocent that are usually the most diabolical. And I've always discovered, because I'm like loud and I'm a fast talker and I'm more aggressive, I'm always labeled the aggressor. And it's like, no, they're just evil and conniving. They try to sound sweet. That's what I'm about to wait for Clue to see it.
No, you just need to add allegedly, in my opinion, 48,000 times in every sentence, and then it's fine.
How about we just straight up deny what we said? Isn't that good too? We can just erase it and be like, what? I never said that. Y'all, I swear to God.
Or act like you're too stupid to know what's going on. That's my favorite with Butterhead right now. She's like, I don't even know how I'm involved in all this. You signed paperwork, lady.
There's so many people that do that, though, that just act like they're like unknowing. And I've heard people question, like, is she really that like stupid? No, she's not. Okay, no.
I don't think so either.
She's fucking conniving. Very sneaky, very aware. Does AB have a second Oh, here it is. Oh, there's quite a few of them, but AB did a really good expose on Smiley to the point where she threatened him with like legal action, and he was doubled down and was like, okay, bring it on. I can't find the exact video right now, though. Seems like he posts a lot. But yeah, so she has her own personal problems, family issues. Sorry,
Karen. She has a whole lot of family stuff going on, and it's interesting. Again, I had hoped, in light of the fact that her mother had just passed, she would have developed a little bit of compassion, having gone through her own trauma. Yes, I expect too much sometimes from people, and I had hoped that would be the case, but no, she's back to business, being as vile as she ever was. So the grace period is over. She is over there saying a whole lot of things and caging it in the allegedly, in my opinion, when really she should not be throwing rocks at anybody. Ever.
Well, let's face it, her views were down to like less than 100 people coming in. So then she did the FBI reached out to me for my interviews with the Proudfoots just to get her name trending again. Hey, Wendy.
No, they didn't. They went straight to her YouTube channel and watched them if they were that interested in getting them. I'm just putting that out there.
I was going to say, that's pretty much what they do. They just watch them or
Right.
download them. They don't have to come to you.
Why would they even have to reach out to you? I don't think they would either. Why would they?
Unless it's a chain of custody thing. But I mean,
But
it's
then
a website.
when they just like subpoena your YouTube, like I don't know. I find it hard to believe they would go to a creator and then that creator go public and be like, "Oh my gosh, look, the FBI reached
Yeah,
out to me today."
For anybody who doesn't know, all that law enforcement has to do is contact YouTube, and depending on the case, they're more forthcoming at times than others. But they don't go to creators usually for that information. Usually, it's
That's
straight
what
to
I was
YouTube
thinking.
for that clear reason, so that it's not being changed in any way.
Right.
The only reason I could see them reaching out to a creator was over something like if the video had been so edited that they, or it had been uploaded and it
Yeah.
was edited before it was uploaded. Like that is the only thing. And those
I still
calls
don't
were
bel-
pretty fluid.
I still don't believe they would reach out to the creator. I still think they'd go directly through via YouTube. But I mean, I don't know. Figment here says, hang up some obnoxious floral wallpaper behind your live stream and poof, now you're a nice moral person.
You're not allowed to talk about the floral hanging behind Smiley because
She's such a liar, saying it was made by kids.
It's funny you should say that.
It wasn't though. I mean, maybe in a sweatshop somewhere, but no. She had that exact same hanging behind her, and Michael Vaughan's mother had made comment on the fact that her daughter loved the hanging behind Smiley, and Smiley made a whole show of taking it down, giving it and posting it off. Great, wonderful, love that. But then her viewers found her another one after her lamenting for weeks that she loved that background so much. It was all very strange, in my opinion.
So basically, to sum up what you're saying, is that it was
Yes.
purchased off of Amazon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It wasn't hand drawn by autistic children. I mean, that was just one of the weirdest things I ever heard somebody lie about.
No.
Well,
Yeah, she tried claiming that, so nobody could clown her on her background. She tried claiming it was these fucking people.
I just think it's odd hearing someone say that wallpaper made her so special or people like her, because as soon as I seen that, I knew I was not going to enjoy her or her content.
It was tacky as shit. I mean, the floral was better
Yes.
than the smiley face ones, but even like emoji things, you can find that at any discounted rack anywhere for like 5 cents. Emojis are so outdone.
I just feel like if you're gonna name yourself Smiley, you should do that once in a while and not be so effing miserable. But
Always
whatever.
miserable. But it seems like, I mean, I'm sorry, but most women I've met like her are like that. They come across as like these sweet Southern Christian ladies, and then they speak and they're demons. Like they're evil. There's no heart there.
Well, she is also the lady who wants to put people, and I quote, on the short bus. Now, for a woman who claims, in her own words, to have an adult son with autism, I find that very strange. A little bit like Julie, when people are expecting that others would be so careful with their wording, and that yet, whenever they want to rage at somebody, they will do exactly the most horrible things, such as putting people on a short bus. No, Smiley.
Yeah, I
Sit
got
down.
tore apart for saying that too, to be honest, though.
No, she does it. Has done it for years, though. She has done I could write a book. A little smiley book. I'll draw you little smileys in the corner. It'll be lovely. And little eyebrows.
What a clown. Why they have to be Southern? Because the ones I've met are Southern. I'm saying, like, literally, the ones I've come across, they're always Southern and miserable.
I.e. BJ.
Yeah, and Smiley and Coops, and there's so many of them that come across. Like, at first, you're thinking, like, oh, look at this. Like, Smiley, for example. You're like, look at this elderly Southern woman. She's so sweet. Her name's Smiley. She got the ugly ass emojis behind her. She's obviously outdated. And not up to time, with like the hip things, if you will. And then she speaks and it's like, holy shit, a demon.
When Smiley came onto the scene, one of the first things that she had done was, in the Summer Wells case, was reach out to someone named Donald Wells. Now, Smiley didn't have the wherewithal at the time to realize that she was speaking to the father of Don Wells, a man with very progressed dementia at that moment. She had no clue, none, and made a whole performance about this recording. It upset a whole lot of people. Again, no matter what side anybody thought they were on, it was gross. It was inappropriate in so many ways. You want to talk about going real life? It was just wrong. Then she claimed to be being attacked by people to the point that someone, in her words, yet again, threw a mocktail cocktail into her yard. And then she had to go live after she said that the police had been to collect it, but she was disgusted by the police because they didn't take the evidence in the way that she thought it should be collected. All very odd. And that was just her opening gambit. Everything after that got a lot more strange. You're getting the watered down version of Smiley. She is a whole situation. You're welcome.
I'm still lost on they threw a what?
Like a makeshift bomb, like the bottle with the rags that explode.
Molotov cocktail.
Molotov cocktail.
Yes, it should have been Molotov cocktail, but she said mocktail cocktail. Yeah. Yep.
That sounds like a daiquiri with no liquor in it.
Right? I'm like, the horror.
Whew. I'm dead.
I was just listening to the rest of Julie's little, excuse my behaviors from the other day because I'm a profound autism mom. And I guess people are mad that she called out for Nick. So now she's like, my name is what it is for a reason. I don't need any backup. But she certainly was like, Nick.
What does that mean? Her name is what it is. What name?
Julie Profound Autism is my YouTube handle for a reason. # walk in my shoes. Profound Autism parent. It means put some respect on her name because she is a profound autism parent.
Fuck it.
You just know that she's the type of person that's like goes and knocks on like the drive-through window. Excuse me, ma'am. I need to get in front of you because my child's having a fit in the back seat, and he's autistic, so you need to let me go in front of you. Like the entitlement of people based off their child's disabilities is despicable.
My favorite is her talking about, I come into your chat and you don't even acknowledge me.
Yeah. Do you know who I am? I'm gonna write in caps in everybody's chats. I'm gonna demand respect. Damn it!
Come into my chat. I'll even drop you a link.
I know, Julie. I mean, we actually agree. You deserve to be acknowledged, ma'am. Please allow us to acknowledge you. and I have a problem. I have a problem. You're actually a really good singer, Iva. The shoes that are covered in, you can't force people to like you. She had a meltdown because she was not accepted to the green team. Yeah, that's pretty much what she's doing. And now she's saying, I don't need anybody to defend me. Okay.
Then why'd you make a video about it?
Right. Yeah, some of Julie's supporters didn't take that very well. And I'm only mentioning this name to make the story understandable, that someone had reached out via email message, or Facebook possibly, to Mom Ended Up, to spell it out to her that Julie should really have seniority because, in their words, Julie has a lot more sway with her amount of TikTok subscribers. That didn't go well, to the extent that Mom Ended Up started to talk about this last night and then hid her live stream.
So she basically was saying because she has more of a following on TikTok, they should accept her into the green team because she has a bigger following.
Well, that was what this person had written. That
Right.
whoever this person may have been, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so basically that's exactly what I said before. Their whole thing is just to try to brainwash the masses. And then look, I'm over here reading her comments on this video and her, I like this one. Julie, the haters have a hidden agenda. What? Who's the haters? Our agenda's real, ma'am. How dare you? I like this one up here. It's all about Sebastian, Julie. Yeah, so why is Julie making it about her and not being acknowledged enough in chats? It should be about Sebastian, Julie.
I'm still tripping on how do you get rejected from the green team?
I know.
Look at this one, though. You're correct. People were going into BJ's live tonight saying you were accusing people of harassing you. That BJ gets everything right. You better believe that. That's what Julie did then. Matter of fact, I'll thumbs you up.
This is crazy to me. Imagine being that grown up ass of a woman. Like, she got to be in her 50s.
Mm-hmm. Without those filters, I dare say maybe even close to 60s.
And that's like you're upset because you're not in the club.
She's not part of the club.
Well, do you remember the lady, and I use that term very nicely, that came up on your panel, Granny, and started having a go at people if they hadn't given birth to a certain child about how...
That wasn't my panel. That was BJ's.
No, she came here. Remember?
I remember she came up here before Emmy, but she made that statement over on Brittany's.
Mm-hmm. But then she solidified it a little bit here because I remember being like, "What are you even saying?" It was just very interesting to me that Julie here is in the same situation. Those are her children by marriage, and that although most of us would understand that that doesn't change how you love a child, it shouldn't. You should love the children no matter whether you have given birth to them yourself or not. You've chosen that family. But it's clear that there's a very mixed up story going on there. For some people, if you give birth to them, you're allowed to have your opinion. If you didn't, for some people, tough luck. That's kind of unusual to me for all these good Christian folks.
What I want to know is how long Julie has been a profound mom, understanding how to deal with an autistic child. Whenever, don't get me wrong, like with therapy and stuff, he has progressed way past that. But my son used to throw fits just like her son in that video. I want to know how long she's had that child in her life to still not be able to communicate with him. Because that display of behavior from that little boy, there is clearly no communication. Like, I'm talking about like
Regina, I respectfully have to disagree because not all autistic children are the same. So say like what your son used to, but therapy made him not. You don't know what level of spectrum he's on, what his diagnoses are, what like led to. I mean, I disagree with you there. I just don't like the comparison.
Maybe I'm putting this the wrong way. Maybe I'm explaining this the wrong way, Granny. Let me rephrase this and see if what I'm saying makes sense. Okay. Do you see how old that child is? Right? Now, if he is old enough to sit there and throw a fit like that to try to communicate with you, he is old enough, and there's obviously some level of him that is able to communicate with you. And why is she just standing there instead of communicating with him and filming him, making a spectacle of him, instead of working on that bond to communicate with him and figure out what's going on with him that he can't convey the reason he's throwing the fit? That's what I mean. Like there's something off.
I still disagree, to be honest.
Excuse me for interrupting. Can y'all hear me?
We can, yes.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Granny. Hi, Wee. Long time no talk to.
Hey, Wendy, love. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I just wanted to pop up real quick. I was for something else, but I'm not going to defend this Julie person. However, there was a point in time where therapists asked parents to film their children in outbursts to help with therapy. So maybe that was the situation. Why she put it on the internet is anybody's guess at this point. But that's my 2 cents there. I'm not going to keep y'all long. Granny, I just wanted to let you know that what y'all were talking about before, as far as the biological father and the Sebastian Rogers case, if people really want to have an understanding in how the investigations into these things work and what may or may not have happened in previous cases that allows detectives, investigators, and so forth, where their mindset is and how that works. I was going through some of my old materials, and I found some research papers, and I was able to find that they have been scanned online through the OJJ. So I was going to drop those in your back chat, and maybe that might help guide opinions going forward if people really want to understand it.
As
One
far
is
as what?
the,
I'm sorry, I'm missing what particular part do you mean though?
with understanding some of the behaviors that we've seen as far as
Oh,
the biological father
I
and what
I don't think
and
there's any PDF form that would explain it. I think it's so abnormal. Honestly.
Touche.
oh yeah, okay, yes. Being as that it's all on social media, I will grant you that. But if you'd like it, I'm gonna drop it in the studio chat for you, and then maybe at your leisure you all can look at it, not online, but for your own personal
Oh yeah, I'd
situation.
appreciate that, Wendy.
Yeah,
I would love to see what it is.
yeah, the crime of family abduction, a child's and a parent's perspective, and then the case management for missing children that leads to homicide investigation. There's a lot of information in there, but on the case management one, I would just particularly draw your attention to page 11
Mm-hmm.
and then go from there. And when you read page 11, you might be like, oh, okay, why are we searching 20 or 30 miles away in the middle of nowhere?
What's the answer?
The answer is I can't speak for this particular case, but it is to not find what you're looking for.
Oh, my Michelle, no, I don't. Were you timed out? If you were, it was by YouTube. We don't time people out, especially for that, hun. You shouldn't have been timed out. So there's a book that literally says why
It's
he
not
was
a book.
searched.
It's actual case studies that were done.
Okay.
I do know that they are updating to reflect the influence of social media,
Mm-hmm.
but it all still goes back to the OJJ because that was where I was for 12 years. So at
Oh.
least it is available, and I'm willing to provide the PDFs for you that you can read at your own leisure. And I think it's helpful because what's the goal of discussing these things if it's not to gain an understanding?
Mm-hmm.
And if you can educate yourself or just have tools for further information, it might change your perspective a little bit in how to go forward if the goal is to make things better for crowdsourcing true crime. If you understand where I'm going with that.
Wendy, would you put those on your community post for people to find as well? Because I think there's a lot of people in the chat who would like to read along to be able to understand the same thing. I think what you're sort of saying is that
Mm.
in a roundabout way, that what we see is not, we're not assessing a normal behavior as such, but there are other people who have done similar things in similar cases, and somebody has written a research paper about it.
Several
that's
people have written research
yes,
papers about
yes.
it, and it's what we use to 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 educate ourselves. So when you go out in the field, you know what to look for.
Right.
But it's not privileged information what I'm sharing. You will
Okay.
have access to the PDF information. But yes, you're right. I will go ahead and share that on my page as well. I just didn't want to bring my channel into Granny's channel. That's poor etiquette.
I do
So
it.
Oh, that's
okay.
no problem.
Okay. Well,
I
I'm going to
appreciate
drop
that,
those
Wendy.
links in the back chat, and I'll drop down. Y'all have a great day, and everybody stay weather aware because it's really nasty out there.
You as
You
well.
too,
Thank you, Wendy.
Wendy.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
I can't tell if Rumor's being like a smartass here, but please
Thank
stop
you,
and leave
Wendy.
Julie alone. I'll tell you
I
what.
know.
When Julie leaves the parents of Sebastian alone, I think more people would be inclined to listen to her. But when she's over there dressed and having a hell of a time, dressing up and mocking a stepfather, a missing child, I think people have a hard time being sympathetic towards her. You know, because she's all in her best glory when she's over there mocking others, but she can't handle a little bit of criticism her way. I just think that she has probably gotten a lot of professional help. I disagree.
So, all right.
Hey, Purple.
Was that lady trying to say that it was like on purpose?
There are certain behaviors that are on purpose and that become due to a psychological need to delay for different people.
Discovery.
For some people, it's the need to distract. For some people, it's because they don't want to acknowledge what they already know.
Okay.
And trust me, whenever you read those papers, it'll make a little more sense. It's a very deep, complex thing. It doesn't certainly explain everything that we see, but it's something that will add into what you have experienced yourselves.
Wow. Thank you, Wendy.
I know that the page she mentioned was what, page 11?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
if you go over to that, it is interesting. We're all blocking. How the hell were we all blocking this? What a pain in the ass. All right. Page 11 is about being kidnapped from a family member. When I was 10 years old, someone took me from the street in front of my home, drove me across the country, gave me a new name, made me lie about who I was and where I was from, and told me I would never go back to my old life or see the rest of my family again. The strangest part of my story is that I did not realize while it was happening that I was being abducted. A great many people around me responded to the abduction by thinking that it was perfectly okay, thinking, in fact, that the person who took me and hid me for 2 years had a right to do so because the person was my own mother. And then it goes on to say, 3 characteristics distinguish family abduction from a typical custody battle: concealment, intent to prevent contact, and flight. Family abduction, the child is hidden, typically forced to live an artificial, manipulated life. Very interesting part to highlight.
To anybody in the chat who's worried or confused, that wasn't Julie, that was Wendy Blank that was on the panel with the research papers. Please don't get the two confused. They're very different persons.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Wendy's a good person. She is a good person.
Yes.
There's so much paranoia in this case. I think a lot of times I see this in a lot of chats where people just assume somebody's like under an alias or disguising themselves, and it's gotten pretty out of control with the whole like people are somebody else. I don't know why we feel that way.
I think some of that is paranoia, but I totally think that certain people have trolled people to the point that now they think everyone is somebody else. Like, I think there's a cause behind the effect, if that makes sense there, Granny. I really do. I've seen it like so much.
Really?
Yes. Yes. Like, look, I'm just going to be real with you because I've been a moderator for creators that are probably not as integral as you.
I get it. All right. So the whole
You know?
T-Rev and having people call in and things like that.
Well, and not only that, but like people that like
there are so many and I'm not saying this about anyone in here, y'all. Just please bear with me for a moment. There are so many unhinged people on YouTube because, you know, not for anything other than to harass other people, and they will go in and they will like literally act like one person or be one person and then go in another place. And I mean, it's people are doing like they're literally
Oh yeah, I see that all the time.
yeah. So I think that is like, especially on YouTube, and I mean, I've seen it with other creators too. There's like a paranoia. You never know who the person is. Like I've seen it happen. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's like, I think that there's a cause behind the effect. I think that there's been enough of it go around that now people are just paranoid about everything because you really don't know. You know what I mean? Am I making any sense here?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
are.
sorry. My daughter was talking to me. I'm sorry.
I get it.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, there's a lot of bored, creepy people out here for sure. Absolutely. Little Banana said, I'm who I am, and that's all that I am. A little banana boat kitty, for sure. I love that
Why
too.
do
You know,
I was thinking of just a little kitty like dancing across the screen, giving it, I am what I am. Oh, sorry, I couldn't help myself. Sorry.
you and B Tim go to some wild places really quick. But
Yep.
you know what that now I forget what I was going to say about all of that.
Sorry.
Oh, I heard somebody say the other day that when you have like people on your panel that you should because of UA, because everything with UA, somebody was like, well, that's why you should vet your panel guests. Listen, with utmost respect, I can't vet any of you. Am I to think that Watcher's name is Watcher and Sony's name is Sony and Keezy Fox is a Keezy Fox? Well, everybody's under aliases. I mean, I'm not Granny's watching. You know what I mean? So how do you like? What am I supposed to, ask for IDs?
Well, what I find crazy is all that happened with UA, and she's, been trying to draw attention to, you know, Bobby, and that, there are other options other than any of the parents, right? And people were
Right.
just dogging her for that. Well, I mean, SF pretty much comes out and says the same thing.
Right.
That, Bobby is the only person that won't talk to him. And it's like, she don't seem that crazy now though, does she? You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, I didn't think she seemed, well, not crazy, but I think maybe like down the rabbit hole she was. But when SF came out, not just what he said about Bobby won't speak to him, because I can see how the green team would tell her, stay away from this guy. But what really got me was him saying that Bobby's child was out that night on camera and was kind of like trying not to be seen. That raised my, I'd love to hear further about that, which he did say that he may be able to join tomorrow, which would be really cool.
I know, I forgot what I was going to say, and that look away shit don't work.
You have to think it works. Look away, it's going to work. Clear your mind and just look to the side. Bobby's son was allegedly on camera that night trying not to be seen. Like, were they playing rainbow tag?
Rainbow tag?
I mean, not rainbow. Why did I just say rainbow, for fuck's sake?
Because your heart is full of
Flashlight.
light.
It is.
I was like, what is that?
Well,
now
I
I gotta
told you,
learn about
Jubilee.
that too. I just got the rules for flashlight tag.
I can't believe none of you guys have played flashlight tag.
Yeah.
They actually sell flashlights just for flashlight tag now. Basically, it's hide and go seek in the dark, and the way you get captured is the light flashing on you.
How does that work? A flashlight just for flashlight tag?
Yeah, they actually sell them in like different colors for teams now.
Oh,
It's a bit like a lo-fi version of laser tag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually, it's actually a fun game, but most, like other games, a lot of people don't play them anymore, like kick the can or hide the flag. So I find it interesting that Bobby's, people are like, well, she said they used to play it, but just the fact that Sebastian allegedly left with a flashlight, and she brings up not once but twice
Yeah.
about flashlight flag. I find it to be subliminal, if you will.
The other thing that's interesting about SF making that statement is that other people then ran to the conclusion that people were accusing Bobby's children of something. No, it just means that, well, if that person happened to be out and about, why is there not an explanation for that when there's been an explanation for everybody else's actions?
Well,
It's not an accusation. It's a
They
question.
might be to the cops, right? The cops obviously had an interview. Bobby said they came in her living room, right? So, I mean, it's
right.
But SF isn't going to have it because, again, like he said, she won't speak to him.
Exactly.
And I'm telling you this right now, it goes past like her not talking to him, right? Like
She's running every
people,
time you guys drive by.
well, people in the neighborhood were also, have been told certain things about SF and all of that, right? And it's
Right.
like the good news is they just don't listen. You know what I mean? They're like, okay, lady, and then whatever. But I don't know. It's crazy to me. The whole situation is crazy to me.
Right, because she's one of the first people, like SF said, she's on camera talking to searchers, like trying to get details. She herself admits that she ran around asking all the neighbors for any footage they caught that night. Like she instantly jumped into investigator, which, I mean, I get being nosy and everything, but there's being nosy and there's being overly involved. And I think she was overly involved. And they have flashlight tag as a game on Roblox. But I like this comment here. Brittany's chat saying, oh, how can that be? All those flashlights shine and everyone would be noticeable. First off, there's one person that's it, like it, and they have the flashlight. Everybody else is in the dark hiding. And then whoever gets caught with the flashlight now has the flashlight and they are the tagger and everybody. So these morons that are, these true crime gurus, they couldn't even Google that. And, what does it mean to play flashlight tag before running their mouth and being know-it-alls?
Yeah,
Hell
it's
no,
like
girl, they
hide
don't
and
do that.
seek.
They
Hide
don't
and seek
research.
with one torch.
That's exactly what it
Sorry.
is. But you're right. You're exactly right. It's hide and seek with one flashlight. But these people don't even understand, like Clue just said, they don't even research because they just want to immediately dismiss anything that is not pointing fingers at the Proudfoots. And you know it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all what it comes down to. Right. It could be that there was a game of flashlight tag that night and Bobby's son was hiding from the flashlight, from the person that was it. How many cases do we know of where the person that was actually the perp was involved, like either doing a lot of interviews with the news, showed up at every search mission? There's a lot of cases like that. I mean, has anybody else ever heard that a lot of times the criminal will appear at the scene again?
Well, and I'm just gonna say this too, to UA's, kind of defense there. Like Bobby, in my opinion, has it in her head that Chris and Katie are guilty, right? Or they are involved and they've done something.
Right.
And that's kind of where I think UA is in her head, right? She definitely, in my opinion, thinks that, Bobby is guilty of something, or the kids. But I mean, Bobby is so convinced that, she kicked the Proud Feets out of the neighborhood Facebook group. There's still residents there. You know what I mean? And there are neighbors that have made comments in the Facebook group. I did a whole live New Year's Eve that morning showing the neighbors talking about, we haven't seen anything suspicious around here. Like there aren't people going door to door and demanding footage. Like we haven't seen random cars. When none of that stuff is happening here. And I mean, I'll let the Proud Feets know though, since they're no longer in the Facebook group. Like there are neighbors in there that are like
taking issue with it.
Right.
Well, and
Granny.
here's the thing, it's like, are these things, and then not only, all right, so not only is there other neighbors pushing back, which I'll have to share that video out because I think more people need to see it, but the only ones that are speaking on the behalf of the entire neighborhood is Bobby and an odd account named Brittany. Okay. And then yet it's taken and is being published by an alleged private investigative group as fact and is creating outrage based off what? One person's word compared to the whole community?
Yeah, and just like Julia, the dog handler lady, Bobby has been in contact with so many different creators at this point that that should be questionable. It's more people are quick to diminish Bobby's interaction as she's just a nosy neighbor, or she just wants to know what's going on. She just wants to make a Facebook group. No, it's a lot more than that. She has been out and about here, there, and everywhere in contact with how many different people. And let's not forget that in that call of UAs, whether you support it or you don't, there are a couple of very important things. But one of the things is the mention of the teaching assistant having contacted Bobby, and then lo and behold, a teaching person magically contacts Justin to tell him all this information. Imagine such a thing happening.
Well,
You see how
Justin
that
said,
works?
Granny.
well, Justin said that after we were pointing out how come no teachers or students, like nobody, has spoken, none of his high school teachers, because my understanding is the teachers that did speak, correct me if I'm wrong, were his elementary school or middle school teachers, right?
Yep.
Because those teachers would probably lose their jobs for speaking about student information at that. You
But
know what I'm
I'm not,
saying? Like,
no, because I'm not saying come out and speak about him like his student information, but like the same way his older teachers came out and said like he was a great student, we miss you. We haven't seen that from any of his current teachers, any classmates, nothing. And that
oh
was the
yeah,
discussion that was taking
Ah,
place when all of a sudden Justin got, a message from a teacher. So I think
I
Justin was
see
just
what you're
saying that
saying.
shit.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Granny, you were talking about there's people that really do that. If you want, you can look at it later or whatever. Now, however if you even want to.
Yeah, I see the
But
video in the back. Yeah, he's the one that did all the interviews, and then
yep,
they found out he was
yep,
the one that did it. Yeah,
bingo, yeah.
it
Steve
happens a
McDaniels.
lot.
Yep,
What
it really
contacting
does.
Ellie. But don't you guys, I mean, would there be harm in a teacher coming forward and doing an interview like the other teacher did? I don't think so. Do you?
Say that again?
If one of Sebastian's current teachers had came to the news, excuse me, or like did like a little thing where they said like, oh, Sebastian was a great student, what would be the harm in that?
I think it would, if it was literally just to say that, there's no harm in just that. But
Yeah, like I'm not saying gossip.
the things that were shared to Justin, there was an obvious backstory that was shared
Right.
along with it by Justin.
You're right.
And I think that's
Was
where the
he
danger
on the
comes
show?
out. No, it
What?
was an email or something, or
He claims it was an email. Yeah. But
Kind
no,
of like
Lolly.
yes.
the kind of like the listing for the house.
Right. Like how that had a date in the future. Yeah. But Lolly's right. Brian Koberger in Idaho 4, he was all over Reddit about the case. You had whatchamacallit, Stephen McDaniel, like you just said. There's a lot. There was another case where this one guy kept showing up to like all the searches and the news interviews and all, and they found out that he actually did it, which wasn't Stephen. I had to look at the case. Which was a neighbor of the lady that was found deceased. And I'm sorry, but the way Bobby involved herself is more than just a nosy neighbor.
It really is. It really is. She's
And I
like a
think
whole private eye.
Yeah, and I think UA was just kind of like, I told her, I'm not the only one that told her to get her ass off that panel that day, and she probably should have listened, but I think she took a lot of hits because she can't speak as quickly, and therefore it was like one thing after another, and she already has a hard time expressing herself, that it was kind of like, which part do you answer? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I jumped up there and told them, I hope y'all understand that this talking pattern or style, like this is her in person, right? Like, I know it looks like she's probably deflecting on some things, but it's not. That's just, she's very slow, and I don't know if it's like methodical or what, but and I think she does get overwhelmed fairly quickly. So I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna drop off here. I'm gonna
Yeah,
watch.
I'm gonna wrap it up anyway. I appreciate you all coming on panel with me. Thank you
Thank
guys.
you for having us, Granny.
Absolutely. I hope everybody has a good day. If you have a snowstorm, stay warm. My kids are both sledding at the same place, so that's, refreshing. Have them kind of hanging out together. They're not together, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I'll get ready to pretend I'm making chicken noodle soup, but I'll just open up a can of already made and call it a day. Yeah, but I do appreciate you guys. Bye, Clue. Thank you.
Much
And
love,
if you
Granny.
do,
Have a
if you
blessed
are
day.
in the middle of the snow, if you can make a little snow person, I would be very grateful. I don't care whether it's a snow squirrel, a snow lady, snowman, make all the things. Send Granny the picture so that Granny can share it, because I love that. And we don't get a whole lot of snow over here. Thanks very much. Thanks,
No,
Granny. Bye.
make you a snowman, we.
All of the things.
All of it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Tis me. That's weird because that's how I look at you, Granny, and Clue. Is it? That's how you look at you, Granny, and Clue. That's interesting because I'm not in the neighborhood. You would think you would look at every creator that way, then, wouldn't you? Like every creator that's covered this case. Well, yeah, we are nosy. Don't you see what my avatar image is? I don't know if you saw it yet, but it's literally an old lady peeping through her blinds because we are nosy over here. There's nothing wrong with being nosy. What there is something wrong with is being overly involved. And I think there's a lot of overly involved things taking place. Just posted in the group. What group? What's this post? Just give me a quick summary because I don't feel like actually looking. I'm making homemade chicken dumplings. Oh, I would love that, TTT. I wish I knew how to make dumplings. Or do you buy them made? I don't know. I'm a slow processor. It takes me time to think about what to say. Yeah, I feel like that's how she is too. Good. I hope he comes out and spills some of the beans. There are 50 Sebastian Rogers groups. I'm not protecting the Proudfoots. You heard some idiot label me as part of a side, and you think I'm therefore protecting the Proudfoot. Out of everybody that's quote unquote the dark side, I have spoken the most against the Proudfoots. Like literally, I have. You people just don't listen to me. You listen to what you hear about me. So hopefully you'll listen. 'Tis me. Hit the thumbs up. Nucky's my favorite. Oh, that's the only reason I like what's that place called? Olive Garden. And whatchamacallit, I'm gonna draw a blank on your name and I don't mean to. Sent me a gift card for Olive Garden. I love their gnocchi soup. Chicken and gnocchi soup. Love it. They only give you like 3 gnocchis, but it's good. Use biscuit dough or just canned biscuits? Oh, I'll have to look it up if it's that easy. Can it be? I know, but it's just aggravating because it's like these people say that stuff all the time when like I literally came out here and said I don't trust any of them, but they only hear what they're told to hear because they have a list they have to follow. I just bought Bizquick. It was on sale. The pancake mix where you just add the water. I've never been to Olive Garden. It's a joke in the family. Olive Garden is not the best thing ever. Like, don't go expecting good Italian, but they have some hell of a breadsticks and really good soup. And their chicken Alfredo is pretty good. Yeah, they have an agenda. They tell you, you got to look at this list of creators and these ones only. Well, then you like us, you fool. The only people that come back to re-listen are those that actually secretly listen. Tisme, you're welcome here, okay? Just come in and be friends. You don't have to stay in the bushes. We appreciate you. Chicken and gnocchi. Is that what I said? Anyway, it's good. Granny, I use Pillsbury Grains biscuit and I cut each biscuit into 6 pieces and then I drop them in boiling water. It becomes dumplings. No shit, that's it. Thank you, Glitter is Forever. I like their salad too. Biz Quick Box, they have dumpling recipe. Oh man. I already have pork chops out that nobody eats. Breadsticks and soup. All right, guys. I really do appreciate you. If you haven't, please hit the thumbs up. It's been quite a few hours on here. Thank you so much for spending this time with us. Each of you are very much appreciated. I know there's a lot of things to be listening to, so it's always flattering when you stay and you listen to us. Thank you all so much. I hope everybody stays safe, stay warm, and yeah, watch out for those lists. Damn it! Built a great chicken and dumpling recipe. You have to send me one too. I'd appreciate it. Giving details to question, not ask, is usually covering your ass. Create narratives to make the future evidence explainable. Well, I said that before, Snowflakes. What if this is a situation of winning over public perception? So when and if your arrest does come, it's like, oh, no way. You know, you already have so many people believe you're innocent. Do you know what I mean? Knocky, nookie, whatever. Chicken and nookie. That's always a possibility, isn't it? Me too, Wade. All right, guys. I appreciate you. Bye.